increasingly short rations and have to offer some token of gratitude to the camp guards for letting them out to look for work. He continues. There is little hope for them. They live with their memories, constantly reliving the horrors they have witnessed. Each one recounts what he saw or heard, his imagination and homesickness tending to exaggerate and distort the facts. Point 25. Essentially the same point is made by Charles Twining, whom the State Department regards as really the best expert on Cambodian refugees that exists in the world today. 26. Stating that executions continue, he says that we hear about executions from refugees who have just come out. You must talk to a refugee as soon as he comes out or the story may become exaggerated. 27. How exaggerated it may become by the time it reaches Baron Paul or Com, the reader may try to estimate. The issue does not concern them, judging by their reports. Nor has it concerned those who rely on and draw firm conclusions from these reports. Access to refugees is generally controlled by Thai authorities or their subordinates. To speak of election, as Baron Paul do without qualification, is odd indeed under these circumstances. The translators also presumably fall in this category, or are believed to by the refugees who depend for survival on the grace of their supervisors. Clearly, these are unpromising circumstances for obtaining a meaningful record. Compare in contrast, the circumstances of the Bryce report with its record of apparent fabrications. Point 28. Ponchit is unusual in making the obvious point that great care must be exercised. Clearly, the reports of refugees should be carefully heeded, but the potential for abuse is great, and those who want to use them with propagandistic intent can do so without serious constraint. Not surprisingly, there are many internal contradictions in refugee reports. In the May hearings, Porter cites the case of Joe Try, who told a CBS reporter that he had witnessed the beating to death of 5 students by Khmer Rouge soldiers. In October 1976, he told Patrice de Beer of Le Monde that he had witnessed no executions though he had heard rumors of them. Point 29. Porter notes that he was chosen to be the Khmer chief of the refugee camp at Aranyafray, that, where a great many of the interviews have taken place. There are many similar examples. As Porter and Reitbol both insist, refugee reports should certainly not be disregarded, but some care is in order. Evidently, interviews arranged under the circumstances described by Com or Baron Paul are of limited credibility. One refugee who became both well-known and influential in the United States is Pinya Thai. At a press conference held under the auspices of the American Security Council, Yathai, described as one of his country's top civil engineers and a leading member of the government who escaped to Thailand in June of 1977, testified that people were reduced to cannibalism under Khmer Rouge rule. 30. A teacher ate the flesh of her own sister and was later caught and beaten to death as an example, he alleged, citing also another case of cannibalism in a hospital and other stories of starvation, brutality, and disease. 31. He was interviewed by Jack Anderson on ABC television. 32. And his stories were also featured in the Mass Circulation TV Guide in an article on the paucity of media coverage of the Cambodian Holocaust by Patrick Buchanan, one of Nixon's speechwriters. 33. Later, they became the basis for a substantial right-wing attack on the Washington Post for its failure to cover Pinya Thai's news conference, and in general, to give what these groups regard as adequate coverage to Cambodian atrocities. Le Monde also published 2 articles based on Pinya Thai's allegations as well as a letter from another Cambodian attacking his credibility and accusing him of having been a member of the special committee of the Lon Nol government that was engaged in counter-espionage, assassinations, perhaps the drug traffic, and was believed to have been funded by the CIA. 34. The right-wing Bangkok Post did report the press conference in which Pinya Thai presented his account of cannibalism and other horrors. 35. The Bangkok Post story observed that Cambodian refugees in Thailand yesterday discounted reports that cannibalism is frequent in Cambodia and even doubted if it has occurred at all. It also quoted another Cambodian civil engineer who had long talks with Pinya Thai while he was in Bangkok and who told AFP, no more than 40% of the statement Pinya Thai made in the United States is true. He never went so far while talking to fellow refugees in his own language. This information was not circulated by accuracy in media in its attacks on the Washington Post, nor has it been presented by others who gave wide publicity to Piñathai's accounts. Not all refugees are welcomed so eagerly as Piñathai. Consider, for example, a story in the London Times on a Vietnamese refugee who escaped from Vietnam through Cambodia to Thailand, which he entered in April 1976.36. He walked 350 miles through Cambodia over a 2-month period. 37 A civil engineer with high qualifications who speaks French, Thai, Khmer and Lao in addition to English, this refugee with his unique experience in post-war Cambodia, where because of his fluency in Khmer and local knowledge he was taken everywhere for a Cambodian, seems a prime candidate for interviews in the press. But, in fact, he never made it to the New York Times, Time, TV Guide, or other U.S. media. His lack of qualifications are revealed by his comments when he arrived in Thailand, where he heard stories of massacres in Cambodia. I could not believe it. Walking across the country for 2 months I saw no sign of killing or mass extermination and nobody I spoke to told me of it. I still don't believe it happened. Note that the observations of this man, a middle-class refugee from Vietnam with the appropriate anti-communist credentials, do not contradict the stories of brutal atrocities told in profusion by refugees. Rather, they are consistent with the remarks by State Department Cambodia watchers and other specialists on the geographical limitations of the worst atrocity stories, and suggest that there may be a good deal of local variation rather than the coordinated campaign of state-directed genocide that the media and their main sources prefer. But this very fact suffices to consign this report to oblivion in the United States, despite its undoubted significance as a rare window on inner Cambodia from what appears to be a fairly credible source. We will return to other examples, merely noting here the striking contrast between the media exposure in this case and in the case of Piñathai. In fact, even the witnesses who are specifically selected to recount atrocity stories often add significant qualifications. For example, one of the witnesses at the Oslo hearings on human rights violations in Cambodia held in April 1978, was Lim Pek Kuan, who said that he well understood the Khmer Rouge policy. He asserted that he had never heard the Khmer Rouge indicate that they intended to kill all classes except the workers and poor peasants. It was perhaps more correct to say that, in the Khmer Rouge interpretations, the relics of the classes would be abolished, not eradicated. He also said that he had never seen an execution with his own eyes. When he arrived in Phnom Penh after the Khmer Rouge victory, he had seen a number of corpses in the streets, but the corpses were covered, and so he could not see whether they were soldiers or civilians. He made it clear that it was the lack of freedom which made him flee by helicopter. 38. While the media give the impression that refugees have uniformly recounted stories of horrible atrocities, journalists have occasionally noticed that the reports are actually more varied. John Fraser of the Toronto Globe and Mail, whose reports from Vietnam we discussed briefly in Chapter 4, also visited a Cambodian refugee camp in Vietnam, fully prepared for a host of atrocity stories about mass executions, bloody beheadings and savage Khmer Rouge brutality, particularly since the camp was only 50 miles from the border where there had been deadly combat. To my surprise, I got lots of tales of hardship, but no atrocities save for a second-hand account of an execution of 2 men. The accounts of life in Cambodia were grim enough and the atrocity stories too well authenticated to doubt, but still no one at that camp was able to tell me one. I finally had to ask if there was anyone who knew of an execution, and after some time I got the second-hand story. I offer no conclusions on this singular fact, except that it was strange with so many refugees not to be able to get more information, particularly since it would have been useful for Vietnamese propaganda. 39. We know of only one Khmer-speaking Westerner who is an academic specialist on Cambodia and has visited refugee camps in Thailand without the supervision of authorities, namely, Michael Vickery, who reports as follows on his August 1976 visit. Since I speak Khmer, I was something of a curiosity for them, and it was easy to gather a crowd around and listen to what they said, whether in response to questions or to unorganized conversation. It was soon clear that there was much disagreement among the refugees about conditions in Cambodia. Some pushed the brutality line, others denied it, or emphasized that killings were rare and due to the cruelty of a few individual leaders. Thus many of the refugees admitted that they had left because they disliked the rigorous working life under the new regime, not because they were themselves threatened with death or brutality. So much, though, was already apparent from a close reading of newspaper accounts. What I found more intriguing was that once when alone with one of the men he called attention to the lack of agreement and added that it was never noticed by outsiders because they didn't understand Khmer. According to him, camp authorities had organized French and English-speaking refugees as informants to give the official line to journalists who came to visit Point 40. We return to Vickery's published and private comments, which are valuable and very much to the point. Not everyone who is interested in analyzing refugee accounts is permitted the kind of access offered by the Thai Ministry of Interior to Baron and Paul. Cornell University Cambodian specialist Stephen Heder, who was a journalist in Phnom Penh, speaks and reads Khmer, is the author of articles on contemporary Cambodia and has been notably skeptical about the standard conclusions drawn by journalists after guided tours through refugee camps received funding from the Social Science Research Council and the Fulbright Hays program to do a systematic study of post-war Cambodia based on refugee testimony and Phnom Penh radio broadcasts. He was informed by the Secretary-General of the National Research Council of Thailand that the present political situation in Thailand do not favor us to consider this type of research. Therefore, if you still have an intention to do a research work in Thailand, please be advised to change your topic. One way to give the impression that refugee stories consistently and without exception report atrocities is to prevent competent researchers fluent in Khmer, who do not need the guidance of Thai ministers or elected camp commanders, from examining the evidence for themselves. We have no doubt that when Heder publishes on contemporary Cambodia, his work will be criticized by those who do not approve of his conclusions on the grounds that he ignores refugee data. To summarize, several points are worth noting. Refugee reports are to be taken seriously, but with care. In their eagerness to obtain evidence that could be used to defame the regime in Cambodia, such reporters as Baron and Paul or Henry Kam, as their own testimony indicates, failed to observe the most obvious and elementary cautions that should be second nature to any serious journalist and that are specifically emphasized by Ponchit, Twining, and others. The media, furthermore, have their own criteria for deciding which reports to emphasize and which to ignore. To evaluate refugee reports, it is necessary to take into account extreme bias both in selection of stories and treatment of them. The apparent uniformity of refugee testimony is in part at least an artifact reflecting media bias. In particular, it would be difficult to construct an argument in support of the thesis of central direction and planning of atrocities on the basis of alleged uniformity of refugee reports, since in fact there appears to be considerable variety. To sustain such a thesis, other evidence is required, for example, documentary evidence. The unwillingness of the Thai authorities to permit independent scholarly study also raises questions, given the obvious interest of the Thai shared by Western media and governments in presenting the worst possible picture of post-war Cambodia. We will consider these questions in more detail below, but even a brief look at the handling of refugee reports suggests that a degree of caution is in order. Refugee reports constitute one essential category of information about a society as closed to the outside as post-war Cambodia has been. The second link in the chain of transmission of information, which in this case is subject to some independent check for credibility, is the reporters and others who transmit their stories. To inquire into their credibility is surely a crucial matter in evaluating the material that reaches the public. People who have expressed skepticism about the press barrage are commonly accused of refusing to believe the accounts of miserable refugees, a line that is much easier to peddle than the truth, that they are primarily raising questions about the credibility of those who report and perhaps exploit the suffering of the refugees and what they are alleged to have said. Point 41 When refugee stories are transmitted by reporters of demonstrated integrity. 42 They merit more serious attention than when the account is given by someone who is otherwise unknown or has an obvious axe to grind. When a reporter from Pravda describes the horrors of US bombing in northern Laos, a rational observer will be more skeptical than when similar eyewitness reports are provided by Jacques Descornes of Le Monde. 43 Similarly, when Leo Chern, chairman of the International Rescue Committee, discusses the barbarism of the Khmer Rouge. 44 A rational reader will recall the previous history of this long-time apologist for US violence and oppression who attempts to disguise this miserable display under a humanitarian cloak. For example, his supremely cynical description of the victims of US bombings in South Vietnam. There are more than 700,000 additional refugees who have recently fled the countryside dominated by the Viet Cong and with their active flight have chosen the meager sanctuary provided by the government of South Vietnam. 45. To determine the credibility of those who transmit reports is a critical matter for anyone concerned to discover the truth, either about Cambodia or about the current phase of imperial ideology. There is only one way to investigate this question, namely, to pay careful attention to the use of quotes and evidence. Such an inquiry may seem pointless or irrelevant, or even cruel, to people who are quite certain that they already know the truth. Lacouture expresses feelings that are not uncommon in his corrections. Faced with an enterprise as monstrous as the new Cambodian government, should we see the main problem as one of deciding exactly which person uttered an inhuman phrase, and whether the regime has murdered thousands or hundreds of thousands of wretched people? Is it of crucial historical importance to know whether the victims of Dachau numbered 100,000 or 500,000? Or if Stalin had 1,000 or 10,000 Poles shot at Katyn? 46. Or perhaps, we may add, whether the victims of My Lai numbered in the hundreds, as reported, or tens of thousands, or whether the civilians murdered in Operation Speedy Express numbered 5,000 or 500,000, if a factor of 100 is relatively insignificant. 47 If facts are so unimportant, then why bother to present alleged facts at all? If, indeed, the Cambodian regime was, as Lacouture believes, as monstrous as the Nazis at their worst, then his comment might be comprehensible, though it is worth noting that he has produced no evidence to support this judgment. 48 But if a more appropriate comparison is, say, to France after liberation, where a minimum of 30 to 40,000 people were massacred within a few months with far less motive for revenge and under far less rigorous conditions than those left by the US war in Cambodia, then perhaps a rather different judgment is in order. 49 As we shall see, there is a considerable range of opinion on this score among qualified observers, though the press has favored Lacouture's conclusion, generally ignoring mere questions of fact. We disagree with Lacouture's judgment on the importance of accuracy on this question, particularly in the present historical context, when allegations of genocide are being used to whitewash Western imperialism, to distract attention from the institutionalized violence of the expanding system of sub-fascism and to lay the ideological basis for further intervention and oppression. We have seen how effectively the Western propaganda system creates, embroiders, plays up, distorts, and suppresses evidence according to imperial needs. Western domination of world communications adds to the importance of closely evaluating evidence that so conveniently meets pressing ideological requirements. In this context, it becomes a question of some interest whether in Cambodia, for example, a gang of Marxist murderers are systematically engaged in what Lacouture calls auto-genocide, the suicide of a people in the name of revolution, worse, in the name of socialism. 50 Or whether the worst atrocities have taken place at the hands of a peasant army, recruited and driven out of their devastated villages by US bombs and then taking revenge against the urban civilization that they regarded, not without reason, as a collaborator in their destruction and their long history of oppression. Future victims of imperial savagery will not thank us for assisting in the campaign to restore the public to apathy and conformism so that the subjugation of the weak can continue without annoying domestic impediments. Especially in such countries as France and the United States, to mention only two international gangsters whose post-World War II depredations are not dismissed so quickly by past and potential victims as they are at home. It is a crucially important matter to be quite scrupulous with regard to fact, To pay careful attention to past history and to subject to critical analysis whatever information is available about the current situation. Point 51. Attention to fact was a particularly significant matter under the conditions of 1975–78, when extreme and unsupported allegations could be used to support military intervention, not a small consideration as we see from McGovern's statements already discussed, or more significantly, as recent history shows from the context of the Vietnamese invasion discussed in the preface to this volume. Quite apart from these considerations, which seem to us rather important, it is surely worthwhile, if one is going to discuss Cambodia at all, to try to comprehend what has in fact taken place there, which is quite impossible if critical standards are abandoned and facts are contrived even out of honest anger or distress. The inquiry to which we now turn will appear to be a pointless exegetical exercise to people who share Lacouture's judgment or for whom facts are simply an irrelevant nuisance, like the editors of the Wall Street Journal. While the latter reaction merits no comment, Lacouture's is not so quickly dismissed, though we feel that it is deeply wrong in the case of an investigation of post-war Cambodia, and entirely untenable if one is concerned as we are here with the workings of the Western propaganda system. There is a related methodological point that merits comment, if only because it is so commonly misunderstood. Plainly, we may divide the evidence available into two categories: 1. Evidence subject to some independent verification, 2. Evidence that must be taken on faith. A person who is at all serious will concentrate on category 1, in trying to determine how much trust to place in unverifiable reports of category 2. Point 52. If it turns out that some source is quite untrustworthy when claims can be checked, then naturally one will view with corresponding skepticism reports from this source that are subject to no such check. But in the sources that raise the charge of genocide, the overwhelming bulk of the evidence is of category 2. Therefore it is easy to be misled into thinking that even if the evidence of category 1 does not withstand critical analysis, the matter is of no serious import, since it is of such a minor nature as compared with the far more serious, and unverifiable, charges. A moment's thought should suffice to show that this conclusion is entirely untenable. Nevertheless, as we shall see, it is not at all uncommon. Let us return now to McGovern's call for intervention and the press reaction to it. McGovern provided no source for his estimate of 2–2.5 million systematically killed by thugs who had taken over the government of Cambodia, though such charges have been bandied about widely in the press since immediately after the Khmer Rouge victory. Point 53. Nor did McGovern attempt to sort out the relative proportions of those who were killed by government plan or edict or in random acts of violence, evidently, rather different categories, as compared with those who died from malnutrition and disease. McGovern's remarks, as well as much of the press commentary concerning them, amount to the claim that the population is suffering in misery under a savage oppressor bent on genocide. Mere common sense, even apart from special knowledge, should raise at least some doubts about this picture. In the first place, is it proper to attribute deaths from malnutrition and disease to the Cambodian authorities? Compare, for example, the case of Laos already discussed, where relief workers speak of hundreds of thousands of deaths from malnutrition and disease as a legacy of colonialism, and more specifically, the U.S. attack on a defenseless society, while the United States withholds desperately needed aid. It surely should occur to a journalist or the reader to ask how many of the deaths in Cambodia fall to the U.S. account. There is evidence on this matter, but it is systematically excluded from the press. Or, one might wonder, how can it be that a population so oppressed by a handful of fanatics does not rise up to overthrow them? In fact, even in the hearings where McGovern reported the estimates of 2.5 million deaths attributable to the Khmer Rouge and called for international military intervention, the State Department response should have aroused some questions in the mind of a moderately serious reporter. Douglas Pike, responding to McGovern, said that the notion of a quick, surgical takeout of the government of Cambodia probably is not possible. He pointed to Cambodia's unique government consisting of a ruling group of 9 men at the center and communal government in the style of the 14th century in the villages, with no regional or provincial governments in between. To take over Cambodia you're going to have to take over the villages, all of them, he said. 54. Evidently there must be at least some support for the group of 9 men at the center if it will be necessary to take over every village to overthrow their rule. The quandary has been expressed by other State Department experts. Charles Twining, who says that he was sent to Bangkok by the State Department as the Indochina watcher with responsibility primarily for finding out what is happening in Cambodia and Vietnam, made the following remark in response to Rep. Salars's query as to how people at the top manage to establish their authority over these young soldiers out in the villages who are carrying out this policy of extermination. It is a difficult question. We know the levels of administration in Cambodia. It goes from the central to the region to the sector to the district to the commune to the village. Presumably, then, there are loyal people at all of these levels. What really binds together these largely Paris-educated fanatics at the top with almost purposefully ignorant farm boys at the bottom who are the ones with the guns carrying out their orders? I really don't know what it is that keeps them together, and I wonder in the future how long something like this can continue, how long that glue can hold. 55. It is, indeed, a difficult question. Similar doubts were raised by experts close to the U.S. government during the earlier May hearings. In response to Rep. Salars's remarks about possible intervention, Peter A. Poole, formerly a Foreign Service officer in Cambodia and now a professor of international relations at American University, said that I think that an international police force would be one of the worst possible things we could do. On the evacuation of Phnom Penh, he said, they obviously overdid it. They obviously did it very badly. But the general thrust of moving people out of the city was something that practically any regime would have contemplated and done at some stage in that year, getting the people back on the land and producing rice. The Khmer Rouge, he added, took over at a time when society was in ruins, so that there were no normal means of government, in a state of social, political, and economic chaos, and ran the country with an ignorant peasant teenage army, a rather large, very obedient army, well armed and totally flexible, totally obedient to orders, who might respond to a command to march the people down the road by shooting those who do not obey. As to how the Khmer Rouge were able to establish that sense of total discipline in the ranks of the army, Poole answered, I don't know the answer to that question. 56. Another former Foreign Service officer in Phnom Penh, David P. Chandler, now a senior lecturer at Monash University in Australia, added some further comments which had little impact on the subsequent proceedings. What drove the Cambodians to kill? Paying off old scores or imaginary ones played a part, but, to a large extent, I think, American actions are to blame. From 1969 to 1973, after all, we dropped more than 500,000 tons of bombs on the Cambodian countryside. Nearly half of this tonnage fell in 1973. In those few months, we may have driven thousands of people out of their minds. We certainly accelerated the course of the revolution. According to several accounts, the leadership hardened its ideology and got rid of wavering factions during 1973 and 1974. We bombed Cambodia without knowing why, without taking note of the people we destroyed. It is ironic, to use a colorless word, for us to accuse the Cambodians of being indifferent to life when, for so many years, Cambodian lives made so little difference to us. 57. Chandler's comment was rejected by Rep. William F. Goodling on the following grounds. Our bombs didn't single out certain segments or certain peoples in Cambodia. Our bombs hit them all sick. And whether you thought it was right or I thought it was right, the military at that particular time thought it was right. 58. The comment is a fitting one from a leading apologist for the U.S.-backed Indonesian atrocities in Timor. 59. Twining's difficult question is addressed in an article by Kenneth Quinn of the National Security Council staff. 61 of the 3 leading U.S. government experts on Cambodia. 61 basing himself primarily on refugees who fled Cambodia in 1973 to 1974, Quinn reviews Khmer Rouge programs in an effort to explain how a small but dedicated force was able to impose a revolution on a society without widespread participation of the peasantry and indeed in the face of strong peasant opposition. He does not remark that since his evidence derives primarily from the in-depth interviewing of selected refugees, it will obviously be negative. Those who might approve of these programs are excluded from his sample. But ignoring this trivial point, Quinn states that the evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates that the peasantry was opposed to almost all of the Khmer Rouge programs. Quinn discusses programs which included land reform, establishment of cooperatives, ensuring that all citizens have roughly the same degree of wealth, obliterating class lines by confiscating property from the wealthy and compelling university students to plant and harvest rice, distributing excess crops to feed other groups whose harvest was insufficient, etc. He notes that as a result of collectivization, production has outstripped previous individual efforts and that political psychological Khmer Rouge efforts seem to have achieved significant results, according to all accounts among the youth, who were passionate in their loyalty to the state and party, rejected the mystical aspects of religion, and stopped working on their family plot of land and instead worked directly for the youth association on its land. He also comments that the Khmer Rouge success is all the more amazing when it is realized that they had few, if any, cadres at the village or hamlet level. In most cases, there was no separate party existence nor were there political cadres at the village level or at any level below, though there were small, apparently locally recruited military units, in the midst of the civil war, as well as inter-family groups of a sort that have existed in other Southeast Asian countries for years and were used by the Khmer Rouge for forcing the population to carry out a whole series of radically new programs. Quinn then asks the difficult question, how did such a small group of people carry out such a varied and all-encompassing effort? His answer is that they cowed people and suppressed dissent and opposition through harsh and brutal punishments, and they constructed a governmental apparatus at the village and hamlet level which allowed them to exercise tight control over every family in the area. The possibility that some of the programs he reviewed might appeal to poor peasants is nowhere considered, it is excluded on doctrinal grounds. Quinn claims that in 1973 the Khmer Rouge programs became extremely harsh as new cadres took over, described as fanatics, who were austere and did not take anything for themselves and seemed willing to live a frugal life but instituted widespread terror. Other sources, as we have seen, confirm that the Khmer Rouge programs became harsh in 1973 as the United States stepped up its murderous program of saturation bombing, a possible causal factor that Quinn is careful never to mention. There are other aspects to the difficult question that properly troubled government specialists. How indeed do the Khmer Rouge manage to maintain control? Here, the refugee reports evoke some questions. For example, R.P. Peringaz reported interviews with two high functionaries of the Lon Nol regime who had escaped to Thailand. 62 They report that armed surveillance was almost non-existent in the village to which they were sent. In case there are problems, the village chief can call upon a militia group of 12 Khmer Rouges who maintain order in the 10 villages of the sector. One of these functionaries comments that the old people, those who were with the Khmer Rouge during the war, offer more support to the new regime. They are peasants, who have always been used to hard work and to be content with little. 63 It would seem not unlikely that part of the answer to the difficult question, and a reason why a dozen militiamen can maintain order in 10 villages, is that the regime has a modicum of support among the peasants. Other questions arise. If 1/3 of the population has been killed by a murderous band that has taken over the government, which somehow manages to control every village, or have died as a result of their genocidal policies, then surely one would expect, if not a rebellion, then at least unwillingness to fight for the Paris-educated fanatics at the top. But the confused and obscure record of the border conflicts with Thailand and Vietnam would appear to indicate that there are a substantial number of purposefully ignorant farm boys who have not exactly been awaiting liberation from their oppressors. 64 As Pike observed in response to McGovern's call for intervention, the Vietnamese tried a quick judo chop against the Cambodian regime with 60,000 troops but failed abysmally. 65 Basing herself on Pike's testimony, Susan Spencer of CBS raised The question to McGovern in a TV interview. 66 When McGovern referred to Cambodia as an underdeveloped country that has gotten out of control and is systematically slaughtering its own citizens, Spencer made the following comment. You mentioned that we should apply pressure. It seems, though, that the Vietnamese, who periodically are at war with Cambodia, have found that the Cambodian citizens, at least the villagers, seem to support the government. What lever do we have to break in to break that? Spencer's question is a bit odd to begin with. If the villagers of this largely peasant society support the government, as Spencer assumes, then exactly what right do we have to find a lever to break that? And how does that alleged support square with the charge of genocide? These questions did not arise, however. McGovern simply replied that the evidence is that about 9 men are controlling that government in Cambodia without a loyal infrastructure out across the country, and it is hard to believe that there's mass support for the Cambodian government. The problem is implicit, though rarely discussed in these terms, in other reports concerning Cambodia. Robert Chapelain, who has been the Far Eastern correspondent for The New Yorker for many years, observes that in the border war with Vietnam, the Cambodians have proved to be tough, ruthless, and relentless fighters. 67 The Southeast Asia correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor comments that despite Vietnam's superior size, economy, and military power, Cambodia appears to have emerged the technical victor after the Vietnamese invasion that ended with a military withdrawal in January. In fact, Cambodian attacks across Vietnam's borders currently are described by one analyst as heavier than ever. Vietnam appears to have underestimated the strength of Cambodian resistance, several analysts note. 68 The continuing conflict with Thailand brings out similar anomalies. Whatever the facts may be, and they are far from clear, it seems that Cambodian forces held their own, so much so that U.S. analysts voice skepticism about Hanoi's ability to crush Cambodia despite its overwhelming military advantages, because of factors such as the apparently excellent morale of Cambodia's ground forces. 69. Various explanations have been offered for these facts, which at the very least raise questions about the allegations that the population is groaning under the heels of the conqueror. 70. William Buckley explains the difficulty away with resort to the mysterious Asian mind. Nationalism carried to such lengths is utterly alien to the Western experience. 71. Panchit argues that the old Hindu core, which regarded authority as a divine incarnation, was still strong in the Khmers. The Cambodian sticks to the rule. The Khmer people still respect authority with a respect that to us is tinged with fatalism, even passivity, but that emanates an underlying confidence in the abilities of those in power. The underlying ideology of the revolution may come from somewhere else, but the methods employed show every mark of the Cambodian character, and Khmer culture makes it possible for the authorities to rule the countryside with terror and lies. Though under Marxist influence, perhaps the Khmer will suddenly open a critical eye. Another cause of the radicality of the Khmer revolution lies in the Khmer way of reasoning, which is bewildering to Cartesian minds. The Khmer thinks by accretions or juxtapositions, but adheres strictly to the rules of his own internal logic, apparently incapable of Cartesian logic. 72. The non-specialist may wonder about the cogency of these explanations of the difficult question that government specialists rightly find troubling. It is noteworthy that in the varied attempts to find a solution to this most difficult question, one conceivable hypothesis does not seem to have been considered, even to be rejected, that there was a significant degree of peasant support for the Khmer Rouge and the measures that they had instituted in the countryside. As we begin to inquire a little further, other difficult questions arise. Consider the numbers game. What is the source of the figures invoked by the press? We shall see that the sources are obscure or misrepresented, though when corrected, they continue to surface. Furthermore, there is considerably more controversy among knowledgeable observers than the standard line of the press would indicate. For example, Louis M. Simons, the outstanding Washington Post correspondent, reported from Bangkok that disease and malnutrition combined with a dropping birth rate are taking a greater toll of Cambodia's population than communist executions, according to some of the latest analyses made here. There is a major reversal in Western judgments of what had gone on inside democratic Kampuchea, Most Westerners who make an occupation of observing Cambodia from Thailand are talking in terms of several 100,000 deaths from all causes. This is a marked shift from the estimates of just 6 months ago, when it was popular to say that anywhere between 800,000 and 1.4 million Cambodians had been executed by vengeful communist rulers. 73. He also noted that few Cambodia watchers believe that the organization Angkar, the governing group, is organized well enough to control much of the country. It is generally accepted that local military commanders, operating from jungle bases, conduct their own small-scale border rations and impose summary justice. There are two noteworthy points in this report by Louis Simons which was accepted with one irrelevant qualification as excellent by the State Department's leading Cambodia watcher. First, the number of deaths is estimated by most Westerners who are close observers as in the several 100,000 range, most of them from disease and malnutrition. Second, most Cambodia watchers doubt that the summary justice is centrally organized, believing rather that it is the responsibility of local commanders. Again, we are left with some doubts, to put it conservatively, as regards the standard media picture, a centrally controlled genocidal policy of mass execution. Note also that the numbers killed were estimated by the leading government expert as in the thousands or hundreds of thousands. Twining, who adds that very honestly, I think we can't accurately estimate a figure. His superior, Richard Holbrook, offered an estimate of tens if not hundreds of thousands for deaths from all causes. 74. He offered his guess that for every person executed several people have died of disease, malnutrition, or other factors, which he claims were avoidable, though he does not indicate how. 75. Twining's colleague Timothy Carney, II of the State Department's leading Cambodia watchers, estimated the number of deaths from brutal, rapid change, not mass genocide, as in the hundreds of thousands. 76. What about deaths from causes other than killing? A major source of death, Simons reports, appears to be failure of the 1976 rice crop. The government averted famine in mid-1975 by evacuating Phnom Penh and other cities and forcing almost every able-bodied person to work the land. But food production fell badly last year. If this excellent analysis is correct, as Twining indicates, the evacuation of Phnom Penh, widely denounced at the time and since for its undoubted brutality, may actually have saved many lives. 77. It is striking that the crucial facts rarely appear in the chorus of condemnations. At the time of the evacuation, AFP reported from Bangkok that recent aerial photographs by American reconnaissance planes are said to have shown that only 12% of the rice paddies have been planted. The monsoon, which marks the beginning of the planting season, came a month early this year. There was also the problem of the acute shortage of rice in the capital when the communists took over on April 17. According to Long Borat, the old government's last premier, Phnom Penh had only 8 days' worth of rice on hand on the eve of the surrender. 78. In a New York Times op-ed, William Goodfellow, who left Cambodia with the final U.S. evacuation in April 1975, wrote that A.I.D. officials reported that stockpiles of rice in Phnom Penh could last for 6 days. Commenting on the death march from Phnom Penh, he writes that in fact, it was a journey away from certain death by starvation, which was already a reality in the urban centers. 79. The director of the U.S. aid program estimated that in Phnom Penh alone 1.2 million people were in desperate need of United States food, although at the time only 640,000 people were actually receiving some form of United States food support and starvation was widely reported. A.D. Goodfellow also correctly assigns the responsibility for the impending famine. It was caused primarily by the U.S. bombing campaign which shattered the agrarian economy, an unquestionable fact that has since been quietly forgotten. The situation in Phnom Penh resulting from the U.S. war is graphically described in a carefully documented study by Hildebrand and Porter that has been almost totally ignored by the press. 81. By early 1974 the World Health Organization estimated that half the children of Phnom Penh, which was swollen to almost 5 times its normal size by the U.S. bombardment and the ravages of the war directly caused by U.S. intervention, were suffering from malnutrition. A congressional study mission reported severe nutritional damage. Studies in late 1974 and early 1975 revealed a disastrous decline in nutritional status, indicating a caloric intake during a year or longer of less than 60% of the minimum required to maintain body weight. A Department of State study of February 1975 reported that these statistics confirmed the universal medical impression given us by those involved in Cambodia health and nutrition that children are starving to death. Starvation also lowered resistance to infection and disease. There were reports that cholera was spreading rapidly in Phnom Penh. The medical director for Catholic Relief Services declared in March 1975, that hundreds are dying of malnutrition every day. Red Cross and other observers reported thousands of small children dying from hunger and disease. Note that all of this refers to the period before the Khmer Rouge victory. As Hildebrand and Porter remark, those children who did not die from starvation will suffer permanent damage to their bodies and minds due to the severe malnutrition. They quote Dr. Penelope Key of the World Vision Organization, working in Phnom Penh. This generation is going to be a lost generation of children. Malnutrition is going to affect their numbers and their mental capacities. So, as well as knocking off a generation of young men, the war is knocking off a generation of children. Porter added relevant information in his congressional testimony. It must be noted that the same official sources who were claiming a post-war death toll of 800,000 to 1.4 million had been saying in June 1975 that 1 million people were certain to die of starvation in the next year because there were simply no food stocks available in Cambodia to provide for them. 82. Porter drew the conclusion that the post-war death tolls were exaggerated by officials who had an obvious vested interest in not admitting their failure to understand the capacity of the new regime to feed its people. Alternatively, suppose that their post-war estimates are correct. Since the situation at the war's end is squarely the responsibility of the United States, so are the million or so deaths that were predicted as a direct result of that situation. 83. The horrendous situation in Phnom Penh, as elsewhere in Cambodia, as the war drew to an end was a direct and immediate consequence of the U.S. assault. Prior to the U.S. actions that drew Cambodia into the Indochina War, the situation was far from ideal, contrary to colonialist myths about happy peasants, but it was nothing like the accounts just reviewed by congressional study missions and health and relief workers. The same is true of the vast destruction of agricultural lands and draft animals, peasant villages, and communications, not to speak of the legacy of hatred and revenge. The United States bears primary responsibility for these consequences of its intervention. All of this is forgotten when sole responsibility is assigned to the Khmer Rouge for deaths from malnutrition and disease. It is as if some Nazi apologist were to condemn the Allies for post-war deaths from starvation and disease in DP camps, though the analogy is unfair to the Nazis, since the Allies at least had the resources to try to deal with the Nazi legacy. Consider again what lies behind the call for military intervention in Cambodia. The leading State Department specialist estimated killings in the thousands or hundreds of thousands, and attributed a still larger number of deaths to disease and malnutrition in significant and perhaps overwhelming measure, a consequence of U.S. terror. Furthermore, a news report that the State Department specialist regards as excellent notes that it is generally accepted by Cambodia watchers that summary justice is not centrally directed. Another government expert insists that it would be necessary to conquer every village to subdue the Khmer Rouge. But when a leading senatorial dove calls for military intervention, the Wall Street Journal, which backed the U.S. aggression and massacre through the worst atrocities, has the gall to make the following editorial comment. Now, having finished the task of destroying the U.S. presence in Indochina, American liberals are shocked and dismayed by the news of the grim and brutal world that resulted. One of the few good things to come out of the sordid end of our Indochina campaign was a period of relative silence from the people who took us through all its painful contortions. They should have the grace to maintain their quiet for at least a while longer. 84. About post-war Cambodia, they have only this to say: the present communist rulers have starved, worked, shot, beaten and hacked to death upwards of 1 million of the country's citizens. Not a word about the US role or continuing responsibility for death and suffering, let alone an effort to evaluate the evidence or to face the difficult questions that arise. It would take a volume to record the material of the sort that dominates the US, indeed the Western press. Before turning to the nature of the evidence adduced concerning the scale and character of post-war atrocities in Cambodia, we will cite only one more example selected out of the mass of comparable instances, along with an example of journalistic integrity that is another of the rare exceptions. On July 31, 1978, Time magazine published a Time essay entitled, Cambodia, An Experiment in Genocide, by David Aikman. The essay is short on documentation but not sparing in its outrage. The sole documentation offered is the interview with Q. Samphan, already cited, an example that was specifically pointed out in advance to a Time reporter preparing background for this article as a probable fabrication and a statement on Radio Phnom Penh that more than 2,000 years of Cambodian history have virtually ended, which Aikman presents as a boast of this atrocity, though other interpretations easily come to mind. According to Time, the lowest estimate of the bloodbath to date by execution, starvation, and disease is in the hundreds of thousands. The highest exceeds 1 million, and that in a country that once numbered no more than 7 million. Figures apart, what is striking about this claim is that nowhere in the article is there any reference to any US role or responsibility, no indication that deaths from starvation and disease may be something other than a bloodbath by the Khmer Rouge. A major theme of the Time essay is that somehow the enormity of the Cambodian tragedy, even leaving aside the grim question of how many or how few actually died in Onkelou's experiment in genocide, has failed to evoke an appropriate response of outrage in the West, and even worse, some political theorists have defended it, as George Bernard Shaw and other Western intellectuals defended the brutal social engineering in the Soviet Union during the 1930s. There are intellectuals in the West so committed to the twin Molochs of our day, liberation and revolution, that they can actually defend what has happened in Cambodia. In fact, the Western press since 1975 has poured forth reams of denunciations of Cambodia in the most strident tones, repeating the most extreme denunciations often on flimsy evidence, in striking contrast to its behavior in the case of massacres elsewhere, as in Timor. The US press is particularly notable for a marked double standard in this regard, though it is hardly alone. And there is good reason why Aikman fails to mention the names of those political theorists who have defended the Cambodian tragedy, as this would require differentiating those who have exposed media distortions and tried to discover the facts, instead of joining the bandwagon of uncritical abuse, from those who say that no serious atrocities have occurred, a small or non-existent set that Time has searched for, apparently without success. 85 specificity also might require publicizing the views of critics of the current propaganda barrage, which would make it difficult to avoid discussion of the crucial US role in post-war suffering and deaths in Cambodia, or of the actual nature of what Time regards as evidence. For Time ideologists, a defender of the Cambodian tragedy is one who fails to place all the blame for post-war suffering on the Khmer Rouge, and who otherwise contests the patriotic truths handed down by the Reader's Digest and similar sources. For the ideologists of Time, the Cambodian tragedy is the logical conclusion of bloodbath sociology associated with socialism and Marxism. The moral relativism of the West makes it difficult to see that the Cambodian experience is the deadly logical consequence of an atheistic, man-centered system of values, enforced by fallible human beings with total power, who believe, with Marx, that morality is whatever the powerful define it to be, and, with Mao, that power grows from gun barrels. Unlike the more humane Marxist societies in Europe today, the Cambodians do not permit the dilution of their doctrine by what Solzhenitsyn has called the great reserves of mercy and sacrifice from a Christian tradition. As for the significance of the Christian tradition for the Third World, not to speak of the European experience, Time has no more to say than it does about the great reserves of mercy and sacrifice shown by the US leaders who sent their angels of mercy to flatten the villages of Indochina, while the editors of Time lauded this noble enterprise. 86 And it is fitting indeed that they should cite Solzhenitsyn. the profound thinker who denounced the West for failing to carry this enterprise to a successful conclusion, in the spirit of Christian humanism. To show in contrast that honest journalism remains possible, consider a report by Richard Dudman just after the fall of Phnom Penh. 87 Dudman was captured in Cambodia while serving as a U.S. war correspondent in Southeast Asia, and wrote an important book on his experiences with the Khmer Rouge. 88 Dudman writes that the constant indiscriminate bombing, an estimated 450,000 dead and wounded civilians to say nothing of military casualties, and the estimated 4 million refugees were almost inevitable results of the short U.S. invasion of Cambodia and the subsequent proxy war that ended in defeat for the United States as well as for its client regime in Phnom Penh. Relying in part on his personal experience in captivity, he adds that the U.S. invasion spread the communist-led guerrillas through most of Cambodia and drove the Vietnamese communists and the Cambodian population into an alliance as comrades in arms against a common enemy, American tanks and bombs, which were a catalyst. We the Khmer Rouge prisoners could see Cambodian peasants turning to a friend in need in the form of the military forces of the Vietnamese communists. To ignore these basic facts in reporting post-war Cambodia is as disgraceful as to attribute the U.S. legacy of starvation, disease, and bitter hatred simply to atheistic communism carried to its logical conclusion. Let us now turn to an evaluation of the evidence that is used by the media as support for their denunciations. Simons examined this question in an analysis after his return from several years as post correspondent in Bangkok. 89 Accompanying the article is a photograph showing workers under military guard with the following caption: "Photo from smuggled film purports to show forced labor in Cambodian countryside." Simons comments that a number of journals, including the Washington Post, Newsweek, Time, and Paris Match, have published several photographs purporting to show atrocities in Cambodia. But he continues. Several U.S. and other experts believe that these pictures were posed in Thailand. "They're fakes," commented a State Department officer who has followed Cambodian affairs closely since before the end of the war. As we shall see, there is more to the story. The photographs continued to be published long after they were exposed as frauds, and corrections were refused by the journals that published them. Simons next turns to the interview in which Q Samphan is alleged to have conceded that the Khmer Rouge are responsible for 1 million deaths, which he writes, was subsequently referred to in the New York Times Magazine. He adds that the very occurrence of that interview is denied by François Ponchid. Again, as we shall see, there is more to the story. Simons then makes the following interesting observation. Oddly, those few Western governments which have diplomatic relations with Cambodia generally refuse to accept the genocide allegation. "We'd need a lot more evidence before we'd be ready to believe such a serious charge," said an ambassador from a Scandinavian country. Representatives of his government have visited Phnom Penh several times since the war ended. This lead too deserves to be explored. It is indeed odd that Western visitors to Phnom Penh refuse to join the chorus. At the very least, a rational person might well heed Simons' observation that reports about Cambodia should be treated with skepticism. Simons offers other reasons for skepticism. Noting that just one member of the U.S. Embassy staff in Thailand, presumably Twining, is assigned to monitoring Cambodian affairs, Simons comments. Most information gathered by this official and by journalists in Southeast Asia comes from interviewing Cambodian refugees who have fled to Thailand. Almost all of these refugees come from the northwestern part of Cambodia, an area which was never well controlled by the communists and where reprisals by long embittered guerrillas were fierce in the months immediately following the communist victory. From this bare-bones intelligence gathering, nationwide projections have been drawn. It is these projections that have led to the conclusion that Cambodian leaders are genocidal monsters and that the torment of this once gentle land has no parallel in modern history. Again, what Simons reports has been emphasized by specialists to whom we return. 90 The State Department's Cambodia watcher, Charles Twining, comments that our information is just inadequate. Most of it is from northwestern Cambodia and we have virtually nothing from northeastern Cambodia, so it is awfully hard to put together a significant figure, and I think none of us want to give an estimate of deaths. 91. Simon cites Gareth Porter's comment that the forced evacuation of urban centers was well advised, though heavy-handed. 92. He quotes Porter as follows. The fact is that the evacuation and the regime's concentration on rice production have averted mass starvation. If you look at the three Indochinese countries today, you'll find that Cambodia undoubtedly is in the best food position. Simons continues, this claim is more or less supported by State Department officials, who say people are probably eating better and note reports of rice exports. We will return to reports by visitors that confirm these conclusions, contrary to the standard picture presented by the media of mass starvation or even systematic policies of starvation undertaken by the leadership, as Lacouture and others contend. It is particularly worthy of note that visitors in late 1978 found food supplies to be more than adequate. The severe floods of the preceding months had a devastating effect on agricultural production throughout the region, causing a very serious shortage of food in neighboring countries. Some reports indicate that Cambodia may have been the hardest hit of all the countries of the region. 93. But it seems that the extensive development of dikes and dams in the post-war period, which has consistently impressed visitors, sufficed, despite some damage, to overcome the worst effects and to afford the population an ample supply of food, even including a surplus for export, according to the regime, an achievement that U.S. specialists describe as spectacular if true. 94. Simons takes note of the U.S. attack on Cambodia and gives an accurate account of doubts raised by critics of the Western propaganda system, whom he misleadingly describes as supporters of the Cambodian regime, or defenders, or friends, of the regime. Concern for factual accuracy carries no such implication. He asks why the most extreme conclusions about Cambodia have been widely accepted despite their often flimsy basis, and suggests two reasons. First, while figures may be subject to doubt, what's the difference between whether tens of thousands or a million people have been killed? 95. Second, the refusal of the government to permit outside observers itself suggests that they are attempting to hide some horrible secret. Simons argues that these points have acceptable moral bases but sidestep key issues. Reprisals have been common after other wars, and while the Cambodian government's policy towards foreigners may be judged extreme xenophobia, it does not prove that genocide is being carried out behind the bamboo curtain. We are more skeptical about the moral basis for these points, for reasons already discussed. We wonder, for example, whether the reaction would be the same if some critic of the United States were to charge that U.S. troops had killed 40,000 civilians at My Lai, then responding to a correction by asking what's the difference, just a factor of 100. Recall further that it is the more sensational claims that have been endlessly repeated by the media and have led to a call for military intervention in Cambodia. As for Cambodian xenophobia, it is worth considering just what the experience of Cambodian peasants has been with the West, not only under French colonialism but also in the few years of the war. 96. Does the term xenophobia accurately convey their reaction? This report, by one of the few serious U.S. correspondents who have recently worked in Southeast Asia, stands alone in the U.S. mass media, to our knowledge, in its fairness and accuracy in presenting the views of critics of the media barrage and its concern for the quality of available evidence, though Simons's skepticism, like that of many other close observers, has been drowned in the deluge. Let us now consider in detail the several points that Simons raised. To begin with, consider the photograph that appeared along with Simons's article. This is one of several that have, as he notes, been widely circulated in the press as sure proof of communist barbarism. On April 8, 1977, the Washington Post devoted half a page to photographs believed to be the first of actual forced labor conditions in the countryside of Cambodia to have reached the West. The pictures show armed soldiers guarding people pulling plows, others working fields, and one bound man. It is not known if this man was killed, the caption reads. Quite a sensational testimonial to communist atrocities. But there is a slight problem. The Post account of how they were smuggled out by a relative of the photographer who died in the escape attempt is entirely fanciful. Furthermore, the photos had appeared a year earlier in France, Germany, and Australia, as well as in the Bangkok Post, April 19, 1976, where they appeared under the caption "True or False." This strongly anti-communist journal turned down an attempt by a Thai trader to sell them the photos because the origin and authenticity of the photos were in doubt. The photos appeared in a Thai-language newspaper 2 days before the April 4 election. The Bangkok Post then published them, explaining that Khmer watchers were dubious about the clothes and manner of the people depicted, and quoting other observers who pointed to the possibility that the series of pictures could have been taken in Thailand with the prime objective of destroying the image of the socialist parties before the election. This speculation seems eminently reasonable. Westerners in Southeast Asia have reported that the Thai press, including the Bangkok Post, was exploiting horror stories from Cambodia to undermine the socialist parties in Thailand. 97. The facts were reported in the U.S/Indochina report of the Washington-based Indochina Resource Center in July, 1976, along with the additional information that a Thai intelligence officer later admitted that the photos were indeed posed inside Thailand. Only the photographer and I were supposed to know, he confided to a Thai journalist. The full details were again given in the International Bulletin, Circulation 6000.98. A letter of April 20 to the Washington Post correcting its story was not printed, though the Post published a short item acknowledging the doubts, but pointing out that the pictures had been published elsewhere. 99. The freedom of the press assures that readers of the International Bulletin could learn the true facts of the matter concealed by the mass media. We reviewed the story thus far shortly thereafter. 100. But it continued to evolve. The major news weeklies did not want to miss the opportunity to offer their readers visual evidence of Khmer Rouge tyranny, and could not be deterred merely because the evidence was faked. Repeated exposure has rarely dimmed the luster of other familiar propaganda tales, such as the North Vietnamese land reform bloodbath of the 1950s, discussed in Volume I. On November 21, 1977, Time magazine ran the photo of the bound man. While the Washington Post had withheld judgment on whether the victim was killed in the staged photo, doubts had now been eliminated and Time assured the reader that he was executed. Several letters were sent to Time reporting the facts just reviewed and also noting that their fakery went beyond that of the Washington Post. Those who had wasted their efforts alerting Time to the facts were rewarded by the following response. Time printed that photograph of a Khmer Rouge execution, if indeed that is what it is, in good faith. We were assured of its authenticity by the Sigma agency who provided us with it. They say they obtained it from a Cambodian refugee now living in Paris, whose name did not appear in the credit for fear of endangering his family in Cambodia. We note that the authenticity of the photograph has been questioned, but it seems to us that there is no way of proving it one way or the other. However, we do thank you for alerting us to the problem. Not to be outdone, Newsweek leaped into the fray in its issue of January 23, 1978. The executioner and his victim appear on the cover of the international edition, and two other faked photos appear within, one with the caption "The Executioners, for the Condemned, a Swift, Primitive and Brutal Death," and the other, "Life under the Khmer Rouge, Armed Guards Supervise Forced Labor in the Fields." In a February 16, 1978, story filed by the Pacific News Service, Douglas Foster added some further details. He cites a State Department intelligence source who labels the photos a fake and said in an interview that he was appalled and shocked to see the photographs in the press. Foster also interviewed the director of the Sigma agency which had been distributing these intelligence fabrications to eager customers. She claims to have alerted Time to the possibility that the photos were propaganda plants, but held that the photographs were useful anyway, regardless of their authenticity, on the following grounds: as the people at Newsweek told me, if the photograph hasn't been absolutely proved false, the questions don't matter. Besides that, the Khmer Rouge do these things, like blowing people's heads off. So the photos are like drawings. Foster notes that the photos have appeared widely in the US and Western Europe, also in Australia, and comments, "No Western publisher who has used the photos has yet alerted readers that the pictures may well be bogus." 101. The reaction of the Washington Post, Time, Newsweek, the Sigma agency, and others who have been engaged in this little exercise of atrocity fabrication. 102 recalls some of George Orwell's remarks on the Stalinist press. When one considers the elaborate forgeries that have been committed in order to show that Trotsky did not play a valuable part in the Russian Civil War, it is difficult to feel that the people responsible are merely lying. More probably, they feel that their own version was what happened in the sight of God, and that one is justified in rearranging the records accordingly. 103. Putting aside the manifest dishonesty, suppose that the photographs had been authentic. We might then ask why people should be pulling plows in Cambodia, as one of the faked photographs claims to show. The reason is clear, though unmentioned in this propaganda exercise. The savage U.S. assault on Cambodia did not spare the animal population. The Cambodian government reports that the attack on rural Cambodia led to the destruction of 50 to 60% of livestock in some areas, 30 to 40% in others. 104. One can learn from the reports of refugees that they had to pull the plows themselves because there were no oxen. 105. Some died from the exhausting work of pulling plows. Who is responsible for these deaths? The U.S. press did not have to resort to propaganda plants to depict the facts. A 100-word item buried in the New York Times cites an official UN report that teams of human buffaloes pull plows in Laos in areas where the buffalo herds, along with everything else, were decimated by the U.S. bombing, although this goes unmentioned in the Times in accordance with post-war taboo. 106. Much the same is true in Vietnam, as already noted. Quite possibly the UN or the Laotian government could supply photographic evidence, but this would not satisfy the needs of current propaganda. Let us now turn to the second example that Simons cites, namely, the interview in which Cambodian Premier Khieu Samphan is alleged to have conceded 1 million deaths at the hands of the Khmer Rouge. This is the most widely circulated crucial evidence offered of the barbarity of the regime. We have already given several examples and is regularly cited by academic specialists, intelligence analysts, and Cambodia watchers. Frank Snepp, one of the top CIA analysts for Indochina, writes the following, with regard to the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge which typically, he claims, have been ignored in the West. Khieu Samphan himself has provided perhaps the most reliable estimate of the casualties. During a conference of non-aligned countries in Colombo in August 1976, he admitted to an Italian journalist that the population of Cambodia had dropped by 1 million since the end of the war. When asked what had happened to all these people, he replied, "It's incredible how concerned you Westerners are about war criminals." 107. Similarly, Timothy Carney, a State Department specialist on Cambodia, 108, testified before Congress, without qualifications, that in a 1976 interview with an Italian magazine, Khieu Samphan said that there were 5 million people in Cambodia. 109. Given roughly 1 million killed or wounded during the war, a close estimate, according to Carney, and a pre-war population on the order of 7 to 8 million, we have over 1 million post-war deaths, i.e., victims of the Khmer Rouge, with a little further sleight of hand. As Carney notes, the alleged estimate of 5 million by Khieu Samphan contradicts the estimate by the Cambodian government that the population is 7.7 million, but he offers no explanation for the discrepancy. Simons reports that the alleged interview was supposedly given by head of state Khieu Samphan to an obscure Italian Catholic journal, Famiglia Cristiana, in September 1976, and subsequently referred to in the New York Times Magazine, though its authenticity is denied by Ponchit, a French Catholic priest who is a bitter opponent of the Cambodian communists, who wrote in August 1977 that he knows for certain that the interview never took place. These statements are correct, but are only part of the story. To add some further detail, in the New York Times Magazine 110, Robert Moss, extreme right-wing editor of a dubious offshoot of Britain's Economist called Foreign Report, which specializes in sensational rumors from the world's intelligence agencies, asserts that Cambodia's pursuit of total revolution has resulted, by the official admission of its head of state, Khieu Samphan, in the slaughter of 1 million people. Moss offered no source for this official admission. We speculated that his source was probably the Reader's Digest, that noteworthy journal of cool and dispassionate political analysis, and Moss informed us in a personal letter that that suspicion was correct. Turning back to Moss's source, we read in the Baron Paul book, expanding their Reader's Digest article. Q Sam Phan, as Cambodian Chief of State, attended the Colombo Conference of Non-Aligned Nations in August 1976 and while there was interviewed by the Italian weekly magazine Famiglia Cristiana. Those traitors that remained have been executed, the magazine quoted him as saying. It further quoted him, in 5 years of warfare, more than 1 million Cambodians died. The current population of Cambodia is 5 million. Before the war, the population numbered 7,111,000. Baron and Paul then write that in response to a query as to the fate of the missing 1 million people, Q Sam Phan replied, "It is incredible how concerned you Westerners are about war criminals." They conclude that if quoted accurately, Q Sam Phan indicated that between April 17, 1975, and the time of the interview in August 1976 roughly 1 million Cambodians died. Note that even if Q Sam Phan had indicated that 1 million Cambodians had died, that is not quite the same as an official admission of the slaughter of 1 million people as a result of Khmer Rouge policy, as in Moss's rendition, which he saw no need to correct when the discrepancy was pointed out to him. Panchit's denial of the authenticity of the interview was in a letter of August 1977.112. The denial is particularly pertinent because Panchit is cited as the sole independent, non-governmental, expert source in Baron and Paul's book. Furthermore, both Baron and Paul refer to their close association with Panchit. 113. In the light of these facts, we have repeatedly asked Panchit in personal letters to present publicly the details of this matter, in view of his expressed devotion to the search for truth about the events in Cambodia. 114 and the fact that the alleged interview is not only widely circulated and used as a basis for conclusions about Cambodian atrocities, but had even been offered as grounds for military intervention. 115 In response to these requests, Panchit sent a letter to John Baron, stating what he knew of the facts. Unfortunately, he has refused permission to quote from this 5-page French letter unless it is quoted in its entirety, a requirement that in effect keeps it from the public domain. We are therefore unable to offer his information about the alleged interview or other relevant matters. The matter is taken up by William Shawcross in a review of Baron Paul. 116 He points out that journalists who were present at Colombo, the site of the alleged interview with Paula Bryant, say that none of them was ever able to get anywhere near Q Sam Phan. 2 reporters have asserted flatly that she could not have gotten the interview and that it is a fake, though she sticks by her story. Note that in their book Baron and Paul qualify their comment by saying if quoted correctly, the qualification is certainly in order, if only because they misquote the Famiglia Cristiana interview. It was the interviewer, not Q Sam Phan, who is alleged to have offered the 7 million figure. Furthermore, as they and others fail to note, Q Sam Phan explicitly denied the massacre reports in the interview. There is every reason to be skeptical as to whether there was such an interview, or if there was, whether the quotes are anywhere near accurate. It is doubtful that the journalists and others who have referred to Q Sam Phan's admission of 1 million deaths, or 1 million slaughtered, have ever seen the original article in Famiglia Cristiana, which is hardly a well-known source on international affairs. In fact, not a single copy of this journal is to be found in a library in the United States. The journal is a weekly published by the Pauline Sisters and is primarily found in churches. It has apparently not occurred to the journalists, scholars, Cambodia specialists, intelligence analysts, and congressmen who have quoted or misquoted this interview to wonder why Q Sam Phan, at a time when the Cambodian government was not making extraordinary efforts to reach out to the Western world, should have chosen Paula Bryant and Famiglia Cristiana as the medium for approaching Western public opinion. Nor has it occurred to them to be skeptical about a chain of transmission that proceeds from Famiglia Cristiana to the Reader's Digest and then to the international community, or to wonder why Q Sam Phan should have offered a figure of 5 million Cambodians when his government was estimating the population at about 7.7 million. 117. The Famiglia Cristiana interview has not only been picked up by the US press, congressmen, and intelligence analysts, but also by the foreign press and the scholarly literature. 118 For example, The Economist gives the following version. When the Khmer Rouge leader, Q Samphan, was confronted by these stark statistics last summer, a 7M population in 1970, an estimated 1M killed during the war, a presumed 5M people left in 1976, he replied blandly, "It's incredible how concerned you Westerners are about war criminals. What is incredible is how little foreign outrage these figures provoke." 119. What is perhaps incredible is that The Economist should place such reliance on this interview. No less incredible is the review of the Baron Paul book in the Far Eastern Economic Review by Donald Wise 120, which begins as follows. Scene, the Non-Aligned Nations Conference, Colombo, August 1976. Then comes the Baron Paul mistranslation of the probably fabricated Famiglia Cristiana interview, plus the inevitable comment that the world is not concerned about the genocide in Cambodia, his emphasis. Turning to the scholarly literature, Kenneth M. Quinn writes that the figure of 7.7 million offered by the Cambodian government was revised downward to 5 million by Q Samphan in an interview he gave to the Italian magazine Famiglia Cristiana. 121 Again, no qualifications and no question about the source. The Quinn account is perhaps independent of Baron Paul, given the dates and the fact that it does not offer the standard mistranslation by Baron Paul, contenting itself with misspelling and misrepresentation of the contents. Quinn, who is described in Asian Survey as a State Department representative on the National Security Council staff, is one of the experts who Baron and Paul cite as having made data available to them and having guided us to other sources, 122 including, perhaps, this one. A year later, Professor Carl D. Jackson surveyed the situation in Cambodia once again for Asian Survey. 123 Attempting to reconcile apparently conflicting claims about the grain problem, he suggests as one possibility that although food production has still not reached pre-war levels, it may suffice to feed a substantially reduced population, i.e., the 5 million people cited by Q Samphan in 1976, rather than the 8 million cited by various officials including Pol Pot. His reference for Q Samphan's estimate is Donald Wise's review in the Far Eastern Economic Review, which begins by citing the Baron Paul mistranslation of the alleged Famiglia Cristiana interview, which, to compound the absurdity, had already been cited in Asian Survey a year earlier by a State Department analyst who may well have been the source for Baron Paul. No doubt the next reference to Q Samphan's admission will appear in an article by Quinn citing Jackson. A few months after Q Samphan's now famous admission that his regime was responsible for the deaths of about 1/6 of the population of Cambodia, Indonesian Prime Minister Adam Malik admitted that 50 to 80,000 people, close to the same percentage of the population, had been killed in East Timor in the course of what the Indonesian Propaganda Ministry and the New York Times call the civil war, that is, the U.S.-backed Indonesian invasion and massacre, though one could not have discovered this fact from the U.S. media. 124 While Q Samphan's admission was concocted by the media and scholarship on the basis of a fanciful interpretation of remarks that quite possibly were never made, Malik's admission, by contrast, was clear and explicit. A comparison of media reaction to the actual admission by Malik and the concocted admission by Q Samphan gives some insight into what lies behind the machinations of the free press. These examples, far from exhaustive, reveal how desperate Western commentators have been to find evidence that could be used in the international propaganda campaign concerning Cambodia. The credible reports of atrocities, and there were many, did not suffice for these purposes, and it was necessary to seek out the most dubious evidence. It hardly needs emphasis that journals of the quality and renown of Famiglia Cristiana, or, for that matter, the Reader's Digest, in the enemy camp would be regarded with the utmost skepticism, if not dismissed outright, were they to offer comparable evidence about Western atrocities. 125. In this case, the Famiglia Cristiana interview bears all the earmarks of an intelligence fabrication of the type that the CIA is known to have indulged in repeatedly. 126. Before turning to the next example cited by Simons, let us consider further the wise review of Baron Paul in the Far Eastern Economic Review, cited above. To conclude the review, which began with the Baron Paul mistranslation of the probably fabricated interview, Wise offers the following quote from a Cambodian official transmitted by Baron and Paul. To rebuild a new Cambodia, 1 million men is enough. Prisoners of war, people expelled from the cities and villages controlled by the government on April 17, are no longer needed, and local chiefs are free to dispose of them as they please. Surely this is a damning indictment of the Khmer Rouge, on a par with Q Samphan's admission. So let us therefore examine it, to determine whether it has any more credibility than the interview that has been so widely exploited to prove communist iniquity, by Wise among others. As we pursue the trail, we enter into a curious comedy of errors. Wise's quote is from Baron Paul. François Ponchit, the noted French authority on Cambodia, reports that on January 26 an Anka official in the Mungkalbore district declared, to build a democratic Cambodia by renewing everything on a new basis, to do away with every reminder of colonial and imperialist culture, whether visible or tangible or in a person's mind, to rebuild our new Cambodia, 1 million men is enough. Prisoners of war, people expelled from the cities and villages controlled by the government on April 17 are no longer needed, and local chiefs are free to dispose of them as they please. 127. Apart from an insignificant error, Wise reproduces Baron Paul correctly. Baron Paul give no source, but the source must be an article by Ponchit in Le Monde 128 where he asserts that a Khmer Rouge military chief made the statement in a directive to local authorities of the district on January 26, 1976. The accuracy of the translation has been challenged, but we will ignore this matter, since far more serious doubts arise. 129. Before turning to these, let us look into the identification of prisoners of war. Baron Paul quote the interpolated remark accurately from Ponchit. In an article in Le Monde on the preceding day, Ponchit makes the same point. He says that refugees distinguish two categories of people, the old people from the regions liberated before 1975, and the new people liberated on April 17, 1975. These new people are always considered as prisoners of war and have no rights. The allegation appears in a somewhat different form in Ponchit's subsequent book. Here he writes that Khmer Rouge soldiers had more than enough to eat and refused themselves nothing. They had rice, meat, and fish in plenty, but they were withholding food from workers who were literally dying of hunger. 130, their reasoning was simple enough: you are prisoners of war. We went hungry for 5 years. Now it's your turn. 131. No source is given for the latter quote, and no evidence is cited suggesting its general applicability. As we shall see, Ponchit uses the device of quotation with considerable abandon, so that skepticism is in order about this particular case. Turning now to the quote given by Wise from Baron Paul, who cite Ponchit, note that they say Ponchit attributes it to an Anka official on January 26, 1976. In fact, he attributes it to a Khmer Rouge military chief who issued a directive to local authorities on January 26. In his subsequent book, which one would expect to be more careful and considered than a newspaper article, Ponchit does not give the quote at all. The sentiment surfaces only in the following quote: Il suffit de 102 millions de jeunes pour faire le Campuchia nouveau, 132 literally, 1 or 2 million young people are enough to build the new Cambodia. Not only have the numbers changed from 1 million men to 1 to 2 million young people, but so has the source. The quote is now attributed not to a Khmer Rouge military commander on January 26, 1976, but is rather given, still in quotes, as the formidable boast of the Khmer Rouge. The full context is this: the Khmers Rouges are coldly realizing their formidable boast, les Khmers Rouges réalisent froidement leur redoutable boutade. This statement closes the chapter entitled The Calvary of a People. Ponchit's statement in the book plainly implies that the Khmer Rouge are in the process of eliminating all but 1 or 2 million young people, that is, a total of some 5 to 7 million people, including all who are not young, out of a population that he estimates at 8 million in 1970. A few lines earlier Panchit gives estimates of war deaths, 600 to 800,000, and peace deaths, note, not killings but deaths, ranging from 800,000 to 1,400,000, the higher estimates allegedly from U.S. sources. The difference between approximately a million deaths and the elimination in process of some 5 to 7 million people a few lines later would seem significant. It is typical of the way that Panchit and others use numbers and their care with the distinction between killing and dying, example from disease and malnutrition caused by the war. Recall the prediction from U.S. government sources that the numbers who would die from such causes would be on the order of 1,133,000. Elsewhere, Panchit gives the alleged quote as follows. After stating that the number of post-war dead certainly exceeds a million, he writes, in the view of the revolutionaries, such a slaughter is no catastrophe, 1 or 2 million resolute young people are enough to reconstruct Cambodia, is a boast boutte frequently used by Qatars during meetings. 134. Here again the implication is that the revolutionaries would not be overly concerned with the massacre of many millions of people, the overwhelming mass of the population. In another publication from the same period, Panchit gives still another version of what appears to be the same quote. He writes, a Khmer Rouge stated, if there should remain in Cambodia only 20,000 young people, we will build the new Cambodia with these 20,000,135. The numbers have changed once again, this time substantially, and there is no specific source. In this case, Panchit does not imply that the revolutionaries are in the process of eliminating all but 20,000 young people. We now have a number of versions of the alleged quote, which Panchit evidently regarded as of some significance, given its prominence in his writings in 1976 to 1977, and the conclusions he drew from it. In only one of these sources, Le Monde, is the quote specifically attributed to a Khmer Rouge military commander issuing a specific directive on a specific date, who says that 1 million are enough, the rest can be disposed of, the Baron Paul translation, which Paul claims was approved by Panchit. Panchit gives the entire quote from this commander in italics in a separate paragraph in this Le Monde article, emphasizing its significance. The context, as well as the Baron Paul rendition, suggest that he must have had some text or other document. In other articles written at the same time and in Panchit's subsequent book, the context and the quote disappear. There is no reference to the alleged directive. Rather, a formidable boast of the Khmer Rouge is given without attribution but in quotes, 1 or 2 million young people will be enough to build the new society. Nothing is said about disposing of the remainder, but it is implied that the Khmer Rouge are eliminating them. In his review of the book, Lacouture gives still a different version, when men who talk of Marxism are able to say, as one quoted by Panchit does, that only 1.5 or 2 million young Cambodians, out of 6 million, will be enough to rebuild a pure society, one can no longer speak of barbarism but only madness. 136. We mentioned the discrepancy between the Le Monde account and the book in the review article cited in Note 100, adding that this is one of the rare examples of a quote that can be checked. The results are not impressive. In his letter commenting on this article 137, Panchit explained that the original Le Monde reference was based not on any text but rather on a report by a refugee who said that he had heard this remark from the chief of the northwest region of Cambodia at a meeting. In our view, it would have been a good idea to state the source accurately in the original article. Panchit writes that he subsequently heard similar reports from refugees with numbers ranging from 100,000 to 2 million, and in a spirit of truth, gave a more qualified account in his book, without a specific source. Panchit interprets the alleged statements not as a firm wish to reduce Cambodia to 1 million people, but as expressing a resolution to purify Cambodia without taking into account people's lives. It is therefore more a redoubtable boutte, a formidable boast, than an explicit affirmation of intention. We wonder whether under this interpretation, it is still proper to imply, as Panchit clearly did in his book, that the Khmer Rouge are in the process of eliminating 5 to 7 million people in accordance with this formidable boast. We continue to be unimpressed. This seems to us a curious way to use the device of quotation. Recall that this is one of the very few cases where an alleged quote can be checked, because in this instance it was reported in at least two separate sources. We will see that other quotes that are subject to verification fare no better, on inquiry. To our minds, it raises serious questions about the authenticity of the quotations that are offered in what is, we again emphasize, the most serious of the critical work on post-war Cambodia. The reader will observe how this rather vague report of what someone is alleged to have said, subject to a qualified interpretation, has been transmuted into a firm declaration of genocidal policy in its long voyage from refugees, to Panchit, to Baron Paul, Lacouture and Wise. Apparently Panchit has since had still further thoughts about the reference. It is deleted entirely from the American edition of his book, the one from which we have been quoting. 138, but the long and dubious chain of transmission has left it as part of history. We mention specifically here the American translation because, curiously, the quote remains intact in the simultaneous British translation, where the last paragraph of Chapter 4, The Calvary of a People, reads as follows. A large part of the deported population appears to have been sacrificed. Its role in the history of democratic Kampuchea will thus have been to build up the country's economic infrastructure with its own flesh and blood. 139 Now a country of the pure should arise. 1 or 2 million young people are enough to make the new Kampuchea, was the blood-chilling boast of the Khmers Rouges, which they are now grimly turning into a reality. 140. The two sentences that we have italicized are omitted in the American edition. The British translation is, perhaps, a bit free, but both the French original and the British translation do clearly imply that the Khmer Rouge are in the process of cold-bloodedly eliminating something on the order of 5 to 7 million people. In the British Penguin edition, a slightly different version of Lacouture's misstatement of this quote, or boast, or whatever it may be, attributing it to men who talk of Marxism and concluding that it goes beyond barbarism, appears on the book's cover. In the American translation, it is entirely deleted from the book, along with the claim that some 5 to 7 million people, including all but the young, are being eliminated to build a country of the pure. We leave it to the reader to decide what to make of all of this. 141. Some further skepticism about this quote or boast is aroused by the congressional testimony of State Department expert Charles Twining. The Khmer Rouge sometimes on a local level will tell villagers that, we can afford to lose 1 million or even 2 million people. You hear this story often enough from enough places to make you think it has been handed down from on high. We can lose 1 million or 2 million if we must to create the new Cambodia. 142. The reference is suspiciously familiar. In this case, the 1 to 2 million are not those who will be left, the others cold-bloodedly eliminated by the Khmer Rouge, according to Panchit's rather fanciful construction which he has withdrawn, but rather those who may be lost. And the quote is not attributed, rather Twining surmises that it has been handed down from on high. It is a reasonable suspicion that this is a residue of the same alleged boast. At this point, one must really belong to the faithful to believe that there is anything at all to the whole story. And our trust in those who transmit it without qualification in various forms correspondingly diminishes. Yet another source for this garbled report is suggested by a Phnom Penh radio broadcast on military problems in which it is explained how Cambodia can defeat the Vietnamese even though much outnumbered. Using these figures, 1 Kampuchean soldier is equal to 30 Vietnamese soldiers. If we have 2 million troops, there should be 60 million Vietnamese. For this reason, 2 million troops should be more than enough to fight the Vietnamese, because Vietnam only has 50 million inhabitants. We do not need 8 million people. We need only 2 million troops to crush the 50 million Vietnamese, and we still would have 6 million people left. 143. Again, the statement is suspiciously familiar. It may well be that if there is any source at all for these various accounts, it is some sort of patriotic slogan, formulated with various rhetorical flourishes. Wise is clearly much enamored of this quote. In the same issue of the Far Eastern Economic Review in which he reviewed Baron Paul 144 Wise has an article on Cambodia in which he explains that the new regime is too harsh for the formerly fun-loving, easy-going Cambodians. 145 As evidence for the harshness, he writes that a senior Khmer Rouge official was quoted as saying that Cambodia needs no more than 1 million people to get started on its new course, and all prisoners, that is, people from zones unoccupied by the Khmer Rouge at the April 1975 ceasefire, are no longer required and may be disposed of as local commanders think fit. In a review of the English, British, translation of Panchit's book, he cites it once again, in the following context. Nobody can suggest a reliable figure for the peace dead, says Panchit, but it certainly exceeds 1 million. Yet the Khmer Rouge is boasted, 1 or 2 million young people are enough to make the new Kampuchea. 146. The implication is that the peace dead are victims of the Khmer Rouge who boast of this massacre because 1 or 2 million people are all that are needed. Notice again how the facts, if any, have been skillfully transmuted in their passage through the Western propaganda system. In the first place, there is a serious question as to how many of the peace dead fall to the Western account, rather than that of the Khmer Rouge. There is the further question whether the victims for whom the West does not bear direct responsibility are the victims of peasant revenge or a coordinated policy of massacre. Finally, what of the boast of the Khmer Rouge, which stands in dramatic contrast to their persistent denial of massacres and expressed commitment to building up the population to 15 to 20 million? This boast is Wise's version of Panchit's version of a variously attributed remark that has dissolved upon inquiry. Note again that it is a central element of his review of both Baron Paul and Panchit, and that he also cited it in a separate article. It apparently never occurred to him to wonder why the quote he repeats is given and attributed differently in these two sources, or to inquire further into its authenticity on these grounds. In such ways as these the Western system of indoctrination spins its web of deceit. 147. Recall Lacouture's question whether it is important to decide exactly which person uttered an inhuman phrase. The example just mentioned was one of the cases under consideration. In other cases to which we return, the distortion was still more flagrant. It is also one of the examples that Lacouture did not rectify in his corrections, and that he continues to use long after Panchit had recognized that it had no basis. 148 Lacouture used the quote to show that men who talk of Marxism are going beyond barbarism. In fact, it turns out that there was no quote but only a remembered boast of dubious import, variously presented by Panchit and sufficiently questionable to have been eliminated from the American, though not British, edition of his book After Inquiry, and suspiciously similar to a remembered slogan of quite different import attributed to many refugees by the State Department's leading expert. The example is perhaps not particularly important in itself, but gains significance in the light of the publicity accorded it and the fact that it is one of the rare cases of a quote for which independent verification is even possible. It is also worth mentioning that these quotes, which have a curious habit of disappearing on analysis, form the most substantial part of the evidence behind one crucial element in the thesis to which the propaganda machine is committed, that the Khmer Rouge leadership was committed to systematic massacre and starvation of the population it held in its grip, that is, to autogenocide. It would be of little use to contemporary Western ideology if it were to be shown that peasant revenge, undisciplined troops, and similar factors, still worse, the legacy of the U.S. attack, were responsible for deaths and killings in Cambodia. It is crucial to establish in the public consciousness, whatever the facts may be, that a centralized and carefully planned program lay behind the atrocities. As we have seen, one cannot appeal to the refugee reports for this purpose. Therefore quotes, boasts, slogans, interviews, and similar documentation are of vital significance, as demonstrations of intent and recognition. It is therefore interesting to see how flimsy is the basis on which such elaborate constructions are founded, again, a useful insight into the mechanism and goals of current Western propaganda. The examples just discussed, which are among the most widely diffused in the Western media and the springboard for many impassioned accusations, are by no means atypical. Let us turn now to the next observation by Simons, namely, that Western governments that have maintained direct contacts with Cambodia and have sent visiting delegations generally refuse to accept the genocide allegation. One would think that with the intense concern over the internal affairs of Cambodia, evident from the extensive press coverage and denunciations despite repeated laments to the contrary, and the difficulty of obtaining information from a country virtually closed to the outside world, the reports of Western visitors would have received considerable notice. Such visitors would have been interviewed in depth, one might suppose, and their writings eagerly perused and circulated. That has not quite been the case, however. Their trips were sometimes reported, though just barely, and there was little effort to follow up beyond the first news conference. And Simons's interesting observation, which should have immediately sparked some doubts among journalists with a modicum of skepticism, occasioned no further inquiry. By late 1978, the regime was beginning to open its doors more widely to foreign visitors. UN Secretary-General Kurt Waldheim was invited in October 1949 and two U.S. reporters Richard Dudman and Elizabeth Becker visited in December, along with the British specialist on Southeast Asia Malcolm Caldwell, who was assassinated on the final day of their visit. Another group of visitors from the United States, including one member, Stephen Heder, a specialist on Cambodia, who had lived in Phnom Penh and is fluent in Khmer, had reached Peking when the Vietnamese invasion closed off access to the country in January 1979, and other invitations had been issued. As we noted in the preface to this volume, some observers regard the improvement in the international image of the regime as perhaps the major factor in the timing of the Vietnamese invasion. With large parts of the country under military occupation, there will be no further opportunity to observe at first hand the social order that had been constructed or to evaluate the picture presented in the West on the basis of refugee reports, selected and transmitted in the manner we have been discussing. Therefore, it is a matter of some interest to review the material that could have been exploited, the leads that could have been followed up by journalists and others concerned to establish the truth about post-war Cambodia. It is obvious that visitors on guided tours, like refugees selected on guided tours to refugee camps, can only present a partial and perhaps misleading picture, but their reports certainly offer a view of the social reality that would have been carefully investigated by anyone seriously concerned with the truth. We will divide this review into two sections, considering first the visitors who preceded the two U.S. reporters, then turning to their reports. The Swedish ambassador to Peking, Kai Björk, led a delegation on a 2-week visit to Cambodia in February-March, 1976. The visit was quite newsworthy, for one reason, because it coincided with an apparent bombing in Cambodia of disputed origin. Cambodia claimed that the United States was responsible, a charge dismissed in the West but apparently not in the Third World. 150 Ambassador Björk was taken to the site of the bombing. His account of his trip received some notice, including a front-page story in the New York Times. 151 Ambassador Björk, the Times reported, described Cambodia as a nation under tight military control and led by nationalistic Marxist intellectuals whose goals are more revolutionary than those of the leaders of China. He found no private ownership, no money or wages, no private shops. Mr. Björk said that he saw no signs of starvation. 152 and attributed this to the controversial decision of Cambodia's leaders to force people out of the cities to work in the rice fields, a conclusion that is, as we have seen, apparently consistent with the judgment of State Department experts and others. He was struck by the emptiness of Phnom Penh, where he was not permitted to walk freely, though he noticed more activity in the outskirts. In the countryside he saw total mobilization to construct water control and irrigation systems and develop agriculture, the basis for all other progress. As for popular attitudes, Ambassador Björk said that around Phnom Penh you could see youngsters marching, all of them with a hoe and a spade, some of them also carrying a gun. I got the very strong impression that the regime has active support from this kind of young person. The leadership are men who returned from study in Europe with a great deal of knowledge, a good deal of Marxist theory, and came back to Cambodia and reacted very strongly to existing social conditions. They have very strong collectivist and egalitarian ideas with a very strong overtone of nationalism. Q Samphan, in particular, gives the impression of being an intellectual of quality. Compare the contemptuous and disparaging account in the bestseller on Cambodia by Baron and Paul of the Reader's Digest. It might have been interesting to hear more about the impressions of this Swedish delegation, but the press was not interested. Scholars and reporters so assiduous as to discover Famiglia Christiana might have learned something more, with a little enterprise. The Swedish journal Vietnam Bulletinen carried an interview with Jan Lundvik, who accompanied the Swedish ambassador. 153 His eyewitness report is quite different in character from the picture that dominates the media. Lundvik described the massive efforts to reconstruct the agricultural and irrigation systems, all by hand because there is no equipment. He reports two lasting impressions from his visit. The first is the very strong patriotism in a population that had been colonized and had not enjoyed complete independence for centuries, patriotism that expresses itself in a very strong drive for independence in all domains. The second lasting impression is the incredible destruction. One can barely imagine how destroyed are the agricultural areas. Phnom Penh is like an island in a land destroyed by bombing. Virtually everything seen on a trip from Phnom Penh to Kampong Thom was destroyed. 154 In Phnom Penh there were 100 to 200,000 people, he reports. 155 The evacuation of the cities in April 1975, he believes, was not as noteworthy for the Kampuchean people as had been represented in the West, because Cambodia is an agricultural country. He also cites historical precedents. The revolution represents the victory of the countryside over the city, in a country that is overwhelmingly agrarian or was, prior to the forced urbanization caused by the US bombing. Lundvik reports schooling until age 12, at which time children join in production, and severe shortages of medical supplies. He speaks of a great effort to increase the population from the present 8 million to 15 million. He then adds the following comment. In this connection I want to point out that the articles that are being written about a bloodbath in Kampuchea rely on assumptions that have been misunderstood or falsely interpreted. When the Kampucheans say that they can make do with 1 million inhabitants, they mean that they can achieve every task no matter how few they are, not that one is about to liquidate the remainder. The lack of labor power is a problem, and on this account they are trying to achieve a high birth rate. Quite possibly, Lundvik has in mind here the Panchi quote in Le Monde which we have just discussed. Lundvik's comment supports Panchi's more qualified observations in personal correspondence, cited above, though not the various and mutually inconsistent published accounts. It is evident not only from these comments but from his observations on what he saw that Lundvik gives little credence to the stories, then already circulating widely, on genocide. 156. In general, Lundvik's description of popular commitment and patriotism in a land ravaged by war and passionately committed to independence and development is positive and strikingly different in tone from the reports that were designed for a mass audience in the West. It is relevant to the difficult question that troubled Twining and others. It is noteworthy that a Swedish visitor does not feel compelled to evade what seems to be a plausible answer to this question, that the regime had support among the peasants. The Swedish ambassador to Thailand, Jean Christopher Oberg, visited Cambodia in December 1977. He said that he saw no sign of oppression or cruelty. And discounted refugee reports that about 1 million people had died or been killed since the takeover. He also said he saw very few armed Cambodians. In fact, he saw 4, including 1 girl, and saw nothing to corroborate reports that the Cambodians were working under armed threats. 157. Ambassadors from Sweden, Finland, and Denmark visited Cambodia again in January 1978. A Reuters report from Peking on their trip appeared in the Washington Post and in an abbreviated version in the New York Times. 158 With a second-hand account of what they are said to have told Nordic correspondents on their return to Peking. There seems to have been no effort to pursue the matter further. This single second-hand report is uninformative. The Danish ambassador is quoted as saying that Phnom Penh resembled a ghost town, a comment since widely circulated, and the Swedish ambassador as having said that more land was under cultivation than in 1976 and that traces of the 1970 to 1975 war were still considerable, though they have decreased. There were no signs of starvation. Little else was reported. Inquiries to the Swedish embassy in Washington in an effort to obtain further information about the latest trip have been rebuffed on grounds that the ambassador's report is not available to the public. What the explanation for this curious response may be, we do not know, and apparently no journalist has been sufficiently intrigued to pursue the matter further. The foreign minister of Thailand spent 4 days in Phnom Penh in early 1978. The fifth paragraph of Henry Com's story in the New York Times, which we quote in its entirety, gives this account of what he saw. Reporters at the airport were struck by Mr. Uphatit's effort to say nothing unkind about Cambodia. He volunteered a comment that reports about conditions in Cambodia since the communist victory might have been exaggerated. Asked about his impressions of life in Phnom Penh, Mr. Uphatit said it had seemed like a normal city. Scandinavian ambassadors who visited the Cambodian capital last month described it as a ghost city. 159. The Thai government, of course, is extremely right-wing and passionately anti-communist, but Uphatit's comments might be treated with skepticism on grounds that he had returned from an attempt to improve relations with Cambodia. In April 1976, a Japanese newsman, Naoki Mabuchi, who had remained in Phnom Penh until May 1975, re-entered the country and was held in detention in the border town of Poi Pot for a week. While in detention, he said, he was free to watch activities in Poi Pot from the balcony of his room and even to wander outside the building, although he did not stray far. He says he speaks the Khmer language well enough to carry on casual conversation. Mabuchi said that the people he saw all appeared to be well-fed and in good health. He said his observations convinced him that reports in the Western press placed too much stress on the dark side of life in Cambodia under Khmer Rouge rule. The Bangkok press reported that as he crossed into Cambodia he was beaten, later tortured, by Khmer Rouge soldiers. On his return to Thailand, he denied these reports. I was not beaten or tortured. I was treated by the Cambodian officials very nicely. They gave me the same food they had, and I think I gained some weight. 160. Michael Vickery adds an interesting personal observation based on the story of the Japanese newsman, which has some relevance to the kind of reporting offered concerning Cambodia. He visited the border in Aranyapurthet shortly after the Japanese reporter had crossed into Cambodia. During the next 2 days that he spent in that town, he heard repeated eyewitness reports that the newsman had been beaten with rifle butts, probably killed, and then definitely killed, the last being the accepted account when he left the town. A few months later, Vickery discussed the incident with a member of the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, with a special interest in Cambodia, who claimed that the Japanese newsman had obviously lied and had indeed been badly beaten. Why did he lie? To protect future Khmer-Japanese relations or in hopes that he would be invited back, Vickery was informed. The evidence that he had lied was eyewitness reports. But what of the eyewitness reports of his death? Shrug of shoulders. The U.S. official further admitted that he had not tried to meet the reporter or to judge the credibility of his report. Vickery comments. No, his possibly true story was of no interest, although, obviously, the rumors of his mistreatment or death were highly interesting. I think this is characteristic of an irresponsible attitude among those who are directly concerned with the manufacture of many of the stories about Cambodia which have been circulated. 161. Vickery emphasizes correctly that whatever the facts might have been about the experience of the Japanese newsman, they would tell us little about contemporary Cambodia. It is, nonetheless, interesting to trace the fate of the story. 4 Yugoslav journalists visited Cambodia in March 1978, and reported on their visit in the Belgrade press. U.S. readers could find a translation of excerpts in the radical pacifist journal 7 Days. 162. They estimated the population of Phnom Penh at no more than 20,000, contrary to official estimates of 200,000. Money had been eliminated and the basis of social life was a system of cooperatives, one of which they visited. There they were told that work-related payment had been abolished and complete equality prevails. We didn't get the impression that the Kampuchean countryside is suffering any food shortages. They described newly constructed buildings, workers bustling past the wavy palms in Phnom Penh, some carelessly carrying arms. The same was true throughout Cambodia, they report, probably a carryover from the revolutionary days. There were some armed supervisors of work groups, although that was not a striking phenomenon. They visited schools and huge construction projects which they found impressive, where construction crews work an 8.5-hour day with 3 free days a month devoted to lectures and discussion of work problems. Among the workers, primarily young, were small children, former Buddhist monks and students from the now suspended high schools and universities who, carried away by enthusiasm for their work, were forgetting their French but acquiring other skills. They report an interview with Prime Minister Pol Pot 163 who expressed the hope that the population, which they report to be 7 to 8 million, will quickly grow to 15 to 20 million. They were struck by the absence of civil government or other organizations, with the exception of unions on the factory and enterprise level, and the absence, even in mild form, of political indoctrination. The most striking features of the society were its egalitarianism, fundamentalist radicalism in interpreting the concept of relying on one's own resources, and the very evident sense of national pride which is reminiscent of the behavior of a quiet and introverted person whose opinions were hardly ever taken into account earlier, but who now speaks out, unexpectedly, but invariably passionately. More extensive excerpts appear in the BBC Summary of World Broadcasts, from a 6-part report by Slavko Stanek. 164 The former residents of the cities, Stanek reports, are now mainly members of mobile brigades, which go from one building site to another to build new earth dams or construct artificial lakes, or they live in cooperatives. He reports a 9-hour workday and writes that we had the opportunity to convince ourselves that there is definitely no longer any hunger in Cambodia. He describes a school for skilled electricians in a Phnom Penh suburb where the lecturers were former workers who had passed through the school of the revolution, and an agricultural school where the lecturers were skillfully applying science to the production of seeds for new varieties of rice. The hospitals seemed to be in the hands of the old renowned Phnom Penh doctors. Stanek reports that there are great differences among the cooperatives. In the rich province of Battambang and wherever there were villages before, private plots around the houses are much bigger, the peasants have cows and pigs and other livestock in private ownership, and there are not many of the prefabricated barracks which serve as common canteens in which all members of the cooperatives and their families eat. In the newly established economic zones where the former inhabitants of the cities live, conditions are harsher, and thousands of families live in dwellings on stilts or in improvised barracks, while it is planned that by the end of 1979 every family should have a house. The chief concern of the new authorities in Phnom Penh is the construction and rehabilitation of the villages, an increase in the standard of living of the peasants and the growth of the population. The suburbs of Phnom Penh, he was told, have about 220,000 people. He believes the current policy of empty towns is a part of the strategy of the country's defense. New economic installations, example a shipyard, are being installed in the vicinity of towns and their workers housed in the towns, which Stanek assumed would be slowly resettled. Stanek also comments on the attitude of the regime towards Buddhism. He quotes Yun Yat, the Minister of Culture, Information and Propaganda. She told us that Buddhism is incompatible with the revolution, because it was an instrument of exploitation. Buddhism was dead, and the ground had been cleared for the laying of the foundations of a new revolutionary culture. Stanek also reports that at Angkor Wat, some of the members of our escort hurried as a sign of respect to touch images of Buddha carved in stone. Some high-ranking party cadres also greeted us in the Buddhist manner when they met us, and one of the Buddhist priests who has replaced the robe with the revolutionary uniform disagreed with Minister Yun Yat. He told us that Buddhism and communism had the same humane goals, and that there was no great antagonism between them. Reports of the Yugoslav visit appeared in the U.S. press. Michael Dobbs, in a report from Belgrade 165 emphasized the abandonment of Phnom Penh and the new order, based on the village, and on the cooperative and mobile brigade. The Yugoslavs do not appear to have raised the controversial question of the hundreds of thousands of people believed to have been killed by the Khmer Rouge shortly after their victory, Dobbs writes in a typical reference to what is believed. The only allusion to such massacres was made by the Politika correspondent, Ranchik, who said, "We were inclined to believe the statement of our guides that the class enemy has been relatively quickly eliminated in Cambodia." The more favorable impressions that appear in the actual report are ignored or underplayed. Citing the Yugoslav visit, AP reported that Cambodia is training boys and girls as young as 12 to replace the industrial working class that was swept away after the communist takeover 3 years ago. 166 The reference to the industrial working class that was swept away by the communists and is now being replaced is an embellishment of the Yugoslav report by AP. In fact, the industrial working class was very small and there is no indication in the Yugoslav report that it was swept away. Refugees from the Battambang area, for example, report that in general workers remained in their jobs in a jute processing plant outside Battambang after the war. 167 Perhaps AP has confused its dates and the agent of destruction. It is true that some of the few Cambodian industrial installations, and presumably workers and their families as well, were swept away by U.S. bombers, without noticeable indignation in the media. Programs of vocational training for 12-year-olds are, furthermore, not generally regarded as an atrocity in a poor peasant society. The anti-communist Sihanouk regime, for example, took pride in its programs of technical and vocational training in model primary schools and featured pictures of young children working with industrial machinery in its information publications, noting that the youth must not take refuge in administrative careers but must have the ideal of productive labor. 168 We do not recall protests in the West over such savagery. The AP report also describes work-study programs and a 9-hour workday with evenings set aside for alternating classes of political indoctrination and technical education. Again, a 9-hour workday hardly seems a major atrocity in a country of the economic status of contemporary Cambodia, and the Yugoslav report actually noted the absence, even in mild form, of political indoctrination, as we have seen. The New York Times carried a report of the Yugoslav visit by David A. Endelman from Belgrade. 169 He repeats Ranchik's comment, cited above, and the report of the abandonment of Phnom Penh. He reports the Yugoslav journalists as writing that the population was about 200,000, though most seem to live in the surrounding area and only about 10,000 downtown. He also reports their account of work brigades with the comment that it was clear that they were impressed labor, without explaining how this was clear. He too downplays or ignores the more favorable impressions conveyed, for the most part. Henry Combe cited the Yugoslav visit in a column devoted to refugee reports. 170 He tells us that one of the Yugoslav journalists reported that they were appalled by much of what they saw, although, restricted by the conventions of communist fraternalism, they said so only implicitly in their dispatches. 171 As evidence, he cites their report of child labor in rigorous agricultural tasks which the Cambodians urged them to film, despite the alleged statement of a Yugoslav TV reporter that this would make a bad impression on the outside world. 172 Combe claims that the Yugoslav reports bear out the refugee accounts of continuing bloodletting, even among factions of the ruling party, and starvation, nationwide forced labor and regimentation, with a workday beginning at 4 a.m. and lasting often until 10 p.m. How he derived these conclusions from published accounts or the reports concerning them in the U.S. press he does not say. François Rigaud of the Center for International Law of the Catholic University of Louvain was a member of a delegation of the Association Belgique Kampuchea who spent 2 weeks in Cambodia in mid-1978, covering 2,000 kilometers in several regions of the country and engaging in discussion with representatives of regional and municipal administrations, cooperatives, factories, workers' groups, schools, hospitals, and government. He has written a very detailed factual and analytic report of his experiences, which presumably would be available to journalists and others interested in his impressions of what he found. 173. Initially struck by the apparent emptiness of Phnom Penh, Rizhou discovered after a few days that quite a few sections were settled and that people appeared to be engaged in normal urban existence. The surrounding industrial sections were more densely settled, and again, life seemed quite normal. The most striking feature of the cities was the complete absence of commerce. In the countryside, people appeared to be well fed, quick to enter into conversation, jokes and laughter, and in general engaged in normal activities with goodwill, as far as he could determine. Rizhou was struck by the extreme decentralization and the progress in agricultural development. Schools combined study with light work, raising animals, cultivating fruits and vegetables, etc., and the same was true in a secondary school that he visited. In a Phnom Penh factory, too, he found that workers were raising their own pigs, poultry, and vegetables. Cadres and administrative personnel participated in productive labor as well as taking responsibility for cleaning offices and so on. Like other visitors, Rizhou was taken to the Angtasam collective. He reports that the workforce was divided into three categories: people under 35 were responsible for heavy work, and those who were unmarried were assigned work in more remote areas. Those in the 35 to 55 age bracket and young mothers carried out lighter work near their homes, and such activities as weaving and basket work were reserved for people over 55. The cooperative had a medical center and primary school with 4 hours of instruction a day for children and some adult education. Each family had its own house with an adjoining area for raising tobacco, fruit, etc. In the area of family life, his own professional specialty, Rizhou reports that he found a picture not unlike that of Western European villages before the Industrial Revolution, with a strong emphasis on family life. Children over a year of age had collective care during the workday, and he reports efforts to arrange for married couples and families to share related occupations where possible. With the extreme decentralization and local arrangements for personal affairs, bureaucracy appeared to be reduced to a minimum. Rizhou takes the political objective to have been to place the entire population under the conditions of life and work of the poorest, the peasants. What there was shared equally. Children of 15 years of age were expected to devote themselves to productive labor, a situation that should, he writes, be compared to the fate of a great number of children of third world countries of the same age who are beggars or prostitutes or, we may add, the 52 million child laborers, including 29 million in South Asia, whose fate evokes no outrage, rather than to the privileged condition of well-educated adolescents of the industrialized societies. Similarly, medical care is not concentrated in the cities and reserved for the elite but is distributed through the most backward regions with an emphasis on preventive medicine and hygiene. The best propaganda for the new regime, Rizhou writes, was the attitudes and behavior of the older peasants whom he came upon by chance during his travels. To Rizhou, they appeared to have acquired dignity, serenity, and security after a lifetime of oppression and violence. Rizhou also reports on the discussion meetings for arranging work schedules and other tasks at various levels and the methods for selecting administrative personnel. He believes that factories, schools, cooperatives, and other organizations permitted a substantial degree of free exchange of opinion and popular decision-making. He notes the absence of the rights taken for granted in Western industrial societies, but points out that not only is the level of economic development incomparable, but also there were, he believes, elements of control over work and supervisors that are foreign to the industrial democracies. Rizhou remains unconvinced by the explanations offered by the regime with regard to repressive policies after liberation, including severe punishment and execution. He notes, however, that the conditions described with horror by many of the refugees, which he believes have considerably improved, are those of the majority of the Khmer peasants, conditions of which the refugees were unaware during the period when their privilege permitted them to keep at a distance from the lives of the poor. Rizhou believes that relative to what it was before liberation, or compared to that of the peasants of Bangladesh, India, or Iran, the condition of the Khmer peasant has improved notably. For urban or Western elites, the results are shocking, in part because of the deliberate insistence on equality, which requires that all share in the conditions of work to which the immense majority of the world's population have been subjected for millennia. Now everyone faces the exalting task of cooperating in the progressive improvement of the conditions of life of the entire population. Conceived in a very poor country ravaged by war, the economic and political system of Cambodia does not pretend to be a model for an advanced industrial society, but it would be foolish to judge it in accordance with the needs and experiences of such societies. No doubt Rijo, like other visitors, was shown what the regime wanted him to see. The picture he presents in his detailed observations should be worth some attention, one might imagine, and in fact might help explain both the apparent commitment of significant parts of the population to the new regime and the horror and indignation of others at its practices. As he notes, he had no opportunity to assess the veracity of the many stories of massacre and cruel oppression, but again, we note that there is no direct inconsistency between these stories and the quite different impression obtained by visitors in a country that is, by all accounts, highly decentralized and perhaps quite varied from place to place. There were many other visitors to Cambodia from the Scandinavian countries, some from communist groups, some non-communists from friendship associations, some journalists. Their reports appeared in the mainstream press and journals in Sweden and Denmark, but have yet to be mentioned in the United States, though the sources are hardly obscure and some of the visitors, example Jan Myrdal, are quite well known in the United States. We will not review their reports, which are in general quite favorable though often qualified by the observation that while they personally witnessed scenes throughout the country of people engaged in productive work with apparent contentment and enthusiasm, working a 9-hour day, but according to Gunnar Bergström, at a slower pace than is typical in Europe, they do not speak Khmer and cannot comment on what they were not shown. These visitors too report no indications of starvation or malnutrition. A Japanese delegation from the Peking embassy visiting in the fall of 1978, reported that the regime was stable and the people did not seem undernourished, there were plenty of vegetables and fruit, and the peasants' diet could be supplemented by pork. An economist who had been in Cambodia during the Lon Nol regime observed that rice production and irrigation are now better organized. Phnom Penh is a desolate city by day, but a delegation member said he saw large numbers of people returning to the city in the evening from small-scale industries located outside 174 U.S. readers, deluged with reports about Cambodian horrors at exactly this period, as before, were thoughtfully spared any exposure to the reports of the Japanese embassy delegation. To our knowledge, that exhausts the accounts on the part of visitors who might, conceivably, be taken seriously in the West. Prior to the visit of the two U.S. reporters in December 1978.175, there were others. A visit by a group led by an editor of a Chicago-based Marxist weekly received a 38-line notice in the New York Times 176 reporting only that they painted a glowing picture of life under the communists and denied atrocity claims. Daniel Burstein, editor of the Communist Party Marxist-Leninist newspaper The Call, Chicago, was interviewed on the McNeil/Lehrer report, see Note 53, where, again, he denied these claims on the basis of interviews with average people in the cities and countryside. Their account will naturally be given little credence in the West, since it is taken for granted that this Maoist group, with their ideological preconceptions, will report favorably on their visit. Skepticism is no doubt in order, though for accuracy, we should add that exactly the same is true in the case of reports by John Barron and Anthony Paul in the Reader's Digest of stories allegedly told them by promising subjects, to whom they were guided by Thai officials, or reports by Henry Kam of what he claims to have heard from a Cambodian in a cage in a Thai police station. If refugee reports transmitted by these highly dubious sources are given any attention, there could be no good reason to ignore the eyewitness reports of the only U.S. citizens to have visited Cambodia prior to December 1978. It should come as no surprise, however, that the accounts of the U.S. Marxist-Leninists were ignored or ridiculed in the press, while journalists and scholars greeted Baron Paul, Kam, et.al., as unbiased seekers after the truth. There is more to the Burstein story. Given the uniqueness of his visit, major media enterprises had offered to publish photographs and text to be provided by Burstein. Specifically, he received payment for submitted material from Time, Newsweek, ABC Television, and The Washington Post. Many months later, the first three stalwarts of the free press had definitely rejected the text art photographs, refusing suggestions to rewrite, etc., while the fourth was still mulling the question over. It is noteworthy that Time, Newsweek, and The Washington Post 177 all had featured the faked photographs discussed earlier long after the fabrication was exposed, refusing to publish letters stating the unquestioned facts or to print retractions. Visitors and refugees transmit quite different pictures. Refugees were brutalized, oppressed, or discontented, otherwise they would not be refugees. Visitors are offered only a partial view, and they were for the most part initially sympathetic. We should anticipate, then, that visitors' accounts will be more favorable than those of refugees, though, as we have noted, and will see again, refugee accounts are not so uniform as the media barrage depicts. Note again that when we correct for the factors mentioned, conflicts between the refugee and visitor accounts need not be taken as indicating that one or the other must be dismissed. All might be accurate, in a country that presents a mixed picture with considerable local variation. That, in fact, would appear to be a fair conclusion from the full range of evidence so far available. The media, however, pursue a different course. A highly selected version of what refugees have reported under quite unfavorable conditions was transmitted by observers of evident bias and low credibility, and given massive publicity as unquestionable fact. Reports of visitors were ignored or distorted. This was not an absolutely uniform picture, but it was a fairly general one. We have given a number of examples in the course of the exposition. A look at the material featured in the press in the fall of 1978, at the end of the period under review, confirms this picture. The New York Times Magazine carried a major story by Henry Com in November entitled The Agony of Cambodia 178. We have already investigated examples of Com's reporting on Timor and Vietnam, noting his extreme bias and unreliability. 179. We have also seen how he distorted the account by the Yugoslav reporters. In the case of Vietnam, as we saw in Chapter 4, Com pretended for a long period that there was no source of information apart from refugee reports, an obvious falsehood. By November 1978, Com evidently recognized that the pretense must also be dropped in the case of Cambodia. By that time U.S. journalists and other non-communist observers had received invitations, and there were many reports available, outside of the free press, such as those we have surveyed. Com therefore describes the sources available as follows. With the country almost hermetically sealed off from the world, except for rare and carefully guided tours for carefully selected visitors, refugees who cross the heavily mined and closely guarded borders to Thailand and Vietnam are the only reliable source of information about life in Cambodia since the Khmer Rouge troops strode into Phnom Penh on April 17, 1975. In short, we can continue to dismiss the reports of visitors as Com proceeds to do and rely solely on what Com claims to have heard from the refugees he interviewed under the circumstances already described, or reports transmitted from Vietnam, which is at war with Cambodia. These reports are reliable, others are not. Com then proceeds to outline what he says he heard from refugees. Much of it is inconsistent with what visitors have reported, from their own direct experience. But this fact deserves no comment, since the visitors have already been dismissed as unreliable. Thus, Com says that the Phnom Penh radio is not listened to by the people of Cambodia, who have no radios. In contrast, Gunnar Bergström of the Swedish Kampuchea Friendship Association, non-communist, but sympathetic to the regime, reports that peasants had radios in the cooperatives he visited and listened to the radio regularly. 180. Com also claims that the refugee reports are told with striking similarity of detail in hundreds of refugee interviews. As we have seen, and will again see below, the reports vary considerably, as attested by qualified and independent observers. Com does not comment on the conditions of his interviews, though once again he describes an interview in a Thai police station or what these conditions imply. He describes a regular workday of 13 hours with a half-hour break, again without reference to reports of visitors that explicitly contradict this account. His major conclusion is that Cambodia's people labor to exhaustion, but they do not eat the rice they grow. In a country once abundant with food, where hunger was the one human misery almost unknown, Cambodians go hungry all the time. This he describes as a mystery. There seems to be adequate rice production, and little is exported, but the people are starving. He concludes that rational explanations have perhaps never been the surest guide to understanding Cambodia. Rational explanation is indeed difficult when dubious premises and preconceived conclusions must be reconciled with recalcitrant facts, a problem familiar to propagandists everywhere. Com does not tell us whether rational explanations are a surer guide to understanding the behavior of a superpower that pounded Cambodia to dust, or the practice of journalists who try to conceal the long-term impact of that not insignificant fact, perhaps because he knows that rational explanations do suffice in this case, unfortunately. Com's belief that hunger was almost unknown in pre-war Cambodia is in flat contradiction to analyses of the peasant society by specialists, who conclude that hunger and even starvation were common. His report that the people are now starving is in flat contradiction to the eyewitness testimony of non-communist visitors, including the Swedish and Japanese embassy delegations as well as others. A possible resolution of his mystery is that the accounts he claims to have gathered in Thai police stations or under similar conditions of surveillance and coercion are inaccurate, and that even accurate refugee accounts give only a partial indication of a more complex reality. Even if we grant that Com is transmitting accurately what he heard, that would seem a plausible solution, but it is one that he is incapable of considering on ideological grounds, leaving him no alternative but to conclude that what happens to the rice of Cambodia is one of the many mysteries enveloping the country. Com's account is presented in the New York Times as fact, not as the reactions of a highly biased observer of limited credibility. And it is taken as simple fact by others who have been trained to rely on the press without critical standards. Thus Mary McGrory, a liberal syndicated columnist who was strongly opposed to the U.S. war in Indochina, writes that except for a Yugoslav television crew that was admitted by the government, the People's Republic of Kampuchea, as it is now called, has been cut off from the outside world. The ghastly accounts of its existence come from refugees, all of whom tell the story, one of unrelieved misery and massacre. In a recent article in the New York Times, Henry Com pointed out that while rice production is up, the Cambodians are on near starvation rations. 181. On the same day that the New York Times published Com's article on Cambodia, the Boston Globe published a front-page feature story with a headline running across the entire top of the front page, "Cambodia Now a Slaughterhouse, Say Refugees." 182. The report, by Michael Parks, is reprinted from the Baltimore Sun, and was also given front-page coverage elsewhere. 183. It is unclear why the story, which repeats material that has been presented in abundance in the press, adding nothing new or particularly topical, merits a screaming front-page headline. Parks relies almost entirely on refugee accounts. He does not indicate whether he heard these accounts himself or is transmitting them from some other source. These accounts, he writes, vary little and provide a uniform catalogue of horrors that verges on genocide. He repeats examples of the sort that have been widely publicized in the West since mid-1975. Parks also refers to Japanese visitors to Cambodia, whom he does not identify, including a Japanese correspondent and sympathetic visitors. He states that their description of cooperatives was almost as grim as the refugee stories of virtual genocide. This description he presents as follows: with 5,000 persons, it had just brought rice production up to 1975 levels. The first efforts were just being made to build simple houses. A reopened elementary school had 190 children. Since he does not identify his source, we cannot judge whether his reference to 1975 levels is correct. Pre-war levels seems more likely, considering what is known of 1975 levels, and Parks is silent on why it was necessary to try to achieve earlier levels of rice production. It is, perhaps, less than obvious that the description just quoted is almost as grim as a story of virtual genocide. This comment gives some insight into the way he evaluates the data available to him, however. Parks also quotes the unidentified Japanese correspondent who writes, "Nonetheless, we received the impression that these people in the cooperative had adjusted well to their new environment. In many ways, the leisurely, relaxed atmosphere peculiar to rural areas in the tropics had survived the political changes." Perhaps it is this remark that is almost as grim as a description of virtual genocide. Parks notes that the Japanese visitors asserted that the peasants were well fed, but claims that they calculated the average diet at the cooperative as only 7 or 8 ounces of rice a day, far below other estimates. Lacking any reference, his claim cannot be checked. Parks is outraged by the report he attributes to the Japanese visitors that Khmer Rouge leaders in Phnom Penh were living in luxury. Henry Combe, in his story on the same day, also observes scornfully that government leaders look remarkably well fed, in splendid health and at ease in comfortable surroundings, while the population, he claims, is starving. Note again that visitors have reported that the population seems well fed, while at least some refugees and the leading U.S. government specialists have denied that Khmer Rouge cadres receive privileged treatment. 184 But let us suppose that Park and Combe are correct. If so, then Cambodia is similar in this respect to the other countries on their regular beat, where a minority lives in fabulous luxury while the peasants and urban slum dwellers subsist in misery. This fact, however, elicits no outrage beyond Indochina, the one region where there is reason to believe it is untrue. 185. We mentioned earlier William Shawcross's lengthy article on Cambodia in New Times, in which he expresses great concern over child labor in Cambodia. 186 Shawcross observes that Cambodia has been visited by Yugoslav journalists, delegates from friendly Maoist parties in the West and trade groups from various Southeast Asian countries. He too states that in Cambodia before the war, there was, in Southeast Asian terms, little hunger and no famine, and the way of life was indolent, so it may have appeared from a visit to Phnom Penh. He gives what appears to be a paraphrase of the Yugoslav report, but with a marked difference in tone. The Cambodians, he writes, have developed the concept of the mobile gulag, referring to the fact reported by Stanek and others that work teams move to wherever their labor is required. Furthermore, quite apart from shortages of food, life in the new cooperatives is hard. Work begins at 5 a.m. and lasts for at least 9 hours, and there is often another shift at night. He does not explain how he knows that the work teams are a mobile gulag rather than an attempt to rebuild a country destroyed by war. Nor does he comment on the apparent success of these efforts in overcoming the devastating effects of the U.S. war, which he describes, including the destruction of the agricultural system. He also fails to explain why he is so offended by a 9-hour workday in an impoverished peasant country. If indeed the cooperatives have managed to reduce working hours to a 9-hour day with occasional extra shifts, that would seem to be a considerable accomplishment. Such a work schedule was not at all unusual, for example, in Israeli kibbutzim a few years ago, to take an example from a far richer country receiving enormous aid from abroad, where such efforts were not denounced as evidence of the extraordinary harshness of the regime. For some Western journalists, a 9-hour workday may seem a major atrocity. Peasants, or for that matter farmers and workers in advanced countries, might have a rather different view. Shawcross also states that an estimated 2 million people, nearly 1/4 of the population, have been killed in war and in internal purges. Since less than 1 million were reportedly killed in the war, Shawcross is asserting that over 1 million have been killed in internal purges since, a figure about 10 times as high as the estimates by Baron Paul Orponchid. He cites no source for this estimate. But this is again typical of the numbers game in the case of Cambodia. Shawcross observes that the numbers are less important than the question whether or not the government has used murder and terror as deliberate acts of policy. He writes, "The evidence is overwhelming that it has done so. Madness of this nature defies rationalization." He does not, here or elsewhere, present evidence that the use of terror is systematic and deliberate policy, though he does relay reports of refugees who have recounted gruesome tales of terror. Presumably, he concludes from these reports that the policy of the regime was one of deliberate murder and terror. Perhaps his conclusion is correct, despite his failure to construct a case. 187 Again, it is noteworthy that neither the quality of his evidence, its selection, the demonstrated lack of credibility of his major sources, of which he was by then aware, at least in part, or the vast gap between his evidence and his conclusion seems to him to require any discussion. Here as elsewhere, Shawcross is quite careful to discuss the effects of U.S. military and diplomatic intervention. Others are less scrupulous in this regard. Thus Jack Anderson, interviewing Lon Nol, a sad symbol of the serene little country of Cambodia, which he once ruled, presents the pre-1975 history as follows. The Cambodians are a gentle if emotional people. They wanted only to live in peace in their lush kingdom, with its rich alluvial soil, washed by the pelting rains. But with the collapse of U.S. power in Southeast Asia, Lon Nol gave way to a fanatic regime that has brutalized the populace. Hundreds of thousands have been murdered by their new rulers, and other thousands have fled in terror. 188. Anderson is one of the country's major liberal syndicated columnists, who has devoted many columns to Cambodian atrocities, beginning with a report on June 4, 1975, alleging that the Khmer Rouge may be guilty of genocide against their own people. 189 He has ample staff and resources, and surely knows that it was not simply the collapse of U.S. power in Southeast Asia that is responsible for starvation, disease, destruction, and revenge in Cambodia. But it is appropriate, in the current phase of imperial ideology, to excise from history other major factors with which he is quite familiar, as well as others that he may know nothing of, such as the realities of peasant existence, and to speak of Cambodia as a serene little country of gentle people plunged into disaster and misery by the collapse of U.S. power. In discussing Sihanouk's characterization of communist Cambodia in the preface to this volume, we pointed out that he presented a dual picture, with aspects that were, from his point of view, both positive and negative. The reports of visitors tend to substantiate the picture he presented on the basis of the very limited evidence available to him. But their reports were either ignored, or else generally reinterpreted in the free press to conform to the required negative image. The two U.S. reporters who visited in December 1978, Richard Dudman and Elizabeth Becker, were able to reach an unusually large audience with their own words. 190. The New York Times dismissed their visit in a line. Bernard Weinraub, in the 11th paragraph of a 13-paragraph story on reported purges in Cambodia, remarked that their visit produced no substantial surprises since the visitors saw only what the government wanted them to see. 191 It is true enough that their visit produced no substantial surprises, at least for people who were not restricted to the free press for their information. In fact, what Dudman and Becker observed was not very different from what had been reported by earlier visitors. But it was markedly different from what the New York Times and other journals had been offering as standard fare, as we see at once when we compare their eyewitness reports with the version of post-war Cambodia that had been offered by the Reader's Digest, the New York Times, the New York Review of Books and other mainstream Western sources. Richard Dudman, an experienced foreign correspondent with excellent credentials, commented that although the visit amounted to a conducted tour, there was plenty of opportunity for observation in tours of 11 of the 19 provinces. His conclusions conform to the dual picture that emerges from consideration of the range of evidence previously available. It seemed evident throughout this reporter's visit to Cambodia before the recent Vietnamese attack that the new Cambodia's version of communism had no place in it for anyone who wanted to read, write, or even think independently, or for anyone who wanted to own more than a bare minimum of personal property. At the same time, the physical conditions of life may well have improved for many peasants and former urban dwellers, possibly for the vast majority of the population, as the regime claimed. Apart from the austere standard of hard manual labor and restrictions on the freedoms accepted or at least professed by most of the rest of the world that Dudman observed, his inability to make contact with former urban residents tended to confirm the dark picture of repression and atrocities conveyed by the refugee accounts that have been publicized. The new communist Cambodia, Dudman wrote, became one huge work camp, but its people were clearly not being worked to death and starved to death as foreign critics often charged. What I have found in 2 weeks of touring Pol Pot's Cambodia under strict government supervision but with a good opportunity for observation was a regimented life of hard work for most Cambodians, leavened, however, by much improved housing, regular issuance of clothing, and an assurance of apparently adequate food. I did not find the grim picture painted by the thousands of refugees who couldn't take the new order and fled to Thailand or Vietnam. In this lull between wars, those who remain appeared to be reasonably relaxed at the height of the busy harvest season. They sometimes leaned on their hoes like farm workers everywhere. And they often stared and then smiled and waved at the rare sight of Western faces. Workers usually appeared to be operating under their own direction. There were no signs of government cadres giving orders or armed guards enforcing the working hours, although individuals seemed to know what was expected. The workday, Dudman found, lasted from about 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. and again from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Dudman found the housing program, one of the world's great housing programs, particularly impressive, a sudden mass upgrading of the individual family homes from the standard that has existed for centuries, which probably meant better living, too, for the hundreds of thousands of country people who were driven into the cities by the 5-year war, as well as for the peasants who remained on the land. Until the Vietnamese invasion, prospects for economic development appeared bright. Cambodia was feeding itself and had resumed rice exports, and the crucial water control programs of the post-war years appeared to have been generally a success. He saw no evidence of starvation, contrary to standard claims in the U.S. media, and found the country to be flourishing and potentially prosperous at least until the Vietnamese invaders moved in. U.S. specialists, Dudman wrote, have acknowledged that the Cambodian claim of reviving rice production to the point of resuming exports would, if true, be a spectacular achievement. It may well have been true. Dudman also describes a wide range of industrial growth concentrated more in tiny and primitive cottage industries such as brickmaking, silk spinning, and local blacksmith shops, but including also a fairly sophisticated rubber factory. Development was decentralized and aimed for a high degree of local self-sufficiency. He describes a progressive industrial growth plan that seemed not unrealistic, judging by the account that he and earlier visitors have given. He also gives a brief account of the organization of the cooperatives. Recognizing that the peasant population probably did not regard the austere standard of hard manual labor, specifically, a 9-hour workday, as an onerous imposition of the regime, and may not have been overly concerned that privileged urban sectors were compelled to share the hard but improving life of the poorer peasants, one might reach the conclusion that much of the population may well have supported the regime, particularly if it is true, as Dudman was informed but could not establish, that decisions were taken collectively in the cooperatives and even the army. Elizabeth Becker's 6-part series in The Washington Post covers much the same ground in less depth, and is in some ways more revealing about the character of U.S. journalism than it is about Cambodia. She found the development program generally incomprehensible. No one seems able to offer a coherent philosophical basis for the extreme upheaval that has taken place. She does not go into how this alleged failure compares, say, with the philosophical basis for the developments in far more favored Thailand discussed in the preface to this volume, or comparable phenomena in other regions where a dependency model has been imposed. She writes that she is forced to conclude that the economic system seems to be working, revealing plainly the initial bias that colored all of her observations. It is also remarkable to see how uncritically she accepted Cambodian charges which, she claims, supported U.S. positions during the Vietnam War. She writes that she was given a remarkable new document, namely the Cambodian government Livre Noir of September 1978-192, which had in fact been on sale in New York well before she left for Cambodia, which confirms U.S. claims and discloses that there were 200,000 to 300,000 Viet Cong in the northeast region of Cambodia, including the Central Committee of the Vietnamese Party, COSVN, when Nixon ordered the 1970 invasion. It estimates the total number of Viet Cong in Cambodia in 1970 at 1.5 to 2 million. 193. The Livre Noir, which is a bitter attack on the Vietnamese communists, is certainly worth reading, but surely no serious commentator would accept uncritically a propaganda document produced in the midst of an ongoing war. U.S. reporters have rarely paid attention to material from comparable sources confirming or disclosing alleged facts that contradict positions taken by the U.S. government. 194. We have already noted the New York Times dismissal of the Dudman-Becker visit. Newsweek ran an uninformative article by Becker. 195 and Time reviewed their visit in an article that simply repeated its familiar rhetoric about the shroud of terror and darkness of a regime that was attempting to counteract its worldwide image as a merciless, anonymous, and genocidal regime, systematically avoiding the direct observations that Dudman, and, in part, Becker, had reported, in particular, those that were positive. 196. Malcolm Caldwell was assassinated on the final day of the visit, in Phnom Penh. According to Dudman, Caldwell expressed general sympathy with the Cambodian brand of communism prior to the Vietnamese invasion, and the report that he was experiencing a change in views was not true, as Dudman knew from conversations throughout the 2-week trip up to a few hours of his death. In these conversations, Caldwell remained sympathetic to the Cambodian Revolution, without blinding himself to its faults, likening it to early stages of the Industrial Revolution in England. It seems out of the question, Dudman writes, that the Cambodian government, which had everything to lose from the incident, could have had anything to do with the assassination, contrary to speculations that have been rife. Dudman's conclusion seems well-founded. The true story will probably never be known, but the consequences of the assassination are clear enough. It is most unlikely that Caldwell's account of what he had seen would have reached any segment of international opinion apart from the left. And for the left, judging by what he had written in personal letters and articles before his trip and by the fact that he remained fully sympathetic to the Cambodian Revolution, Dudman, his message would have tended to support the Pol Pot regime and to undermine the justification for the Vietnamese invasion that was being presented in the Western and Soviet bloc press. 197. As we have seen, refugee accounts are not as uniform as accounts in the press suggest. A further look bears out the conclusion. The most extensive published report of a refugee interview, to our knowledge, is a study based on conversations with Pian Safi, who escaped from Cambodia in January, 1976, and arrived in Australia 3 months later. 198 His account of life under the revolutionary regime, Chandler comments, differs in 2 important ways from others readily available in the West. Firstly, he spent over 6 months working actively and rather happily under revolutionary guidance. Unlike many refugees, he was not punished by the regime for having roots in the old society. Secondly, from about September onwards, he enjoyed considerable responsibility, as the economic foreman of an 800-man rural work team. Chandler also observes that his experiences may not be typical. He lived in a province with a unique, but recent, revolutionary tradition and unusual prosperity, where revolutionary cadre may have been especially vengeful and undisciplined. 2. Certainly most tales of atrocities told by refugees refer to events in Battambang Safi's province. 199 Safi reports that the Khmer Rouge cadre were thin and pale, mostly young peasants. They admitted that in the early stages of liberation they were subject to uncontrollable hatred and that in this mood conducted executions of Lon Nol officials and destroyed military equipment. They were real country people, from far away, Safi's emphasis, illiterate, unfamiliar with urban amenities and frightened even of tin cans. One speaker allegedly said, "We were so angry when we came out of the forest that we didn't want to spare even a baby in its cradle." but Safi reports that the executions were ordered halted shortly after. The Qatars had no special privileges and were friendly in their relations with villagers and workers. Their program was successful because it seemed attractive, with a special appeal to youth. Although he remained unconvinced by the totality of Khmer Rouge teaching, Safi was impressed by the integrity and morale of many Qatar, and by the ideology embodied in official directives and revolutionary songs. Their goals were a vast increase in the population, distribution of power and responsibility to people with poor peasant background, 200 hard work, though working conditions, he says, were not particularly severe, hours were flexible, and rations usually sufficient, the moral value of collective labor, and true independence based on self-reliance. Differences in status were obliterated, along with begging and arrogance, and there was a consistent puritanical strain in regulations. Obviously unhappy with the new society, Safi nevertheless offers an account that is not unsympathetic and that has yet to be reported in the mass media, to our knowledge. His account also suggests an answer to the difficult question, though one too unwelcome to be reported. Chandler elaborated on these observations in an article in Commonweal.201. Here he stressed again how one-sided is the information available from refugees by definition, those disaffected with the regime. Again he points out that the worst reports are from the Northwest, where radical politics before liberation were weak, rural class differences especially pronounced, and agricultural production higher than elsewhere in the country. For these reasons the liberating forces there seem to have been especially vengeful and undisciplined. He then adds the qualification already cited in note 199. Chandler makes some important and generally forgotten historical observations. Peasants, he writes, have been outside history for many years. We know very little, in a quantitative or political terms, about the mass of Cambodian society, many of whom, for most of their history, appear to have been slaves of one sort or another. The frequency of locally led rebellions in the 19th century against the Thai, the Vietnamese, the French and local officials suggests that Cambodian peasants were not as peaceable as their own mythology, reinforced by the French, would lead us to believe. The French were not concerned with the peasantry, preferring to reconstruct Cambodia's ancient temples, nurture a small elite, and modernize the economy to provide surpluses of rice and rubber. Little is known of what actually went on in earlier history, the colonial period, or the early independence period, 1953 to 1970.202. Lack of familiarity with the historical experience of the Khmer peasants makes it difficult to comprehend what lies behind the violence of the post-revolutionary period, though the atrocities of the Civil War were reported at the time 203 along with the impact of the U.S. War. 204. Citing Safi, Chandler speaks of the uncontrollable hatred that led to early post-war atrocities in Battambang. He discusses the revolutionary ideology in terms similar to those already outlined. Continuing, Chandler comments. Collective self-reliance or autarkia, as preached by the regime, contrasts sharply with what might be called the slave mentality that suffused pre-revolutionary Cambodia and made it so peaceful and charming to the elite and to most outsiders for perhaps 2,000 years. In the Cambodian case, in 1976, autarkia makes sense, both in terms of recent experience, American intervention, and what is seen as the Western-induced corruption of previous regimes, and in terms of Cambodia's long history of conflict with Vietnam. Self-reliance also explains turning away from Cambodia's past to make a society where there are no rich and no poor, no exploiters and no exploited. 205. Chandler asks, is the price for liberation, in human terms, too high? On this question, he says, we Americans with our squalid record in Cambodia should be cautiously optimistic about the new regime, or else shut up, citing a friend, though he adds that the closed character of the regime, not to speak of refugee reports, raises serious doubts about such cautious optimism. It would be incorrect to say that such relatively positive, though tempered comments on the revolutionary regime do not appear in the critical literature concerning Cambodia. It would be correct to say, however, that where they did appear, they were ignored as the story filtered through to a mass audience. Panchit, for example, describes the brutality of the Civil War and the destructiveness of the US attack, and a major theme of his book, though one could hardly know this from reviews and press comment, is his discussion of the genuine egalitarian revolution in Cambodia, where there is a new spirit of responsibility and inventiveness that represents a revolution in the traditional mentality. With their vast construction projects, the people of Kampuchea are now making a 1,000-year-old dream come true, and both men and women find new pride in driving trucks and other constructive work. 206 Where this important theme of his book is mentioned at all, it is offered as evidence of destruction of a culture. Panchit, clearly, feels that the price was far too high, and perhaps he is right, but it is important to stress that contrary to the second-hand impression of reviews and press commentary, he did focus attention on these aspects of the new regime, which were as little noted or understood in the media as the impact of the U.S. war. 207. The real conditions of Cambodian peasant life are of little concern in the West. The brutality of the Civil War and the U.S. attack, though dramatic and unquestionable facts of very recent history, are rapidly passing out of memory. Note that Panchit, while not guilty of the outrageous deception of Baron Paul and others like them who excise the Western role and responsibility from history, nevertheless downplays it. U.S. bombers did not merely strike rubber plantations, nor did the French simply bring order and peace. 208. When we move from the mainstream of commentary that reaches a mass audience to studies by people who know and care about Cambodia, the picture changes. Panchit's book, as already noted, is quite different from most of the media comment it elicited. Chandler's article is another case in point. One of the small group of scholars concerned with Cambodia, Michael Vickery, reviewed the course of recent Cambodian history in an effort to explain why the revolution evolved in a manner so contrary to all predictions. For all wise old Indochina Hans believed that after the war had been won by the revolutionary forces, and there was no doubt by 1972, at the latest, that they would win, it would be the Vietnamese who would engage in the most radical and brutal break with the past. In Cambodia it was expected that both sides, except for a few of the most notorious leaders, would be reconciled and some sort of mild, tolerant socialism would be instituted. Among the Indochina countries only Laos has come out of the war true to form, while Vietnam and Cambodia have behaved in ways nearly the opposite of what had been expected. What this means, first of all, of course, is that the Vietnamese and Cambodians were misunderstood, and that the facets of their culture and history which might have revealed an unexpected capacity for tolerance in the one and vindictiveness in the other were missed. 209. He examines what was missed, notably in Cambodia. In spite of its heady atmosphere as the last exotic Asian paradise, it was rent by political, economic, and class conflicts. The war that seemed to explode in 1970 proceeded naturally from trends in the country's political history over the preceding 25 years, a period characterized by intense efforts of the traditional elite to frustrate any moves toward political, economic, or social modernization which would threaten its position. Vickery suggests a degree of caution in assessing the post-war situation. A blackout on information has been imposed by the new government. What the refugees, the only first-hand source of news, say is contradictory, and contributions from other sources, principally the Cambodian community in Paris, alternate between the trivial and the absurd. 210. Vickery gives a detailed account of how Sihanouk and his right-wing supporters proceeded to rule alone, with ample resort to repression. Lon Nol, later premier after the March 1970 coup, established himself solidly as a power figure in Battambang province bordering Thailand, assuming command of the region with the rank of colonel after the withdrawal of French military forces in 1952. During the next 2 years this area was the scene of operations by government forces against Isaraks 211 and Viet Minh characterized by gratuitous brutality. Recall that this is one of the areas where the worst atrocities were later recorded. Vickery continues. As related to me by a participant, government forces would move into villages, kill the men and women who had not already fled, and then engage in individual tests of strength which consisted of grasping infants by the legs and pulling them apart. These events had probably not been forgotten by the men of that area who survived to become the Khmer Rouge troops occupying Battambang in 1975 and whose reported actions have stirred up so much comment abroad. Where, we may add, they are attributed to Marxism, a much more convenient origin for the purposes of Western ideology, however dubious in the case of Cambodian peasants who had lived through such experiences in their gentle land. The conservative ideology of Sihanouk's Sangkum party, which effectively ruled after 1955, was clear at once, Vickery continues. In accordance with its authoritarian philosophy, natural leaders should rule, namely, the rich and powerful who enjoyed such a situation in the present because of virtuous conduct in previous lives. The poor and unfortunate should accept their lot and try for an improved situation in the next life through virtuous conduct in the present. As we have noted, a major theme of Panchid's book, sided if at all with the implication that the beautiful traditional culture is being obliterated by savage monsters, is that these conceptions were being replaced by a new egalitarianism and emphasis on peasant self-reliance. From the election of 1955, won by Sangkum by a resort to repression and deceit, power remained solidly in the hands of the old right. The elite wasted the country's wealth through conspicuous consumption, expensive foreign products, frequent trips abroad, and hard currency bank accounts. Meanwhile, foreigners were mesmerized by the famous Khmer smile. Skeptics might wish to ask why the system didn't break down. In fact, it did break down, and that is why Cambodia passed through a war and revolution. The Isaraks were the inheritors of the tradition of warfare of the colonial period, turning themselves into fighters for independence against the French. For all but a tiny minority who had truly absorbed European intellectual values, modernization meant the type of growth exemplified by Bangkok and Saigon: lots of chrome and concrete, streets clogged by cars, a plethora of luxurious bars, and everyone dressed in Western clothes. It was this tiny minority who, together with the forgotten peasants of Inner Cambodia, later brought the old era crashing to the ground with bitterness and violence. Meanwhile, the United States, while remaining the chief supplier for the Cambodian army, often mistook Sihanouk for a communist in the grip of their Dulesian hysteria. The political and economic situation worsened through the 1960s as the right consolidated its power and repression and corruption increased, and with it, discontent among the peasants and some urban intellectuals. The discontent was accompanied by repression, the secret police were omnipresent, people mysteriously disappeared, and by 1966 Cambodia, though still smiling and pleasant for the casual visitor, was a country in which everyone lived in fear. The first large peasant revolt broke out in western Battambang province in the spring of 1967 and was suppressed with bloodshed which was reminiscent of the 1950s and prefigured that of 1975. There were further revolts and disappearances, and by 1969 insurgency was widespread though scattered. 212 The coup of 1970 that overthrew Sihanouk was led by men who had always been among the big guns of the Cambodian right, who had sabotaged democracy, opposed the Geneva Accords, organized the Sangkum, and helped maintain Sihanouk's absolute rule from 1955. In the subsequent war, they lost to a large extent out of sheer greed and incompetence. The outright U.S. intervention sharply intensified the conflict, particularly, with the escalation of U.S. bombardment of the countryside in 1973. Particularly during the severe U.S. bombing which lasted throughout the first 8 months of 1973, and which produced no reaction in Phnom Penh 213 other than relief, it must have seemed to Funk the guerrillas that their urban compatriots were quite willing to see the entire countryside destroyed and plastered over with concrete as long as they could enjoy a parasitical existence as U.S. clients. It is certain that Funk policy became much harsher after the bombing. Whereas in 1971 to 1972 they showed considerable efforts at conciliation and in general Cambodian villagers did not fear them, from 1973 to 4, with all allowance for government propaganda there are authentic accounts of brutal imposition of new policies without ideological preparation of the population. 214. Vickery points out that the Kissinger-Nixon policy during the last 2 years of the war was a major mystery, for which he suggests an explanation that appears to us quite plausible. Referring to the Sonnenfeld doctrine, which holds that pluralistic and libertarian communist regimes will breed leftist ferment in the West, he suggests that when it became clear to U.S. leaders that they could not win in Cambodia, they preferred to do everything possible to ensure that the post-war revolutionary government be extremely brutal, doctrinaire, and frightening to its neighbors, rather than a moderate socialism to which the Thai, for example, might look with envy. In short, though it was understood that the United States had lost the war in Cambodia, even though it was, quite clearly, still trying to win it in Vietnam 215, destruction of rural Cambodia, by imposing the harshest possible conditions on the eventual victors, would serve the two classic ends, retarding social and economic progress, and maximizing the brutality of the eventual victors. Then the aggressors would at least be able to reap a propaganda victory from the misery they had sown. 216 This explanation for the insistence on battering Cambodia to dust after the war was lost seems particularly reasonable against the background of the basic rationale for the U.S. war in Indochina, namely, the rational variant of the domino theory, which held that social and economic successes in countries that extricated themselves from the U.S. dominated global system might cause the rot to spread to other areas, with severe long-term consequences for U.S. power and privilege. Unable to retain control over Indochina, the United States could at least reduce the terrifying prospects that viable societies might emerge from the wreckage. 217. Vickery points out that the success of this policy in Cambodia may perhaps be seen in the 1976 Thai elections, in which the defeat of the socialist parties has been attributed in large measure to fear of a regime like that in Cambodia. Writing of the Nixon-Kissinger bombing policy of 1973 at the time, Laura Summers pointed out that it followed the Nixon administration's refusal to accept Prince Sihanouk's invitation for negotiations in January and February, 1973. US B-52s pounded Cambodia for 160 consecutive days, dropping more than 240,000 short tons of bombs on rice fields, water buffalo, villages, particularly along the Mekong River, and on such troop positions as the guerrillas might maintain, a tonnage that represents 50% or more than the conventional explosives dropped on Japan during World War II. In spite of the enormous destruction, the bombing had little effect on the military capacity of the Cambodian guerrillas. She concludes, surely accurately, that American policy and American bombing have placed a small country's physical and political survival in escrow for many years to come, not for the benefit of the people who live there nor in defense of any laudable ideal. 218. The fact that the Khmer Rouge ideology and practice became harsher in 1973 as a direct result of the intensified bombing was also noted by David Chandler in his congressional testimony. 219 The interpretation just suggested apparently seems credible to Cambodians. Summers remarks that in 1973, Khmers loyal to the resistance believed the major purpose of Nixon's 6-month bombing campaign was to destroy the emerging productive potential and the social security of the liberated zone. 220 We suspect that the goal of increasing the harshness of the Khmer Rouge, a predictable consequence, was also quite probably an intended one. The study of the revolutionary movement in Cambodia from 1970 to 1974 by Kenneth Quinn of the National Security Council is quite revealing in this regard. 221 Quinn was resident in a South Vietnamese province bordering Cambodia from 1972 to 1974 studying refugees arriving from Cambodia. He reports that from early 1973, that is, from the time that the extraordinarily heavy bombing attack began, the Khmer Communists drastically accelerated and intensified their program to radically alter society. Included in this effort were mass relocations of the population, purges of lenient cadres, the use of terror, and extensive remodeling of the economic system. Events occurred within Cambodia which sent the first group of refugees fleeing into South Vietnam beginning in 1973. We have already discussed his comments on the measures undertaken by the Khmer Communists at that time. What is now irrelevant is the timing. Nowhere in his article does Quinn mention the bombing among the events that occurred within Cambodia from early 1973, or its possible significance for understanding the sharp modification of policy that he describes. The omission is as interesting as the timing he indicates, from his well-placed vantage point. Stephen Heder has suggested, personal communication, that the radicalization of 1973 in response to the US bombing might well have been motivated by a desire to win popular support and encourage willingness to sacrifice on the part of the poor majority of the population, who would bear the brunt of the attacks and would also stand to gain the most from these policies, as is sufficiently clear even from the hostile account by Quinn cited above. 222. Whatever the explanation may be for the fierce bombing of 1973, the available facts lead to one clear conclusion: every bomb dropped added its contribution to the post-war record of revenge by the battered peasant society. Meanwhile, the perpetrators who remain beyond the reach of retribution receive awards for their humanitarian contributions. 223 as they denounce the unaccountable savagery of the Khmer Rouge. Turning to the policies of the new regime, Vickery remarks that they may be usefully compared with the recommendations of a blueprint for the future prepared by an anonymous group of Western and Thai social scientists and published in the conservative Bangkok Post in February 1976. Their suggestions, in order for Thailand to avoid a breakdown of its society and a revolution, were that people should be taken out of the cities and put back on the land, decentralization should give more power to local authorities, much more investment should go into agriculture, and the old elite should lose some of its wealth and political power. Now this is precisely what Cambodia has done, though of course on a much more massive scale than envisioned by Blueprint, but it illustrates that the basic policies are considered by bourgeois economists and political scientists to be rational and practicable for a country with problems similar to those of Cambodia. Of course, there is also a major dissimilarity. Cambodia had been savaged by US terror, and faced imminent disaster with the termination of the US dole for the millions of people who had been subjected, in their turn, to the forced draft urbanization and modernization that so entranced US ideologists of the period. Vickery was cautious in assessing the current situation, though relatively pessimistic, and was willing to hazard few predictions. The post-war Khmer Rouge regime, he observed, will certainly have no trouble teaching their people that Cambodian suffering was mainly due to foreign intervention. We may add, from our different perspective, that the propaganda organs of the West have been busily at work convincing their people that any such charge is a simple-minded myth or a case of wallowing in the politics of guilt. 224 He concludes finally. Although one may legitimately ask whether the new egalitarian society could not have been established with less deliberate destruction of the old, there are ample reasons why the new leadership might answer in the negative. Vickery's analysis of the backgrounds of the war and the sources for the harshness of the new regime was as foreign to the media as was his skeptical caution with regard to the developing situation. But it has not been uncommon in commentary by people whose concern is with the facts rather than with fanning hysteria in the West about the dangers of socialism or Marxism. We stress again the absurdity of the major theme of press propaganda, that the atrocities committed by Khmer peasants simply flow from Marxism or atheism, as dire consequences of liberation from the grip of Western benevolence. 225. A rather similar perception is expressed in the prepared remarks by Charles Meyer at the April 1978 hearings on Cambodia in Oslo. 226 Meyer, conservative and anti-communist, is the author of scholarly studies on Cambodian history and contemporary Cambodia. His writings, based on long residence in Cambodia and intimate knowledge, have been ignored in the United States. 227 Discussing the evidence presented at the hearings, Meyer concludes that it suffices to show that democratic Kampuchea has been the stage of hasty executions and that its people live under a regime that violates the International Declaration of Human Rights. But he adds some significant words of caution. One knows that the colonial powers have often used the argument of wildness in order to impose their domination and their civilizing mission. They have today successors, who are pushed by the same ambitions. It is only the vocabulary that has changed. 228. As for the wildness of the Cambodian leaders, he has this to say. Today, like yesterday, whether they are monarchists, republicans, or revolutionaries, the Khmers have an extreme susceptibility, which makes relations with them often difficult. Our Cambodian friends who are present here will not contradict me. Those who at present govern Cambodia have not escaped from this national characteristic. But they are not mad people nor monsters demanding blood. I have known several among them. Most of them sons of peasants, more or less formed in the French Marxist school, rebelling against a system which has remained feudal. They have the sentiment among the people of the countryside to have received a veritable illumination and found the road to the new. Perhaps I will shock many among you. But I believe that these Red Khmer leaders incarnate really a part of the peasants, who recognize themselves in them. 229. These leaders, Meyer argues, maintain the tradition of their predecessors just before them and in their immoderation reflect deep-seated currents in Cambodian history and culture, though again he urges caution. In reality the records re Cambodia are not so simple and many pieces are missing. As in his book, he observes that it is important to destroy the picture in the West that the Cambodians are nonviolent by nature and filled with Buddhistic benevolence. On the contrary, behind that smile violence is slumbering and, it is dangerous to wake it up, as happened in 1967 with the brutal repression of a rising of peasants in the region of Battambang and the revolt of the minorities in the region of Ratanakiri. Furthermore, the American Air Force gave the military regime calling itself Republican its support by destroying the Cambodian plains through heavy bombing without for this being accused of genocide. The following events should not let us forget this. As regards the fratricide Alphites with ties from one side as well as from the other to Vietnam in periods, they were without mercy, as is usual in all civil wars. Today, as previously, one should be extremely careful in one's analysis of the politics of the victors, considering the weight of the past, the ideology of the leaders, the menaces from outside, and, naturally, the psychological factors as well as the economical, religious, and other ones of perception foreign to the mass media. The summary executions of officials of the old regime is in reality the application of the Cambodian Penal Code of 1877, including the brutal means employed. This punishment was used between 1965 and 1974 Red Khmers who were caught and would have been used still more systematically, if the government had won the victory. Furthermore, it seems to me that we should accept with reservations the balance in figures of the victims. And, admit that any estimation at present is impossible. He insists that there are no simple explanations or clear and evident ones and that peremptory affirmations should always be avoided. He sees the war as a rising of the peasants against the cities, the symbol of corruption and repression. One must further know that Cambodian city dwellers were in reality Western colonials and Chinese traders. Meyer is highly critical of the radicalism and the excesses of the revolutionaries. His concern to explain the post-war events in terms of Cambodian history and tradition is, however, in striking contrast to Western fulminations, though not uncommon among specialists on Cambodia, as is his attention to the factors that contributed to harden the internal politics of the revolutionary leaders. We learn still more about these factors in a paper by Laura Summers cited earlier. 230 She discusses the destructive impact of French colonialism, which violated the corporate integrity of the Khmer people, its indigenous legal system, pattern of land possession and national administration were dismantled. During the national uprising of 1885 to 1886, French authorities with the aid of Vietnamese infantrymen succeeded in reducing the Khmer population of the Protectorate du Cambodge by 195,000, 20% of the entire Khmer population. 231 The French displayed little remorse over the fate of this people whom they believed doomed to extinction, as they brought a form of what Ponchi calls order and peace to the land in fulfillment of their colonial mission. The impact on the countryside was particularly destructive. While most peasants owned some land, vast numbers of family holdings were insufficient for subsistence requirements by the early 1950s. Yields were among the lowest in the world and barely met the subsistence requirements of the rural population in 1965, 1966 and, especially, 1967-32. At that time, annual rates of interest for loans ranged from 100% to 200%. The total effect of the credit structure in agrarian economy was to make the peasant worse than a tenant on his own property while village and urban elites lived in luxury. Sihanouk's attempts at some social reform had little impact. Particularly scandalous was the lack of medical care and the practice of charging exorbitant fees to peasants or denying them services or hospital treatment. The judiciary was no less corrupt, and urban-based civil servants with no interest in peasant affairs enjoyed the amenities offered the rich by the colonial system, while the mass of peasants sank deeper into poverty and suffering. It is not surprising that the revolution was violent, for in addition to the human destruction heaped upon the community by intensive American bombing, there were profound social grievances and scores to be settled. In an accompanying demographic analysis, Summers estimates the number of post-war deaths from exhaustion, disease, and execution in the range of 200,000, an estimate which is based on an extremely difficult to determine status quo ante bellum. It is quite evident that to understand the events in the aftermath of the war, it is necessary to pay attention to the historical background of the peasant revolution, which was further inflamed and deeply embittered by the U.S. attack culminating in the bombing of 1973, that Meyer hints might be considered genocidal in character. The sensational press accounts of atrocities that entirely ignore that background, while at the same time relying on highly dubious or sometimes fabricated evidence, may be useful contributions to the revival of imperial ideology, but they are of little value in conveying any understanding of the post-war situation. We have already mentioned the peasant rebellions in Battambang in the west and the tribal provinces of the northeast in the late 1960s. The sources of these revolts in peasant discontent resulting from penury, oppression, and corruption under the increasingly right-wing central government have been explored by the Australian scholar Ben Kiernan. 233 These revolts were no small affair. Sihanouk cited a figure of 10,000 deaths, a figure which he may well have exaggerated for rhetorical effect, and it is estimated that about 4,000 peasants fled their homes in June 1967 in the wake of severe army repression of their protest against harsh local conditions, as aircraft bombed and strafed villages, and jungle hideouts and villages were burned to the ground and surrounded by troops, their inhabitants massacred. By the time that Sihanouk was overthrown in the March 1970 coup, there was a sophisticated, powerful, and indigenous resistance movement well entrenched in many parts of Cambodia. After the coup, there were peasant uprisings interpreted in the West as indicating support for Sihanouk. In an analysis of the locale and character of these protests, which were brutally suppressed by military force, including Khmer troops trained by the CIA in South Vietnam, Kiernan concludes that they reflect in part the ongoing anti-government rebellion, though loyalty to Sihanouk was no doubt a factor as well. 234. In several studies, Kiernan suggested a picture of early post-war events in Cambodia that is rather different from what has been featured by the press. 235 Specifically, he took issue with horror stories published in Time, April 26, 1976, which alleged that 500 to 600,000 people had died under the rule of the Khmer Rouge, one of the most brutally murderous regimes in the world, which rules Cambodia by a chilling form of mindless terror. Like others, he notes that most of the atrocity stories come from areas of little Khmer Rouge strength, where orders to stop reprisals were disobeyed by soldiers wreaking vengeance, often drawn from the poorest sections of the peasantry. He discusses the fake photographs 236 and gives examples of fabrication of atrocity stories by refugees in order to persuade the Thai border police to admit them. He also deals with other fabrications that have appeared in the Western press. He suggests that, untrained and vengeful, and at times leaderless, some soldiers in the northwest of Cambodia have terrorized soldiers, city dwellers, and peasants. This has been aggravated by the threat of widespread starvation, and actual starvation in some parts. He questions the assumption that there was central direction for atrocities, as well as the assumption that the stories from specific areas where, in fact, the Khmer Rouge had little control, can be freely extrapolated to the country as a whole. His conclusions are based in part on interviews with refugees in Thai camps and in Bangkok, and like Vickery in Thailand and Fraser in Vietnam, he reports quite a range of refugee judgments on the nature of the regime. He also gives an analysis of the class background and region of the refugee flow, relating these factors to the social and economic situation that had prevailed. Kiernan's detailed conclusions suggest why attending to these questions might be useful, at least for those whose concern is truth. Consider his analysis of the composition of Cambodian refugees in Thailand in August 1976. Note that this date is well after what Ponchi describes as the worst period of terror, and that these refugees form a substantial part of the population sampled by Baron Paul and Ponchi. 237 Kiernan concludes. There were 10,200 Cambodian refugees in Thailand in August 1976. A tiny handful of these belong to that category of over half the population who, at the end of the war, had lived in Khmer Rouge areas for several years. The great majority of the refugees can be divided into three groups: former Lon Nol soldiers, former urban dwellers, and farmers from Battambang and Siem Reap provinces. 238. Unsurprisingly, over a third of the 3,000 refugees in the Aranyapurthet camp in Thailand are former Lon Nol soldiers, and many of the refugees are former Khmer Saray, commandos trained and financed by the CIA. In Battambang, Kiernan writes, the thin and undernourished Khmer Rouge troops headed directly to the airport and broke up 4 T-28 bombers into pieces. 239 Remembering the agony in the trenches, the hunger in the countryside because the paddy fields were full of bomb craters, and their terrible fear of asphyxiation bombs. 240 For many months after that, he continues, refugees reported that Lon Nol soldiers were hunted down, particularly in northwest Cambodia. A few refugees were eyewitnesses to executions. Kiernan believes there is little evidence that the government planned and approved a systematic large-scale purge. The evidence indicates, he believes, that apart from the execution of high-ranking army officers and officials, the killing reported by refugees from the northwest after April 1975 was instigated by untrained and vengeful local Khmer Rouge soldiers, despite orders to the contrary from Phnom Penh. Most of the brutality shown by local Khmer Rouge soldiers is attributable to lack of training and the difficulty of forging a disciplined organization in the Cambodian countryside, especially after the bombing of 1973, though it is also quite probable that some Khmer Rouge local cadres harbor the conception of the priorities for Cambodia's survival. With the emphasis on hard work, sacrifice, and asceticism which this dynamic form of Khmer nationalism entails and which has dismayed some Cambodians, among them some cadres who ensure peasant cooperation with their policies through force. The killings were concentrated in exceptional areas where living conditions were harshest. He cites concurring judgments by Patrice de Beer of Le Monde and Ponchit, regions where the Khmer Rouge were organizationally and numerically weak. He feels that it is little wonder that several thousand peasants have fled from northwest Cambodia, his emphasis, whereas very few peasants, if any, have fled to Thailand from other parts of Cambodia, while soldiers and former city dwellers have arrived in Thailand from eastern and central Cambodia as well as from the northwest. The reason is that at the end of the war, farmers in the northwest were in for a very difficult period because of the drastic shortage of food, exacerbated by the flow of refugees to the towns. In contrast, in areas that had been administered by the Khmer Rouge, canals and dams had been built enabling two crops to be brought in, and some rice had been stockpiled, a subject analyzed by Hildebrand and Porter, to whom he refers. Furthermore, these regions were unique in the inequity and exploitation of the poor, with class divisions as stark as this, and after a brutal war, equally brutal revenge was taken by poor peasants, many of whom had joined the Khmer Rouge, though many bandits passed themselves off as Khmer Rouge as well, not an unusual phenomenon in comparable situations. He quotes one Khmer refugee who said that in Battambang the rich were being persecuted while the poor were better off than before, and adds that where the Khmer Rouge were better organized, persecution of the rich was much less violent. This analysis covers the period of the worst terror according to Ponchit, the period that provides much of the basis for the best publicized accounts, Baron Paul, Ponchit, and reviews and references to Ponchit. 241 Therefore the situation that Kiernan describes is crucially significant for an analysis of the response in the West to post-war events in Cambodia. We know of no comparable analysis from a later period, though this in any event would not be relevant to our major concern, the workings of the Western propaganda system. 242. The Southeast Asia correspondent of the Far Eastern Economic Review, Nayan Chanda, presented his assessment of the situation at about the same time in several articles. 243 in the FEER, he estimated that in the 18 months of post-war bloodletting, which according to refugee reports and most observers was largely over, possibly thousands of people died, including not only the top figures of the Lon Nol regime but also large numbers of lower strata civilian and military personnel of the former administration who have been executed in the Khmer Rouge's cleansing process. 244. But the actual numbers are impossible to calculate. The estimate of possibly thousands presumably refers to those killed, not the victims of starvation or disease or unexploded ordnance. In his May 1977 article, Chanda discussed the human cost of what the regime had so far accomplished in these terms. One will probably never know exactly how many human lives have been cut down by political execution, starvation, and disease. The tendency of refugees to exaggerate their troubles to attract sympathy, the active presence of the intelligence services in the refugee camps and the Bangkok press, the most important source of information about the massacres, and the contradictory testimony of the last foreigners present in liberated Phnom Penh make a precise evaluation impossible. 245 But the consistency of refugee stories in Thailand and Vietnam and the testimony from socialist sources leaves no doubt, the number of deaths has been terribly high. On the necessity for the evacuation of Phnom Penh and the question whether the executions were a result of deliberate policy or local initiative, Chanda comments that opinions vary and takes no explicit stand himself, le monde diplomatique, though he suggests a point of view not unlike Kiernan's. Chanda quotes a diplomat who spent 4 years in Cambodia until the Khmer Rouge victory and who attributes the massacres in part to the bitterness of the war and in part to the action of the have-nots against the haves. Chanda adds that the 1970–1975 war was probably the most savage in Indochina, with soldiers of both sides giving no quarter. FEER. To the thirst for vengeance must probably be added the relative numerical weakness, political inexperience, and lack of organization of the Khmer Rouge, who suddenly became the rulers of a land ravaged by the war. In the absence of political work and a clandestine organization among the population controlled by Lon Nol, force more than persuasion was naturally used as the method of government. Suspicion, indeed profound hatred on the part of the Khmer soldiers, young peasants many of whom had lost their homes and families under the bombs, towards an urban population that was richer and more numerous also seems to have played a role, le monde diplomatique. Fear of sabotage was also an element. 246 The elimination of the former regime's officials and the dispersal into the countryside of the educated urban middle class has created a vertical power structure, with a tiny group of French-educated elite at the top dictating policy, while young and often illiterate farm boys, the grassroots cadres, are expected to implement the decisions. It is hardly surprising that these cadres rely on disciplinary action rather than persuasion or ideological motivation. 247. As for the post-war dead, who are listed simply as Khmer Rouge victims in the mainstream Western media, Chanda comments that disease was an extremely serious problem during the war, including 1 million suffering from malaria in 1972, and that the massive U.S. rice shipments, which were the sole sustenance of the cities swollen with refugees, did not suffice even then for more than a part of the population. He cites a source close to the U.S. government who predicted 1 million deaths from starvation in Cambodia in the event of a Khmer Rouge victory, approximately the number of deaths later reported by Panjshir and many others on the basis of alleged estimates from U.S. government and other Western sources. 248 Recall that these numbers, often inflated by imaginative reporters and congressmen, are consistently attributed to the barbarism of the Khmer Rouge, who allegedly boast about these deaths. Chanda quotes one observer who says, "If you consider the sheer magnitude of the problem faced by the Khmer Rouge in April 1975 and the dire prediction from Washington that 1 million Cambodians could die of starvation, this is no mean achievement." 249 He also describes the economic and development programs undertaken by the new regime and the beginnings of trade and foreign contacts. 250 The obsessive self-reliance and the conversion of the country into a labor army. his own view is evidently along the lines indicated by an observer whom he quotes: "They might have read a lot of Marx, Lenin, and Mao, but the ideology of the present leadership is virulent Khmer nationalism, FEER." In commenting on the contradictory testimony of the last foreigners to leave Phnom Penh, Chanda cited a letter by W. J. Sampson 251, an economist and statistician in Phnom Penh who is the author of a number of technical reports on the Cambodian economy and who worked in close contact with the government's Central Statistics Office until March 1975, and was thus well placed to comment on events of the period. Both the contents and the subsequent history of this communication are interesting. Sampson cites a UN estimate that the population of Cambodia in mid-1974 was 7.89 million, which agrees with his independent estimate. 252. He further believes that the figures offered of war casualties are much inflated, estimating civilian killings at perhaps in tens of thousands. Turning to the post-war situation, Sampson finds the figure of 2.2 million dead mentioned in the press questionable. 253. After leaving Cambodia, he writes, he visited refugee camps and kept in touch with Khmers. A European friend who cycled around Phnom Penh for many days after its fall saw and heard of no other executions beyond the shooting of some prominent politicians and the lynching of hated bomber pilots in Phnom Penh. As far as he could determine, refugees offered no first-hand evidence of elimination of collaborators. He believes that such executions could be numbered in the hundreds or thousands rather than in hundreds of thousands, though in addition there was a big death toll from sickness and there were food shortages. This communication, from what seems a credible source, appeared just at the time that the Baron Paul book and Lacouture's review of Panchid were causing a great sensation in the media about the murder of 1 to 2 million Cambodians by the Khmer Rouge. The letter was specifically brought to the attention of journalists who cited Lacouture's statement that the Khmer Rouge had boasted of having killed a quarter of the population, 2 million people. 254. With one exception, they were unwilling to cite it. 255. Porter mentioned Sampson's letter in congressional testimony when challenged by Rep. Salars on his skepticism about the Famiglia Cristiana interview. 256. Salars dismissed this by saying, "So, for all you know, this fellow could be a psychotic, right?" No such question was raised about unknown priests or reporters who circulated faked photographs and interviews from such sources as Famiglia Cristiana, or who drew conclusions from interviews with prisoners in Thai police cages. Salars's question and Porter's correct response, theoretically, yes, were cited by William Shawcross in a context that is even more remarkable than his willingness to cite this disreputable insinuation. 257. Shawcross argues that both sides of the propaganda battle have failed to examine their evidence carefully. The two sides are Baron Paul, condemning the new Cambodian regime, and Hildebrand Porter, defending it. The latter book, he writes, is in some ways a mirror image of Baron Paul. In this context, he alleges that Hildebrand and Porter's use of evidence can be seriously questioned. As his sole evidence to substantiate this charge, he offers the fact that Porter cited the Sampson letter, with its estimate of casualties, as documentation in the congressional hearings when asked why he was skeptical about charges leveled at post-war Cambodia. But, Shawcross continues, Porter had to agree with Congressman Salars that Sampson could in theory be a psychotic. Shawcross then reports that he spoke to Sampson by telephone to inquire into his views. He quotes Sampson as having said that altogether deaths over and above the normal death rate would not be more than 500,000. Shawcross interprets this as an estimate of victims of the Khmer Rouge, concluding, Mr. Sampson thus seems an unconvinced and unconvincing witness on behalf of Khmer Rouge moderation. Neither side of the propaganda battle has carefully examined all of the sources that it wishes to exploit. Note carefully the reasoning. First, whatever Porter might have said in the May 1977 hearings, it can hardly be offered in support of the charge that Hildebrand and Porter's use of evidence can be seriously questioned in their 1976 book, worse still, as the sole support for this charge. Sampson's letter was published subsequent to the book and obviously not mentioned in it. Secondly, Sampson's letter is, most definitely, documentation, however one chooses to evaluate it. Furthermore, Shawcross does not question that Porter quoted it quite accurately and appropriately. As for Porter's being compelled to agree that Sampson could in theory be a psychotic, Shawcross's willingness to cite Salars's absurd question is remarkable. Porter would or should have responded in the same way if asked whether Panchit or Shawcross or the authors of this book, etc., might be psychotics. Theoretically, yes. Furthermore, consider Shawcross's inquiry concerning Sampson's views. He argues that since Sampson has allegedly changed his mind in a telephone call subsequent to Porter's correct citation of his views, that shows that Hildebrand and Porter's book, which makes no mention of Sampson, is unscholarly and that their use of evidence can be seriously questioned. The logic is mind-boggling. But putting logic to the side, did Sampson in fact change his views, thus showing himself to be an unconvinced and unconvincing witness? The answer to the question depends on how we interpret the telephone statement by Sampson that Shawcross quotes. Given Sampson's known views on the general tendency to inflate figures, it might be supposed that his figure of deaths altogether above the normal is a reference to the total number of deaths throughout the war and the post-war period. In fact, in response to a query, Sampson stated quite explicitly in a letter dated March 6, 1978 that this was exactly his intent. 258 This letter was immediately transmitted to Porter, Shawcross, and the editor of the New York Review. Aware of these facts, Porter in response to Shawcross wrote correctly that Sampson had intended to refer to all deaths wartime and afterwards when citing the 500,000 figure. 259 Equally aware of the facts, Shawcross responded by repeating his claim that Sampson had offered the figure for deaths since the end of the war. This is, surely, a rather curious use of evidence. There is much more evidence from sources that seem to deserve a hearing but have been ignored by the media. We have noted the selectivity in choice of refugee reports. We will mention two additional examples of eyewitness reports that were available to the media, in addition to those already cited, but that they chose to disregard. Liberation News Service, New York, carried a dispatch from George Hildebrand, one of the co-authors of the Hildebrand-Porter study, reporting an interview with one of the few people in the U.S. today who can speak from direct experience, namely, a Cambodian refugee named Count Sakhan who spent the better part of a year traveling through Cambodia's populous central provinces and working in a number of rural areas in the developing western region of Cambodia, after having lived both in Phnom Penh and in liberated zones in earlier years. He also witnessed the evacuation of Phnom Penh in April 1975. 260 Sakhan saw no massacres or abandonment of sick and elderly people during the evacuation of Phnom Penh and claims that what the Reader's Digest described as looting was in fact the soldiers opening luxury shops and rice stores to the people. 261 He states further that during the evacuation, trucks distributed rice and medicine to the people and the people were free to join the cooperatives they passed or to move on. He lived in a commune, with, he claims, an 8-hour work schedule, adequate food and medical services, and generally fair treatment. His account of the revolutionary culture and the conditions of life and work is generally favorable, and he expresses regret that he joined a group of urban young men who escaped, saying, "I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel I belong back there." A press concerned to determine the facts about post-war Cambodia might have chosen to explore this lead. Another example that would appear to merit attention is a lengthy and detailed account of the evacuation of Phnom Penh by Joe Meng and Shane Tar. 262 The forced evacuation of Phnom Penh has served as proof of the near-genocidal intent and practice of the Khmer Rouge ever since it was graphically reported by journalists at the time. 263 It is featured in the books by Baron Paul and Panchit and by many others. According to these accounts, based on refugee reports and what journalists observed largely from their confinement in the French embassy in Phnom Penh, the evacuation was a hideous atrocity. Hildebrand and Porter cite eyewitness accounts by Westerners that paint a different picture, but their book has been ignored, along with the published sources they cite. The account by the TARs, which is the only published account by participants that provides substantial detail, to our knowledge, tends to corroborate the sources cited by Hildebrand Porter. Shane Tar is from New Zealand, his wife, Jo Meng, is Cambodian. Both joined the mass evacuation to the countryside on April 18, returned to Phnom Penh on April 21, and then traveled through the countryside with the convoy of journalists and others on their way to Thailand. They write that they attempted to contact the media on their return to New Zealand to present their story, but generally speaking news editors were not interested in hearing what we had to say unless we denounced communism in general and painted a picture of Khmer Rouge atrocities in particular. Several articles of theirs nevertheless appeared, but apart from the left-wing press, all were heavily censored so as to make our articles unintelligible and contradictory, they allege. The TARs claim that people were told that they would have to leave Phnom Penh because there was insufficient food. Refugees we talked to were happy at the prospect of returning to their homes, though city dwellers were far less enthusiastic, at least those who had some food. The very poor were quick to leave. The initial orders were polite, subsequently they became more like demands than requests, though they saw no sign of force. After comparing notes with other evacuees, they conclude that force was used only on isolated occasions. They report that prior to liberation, they had visited the hospitals and found that only one, Comet, was functioning properly, and that the revolutionary forces continued to operate it after they took over, though most of the medical personnel had fled. 264 They believe that patients were evacuated to more hygienic surroundings, a belief that cannot be dismissed out of hand in the light of the eyewitness account by Swain and others. They continue with a virtually hour-by-hour account of their trip to the countryside with the evacuees, then back to Phnom Penh where they joined other foreigners at the French embassy. They report many friendly contacts with villagers, refugees, cotters, and soldiers and say that they witnessed no executions or other atrocities, and saw no attempts to intimidate people with weapons. On their return to the French embassy on April 21, the TARs report, they were questioned for several hours by journalists who had been there since the 17th of April. But when it became clear that we had no sensational stories to tell of mass executions, rape, pillage, and suicides, many of these journalists became quite disappointed. Specifically, they contend that Sidney Schanberg of the New York Times, who later won the Pulitzer Prize for his report of these days, dismissed their positive account with sarcasm. It did not enter his subsequent reports, including a long story, May 9, 1975, on foreigners at the French embassy. With a few exceptions, the TARs report, for most of the time we spent in the French embassy we were the object of abuse and fear by those who had nothing but contempt for the Kampuchean people. Although Schanberg does not mention the TARs or their experiences during their participation in the evacuation, Swain does refer to them. He writes that Shane Tar is so contemptible that we who have abandoned our Cambodian friends do not wish to pass the time of day with him. He is full of nauseating revolutionary rhetoric and he and his wife fraternize with the Khmer Rouge guards over the walls. Shane Tar has a low opinion of us members of the capitalist press, we of his hypocrisy. He is shunned. Swain also apparently has a low opinion of the experiences of the TARs during the evacuation, these are never mentioned. We will see in a moment how scholarship deals with the account by the TARs. The TARs then describe their evacuation to Thailand. They describe the tremendous destruction in the countryside and conversations with villagers. They claim to have seen no signs of coercion, but rather people working according to their capabilities and the needs of the group. We quote their conclusions. From our observations and understanding of the events of Kampuchea from April 17, when we evacuated Phnom Penh, to our arrival in Poi Pot on 3 May, we can make the following points. 1. We saw no organized executions, massacres, or the results of such like. We saw about 15 bodies in Phnom Penh, of soldiers killed in the fighting. 2. There was very little intimidation of Phnom Penh's population by the Revolutionary Army. Many saw it not as an occupier but as a liberator. 3. We can refute the claims of the imperialist media that the Liberation Army indulged in a mass orgy of looting and destruction. 4. The march to the countryside was slow and well organized. People who had no relatives to stay with were put up by other villagers in the liberated areas, until they were assigned elsewhere. They were provided with food. 5. The aged and the ill were not expected to join in the march. We saw very few who were old or sick on the road. Those that we met elsewhere told us that the revolutionary organization catered for their needs. We saw the destruction of 5 years of war and of intense U.S. bombing. But we also saw dams, irrigation canals, rice paddies, and people who, while having to struggle very hard, were proud to have liberated Kampuchea from imperialism and were now the masters of their destiny. Again, we may ask why the eyewitness report of Joe Meng and Shane Tarr does not enter the record, as shaped by the selective hand of the media and mainstream scholarship. The question deserves a closer look. The account by the Tars of their evacuation in the convoy from the French embassy to Thailand is not unique. Many reporters were present and wrote extensively about this trip. But their account of their participation in the earlier evacuation from Phnom Penh is indeed unusual. As we have seen, journalists simply ignored it, though at the time this was virtually the only direct evidence concerning what was happening beyond the view from the embassy. There is also apparently a conflict of opinion represented by the Tars on the one hand and Swain and Schanberg on the other about the situation inside the embassy where foreigners and some Cambodians were confined. The Tars are, incidentally, not alone in their view. Richard Boyle of Pacific News Service is a correspondent with considerable experience in Vietnam, and author of an important but unread book. 265 On reaching Thailand, he filed a report from Bangkok published in the New York Guardian that did not appear in the mainstream press in the United States, to our knowledge. Boyle reports that he was asked by AP to take over their bureau and file for them as well as PNs after the U.S. departure. I reported what the Cambodian staff reported to me, that the Khmer Rouge troops told Phnom Penh government soldiers that they were brothers and that they did not want to kill them. There were eyewitness accounts by Cambodian AP staffers of Khmer Rouge and Phnom Penh troops embracing on the battlefield, yet when I filed this it was censored by AP. After that the story was killed. AP reported that the liberators burned down refugee huts 2 days before the fall of Phnom Penh, yet the Cambodian AP staffers who visited the front all day could not confirm the report. 266. Boyle states that stories of a bloodbath, as reported by other news agencies, cannot be verified and there is every indication that the accounts are lies. He cites as an example an AP report that French women were raped and brutalized, though he asserts that French doctors and nurses never saw any rape victims. 267. He also says that French mercenaries and Americans with CIA and DIA connections were permitted to take refuge in the embassy and to leave in safety, though they were regarded by the Khmer Rouge as war criminals. One of them, Douglas Sapper, a former Green Beret, publicly boasted he was planning to take a Swedish submachine gun, and raise the American flag at the U.S. Embassy, killing as many commies as I can. Yet he was one of the first Americans to seek refuge in the embassy and was permitted to leave, along with other journalists rumored to be working with intelligence, though the Khmer Rouge knew of these threats. Schanberg refers fondly to Sapper as one of those who performed constructive roles in the embassy. Barron and Paul cite him simply as an American businessman. Boyle questions the atrocity reports and gives a positive account of the occupation and evacuation, adding that the French prevented fraternization with Khmer Rouge troops who wanted to visit journalists. His account of the situation in Phnom Penh and within the embassy is similar to that of the Tars. Returning to the theory of the free press, we see that there are conflicting reports of all these events. Swain and Schanberg present their view in the London Sunday Times and New York Times. The Tars and Boyle give their conflicting account in News from Kampuchea, International Circulation 500, and the left-wing New York Guardian, also with a tiny reading public. The detailed participant account by the Tars of the actual evacuation from Phnom Penh as they perceived it, which is quite unique, is not so much as mentioned in the mass media. Their reports appeared without distortion, they claim, only in tiny left-wing journals in New Zealand. Boyle reports that AP refused to publish his stories when he had taken over their bureau, choosing instead accounts of atrocities that neither he, nor French doctors or nurses, nor Cambodian AP staffers could verify. But there is no censorship in the free press, such as we find in totalitarian states. We are aware of only one reference to the report by the Tars in the mainstream media in the West. it is worth reviewing as an indication of how academic scholarship deals with evidence that departs from the prevailing line. The well-known Cambodia specialist Michael Leifer reviewed Baron-Paul in the Times Literary Supplement. 268 In a letter commenting on this review 269 Torben Rietbol noted that Leifer seems to accept, somewhat uncritically, the charges put forward in the book despite serious questions about its accuracy and selective treatment of available data, questions that are quite pertinent, as we shall see. Specifically, Rietbol cited eyewitness reports that question the Baron-Paul account of the evacuation of Phnom Penh, including that of the TARs. Leifer responded rather haughtily that by eyewitness Rietbol presumably means foreigners who sheltered in the compound of the French embassy. He does not confirm whether any of these so-called eyewitnesses had actual experience of participation in the evacuation. 270 Evidently, Leifer was unaware of the fact that the account by the TARs published 6 months earlier made quite explicit that they were direct participants in the evacuation prior to being sheltered in the embassy on their return to Phnom Penh. Rietbol then reported the TARs account correctly, quoting the conclusions just given, in a letter which furthermore gave the citation to their report in News from Kampuchea. 271 In response, Leifer asks whether Rietbol is aware of the fact that Tar and his wife were among those confined to the compound of the French embassy in Phnom Penh, which of course he was, though the relevant point is that prior to this they participated in the evacuation. Leifer then cites Swain's account of how the TARs were evacuated from the embassy, concluding that on the basis of this experience, it would seem impossible for the TARs to have compiled a report at first hand. He says that at one stage, there was every prospect that Mrs. Tar would be separated from her husband because of her nationality and dispatched out of the capital on foot, but the weeping couple were smuggled on board a convoy by a French diplomat, citing Swain. 272 Nowhere does Leifer mention the fact that the TARs participated in the evacuation on foot before they returned to Phnom Penh and the French embassy from which they were evacuated, and had published a detailed report of this experience. Leifer's first letter indicates that he was simply unaware of their account. His second letter cannot be explained on this basis, rather, it reveals that he was simply unwilling to look into it, preferring to insinuate that their detailed story must have been invented out of whole cloth, evidently in complete ignorance of what they had reported. At this point he knew exactly where their account appeared. A striking example of careful and dispassionate scholarship. Rietbol's response correcting the factual record was not published. In citing Swain's contemptuous account of the TARs and the alleged circumstances of their evacuation, Leifer simply presents it as fact, never mentioning that their own account differs radically. Typically, an insulting account of the TARs reaches a mass audience, while their own version of events in which they were involved, including their participation in the evacuation and their relations to journalists, is not permitted to enter the public record. In this case, scholarship surpasses journalism in deceit. The journalists simply did not refer to the TARs' experiences, while condemning them for their nauseating revolutionary rhetoric and contemptible efforts to fraternize with the Khmer Rouge. The Cambodia scholar goes a step further, pretending that their account does not exist even when he knows precisely where it is to be found. 273. To complete the story, we turn finally to the major sources of information that have reached the general public, the books by Baron-Paul and Ponchid. As already noted, the Baron-Paul book and their earlier Reader's Digest article have reached tens of millions of readers in the United States and abroad and are undoubtedly the major source of information for the general public. They have also been widely and generally quite favorably reviewed and have been the subject of extensive comment apart from reviews, also to a mass audience, ranging from a front-page horror story in the Wall Street Journal to an article in TV Guide 274, circulation more than 19 million, by Ernest Lefevre, a foreign policy specialist who is otherwise known for his argument before Congress that we should be more tolerant of the mistakes of the Chilean junta in attempting to clear away the devastation of the Allende period, and his discovery of the remarkable freedom of expression enjoyed by critics of the military regime. 275 The book has been described as impeccably documented. 276 The authors deserve substantial credit, however, for the exhaustiveness and meticulousness of their research. 277 The London Economist wrote that the methods and documentation of the authors will convince any save the most dedicated skeptics that at least 1 people have died since the fall of Cambodia as a direct result of the excesses of the Angkalo'u. It may be the best book there ever will be on this subject. 278 In the United States, the press response in editorials and commentary was also substantial and largely unquestioning. 279 Not all reviewers have been completely uncritical. 280 Martin Woolyackett noted that the estimates of dead are guesswork and that their sample of refugees is disproportionately drawn from the middle class and the northwest of the country. 281 William Shawcross commented that their figure of dead is that of the Carter administration. 282 Elizabeth Becker objects that they pepper their book with facile polemics, turning it into a Cold War propaganda piece. 283 A number of reviewers have remarked on their infantile discussion of Q Samfan's alleged impotence and its significance, as well as their failure to refer to the U.S. role. When they speak of the murder of a gentle land, they are not referring to B-52 attacks on villages or the systematic bombing and murderous ground sweeps by U.S. troops or forces organized and supplied by the United States, in a land that had been largely removed from the Indochina conflict prior to the U.S. attack. But in general, their conclusions have been taken as overwhelmingly persuasive, if not definitive. To evaluate the Baron Paul account in a serious way, one must first consider its credibility where verifiable. Their case is largely built, as it must be, on refugee accounts. How much faith we place in their rendition of these accounts and the conclusions they draw from the samples they present will be determined by their credibility where what they say is subject to check. We stress again the importance of avoiding a gross but common error of reasoning, since the refugee accounts far outweigh in significance the supporting documentation. One might erroneously conclude that even if the latter collapses, the main charges remain intact. The error is transparent. It is only the independently verifiable material that gives some indication of the trustworthiness of their account of what they claim to have heard and found. We have already seen several examples of their exhaustive, meticulous, and impeccable scholarship, including their reliance on the Famiglia Christiana interview and their uncritical handling of the edict allegedly put forth by a Khmer Rouge commander. They are not, of course, to be faulted for the fact that their source, Panchit, has since modified and then silently withdrawn this quote, though for the reasons we reviewed, there was ample reason for skepticism about this and other sources. That they cite quite selectively, as we shall see, as fits their purposes. We have also mentioned their method of finding promising subjects under the guidance of Thai ministry officials and elected camp commanders, a critical admission as to methodology that should have at once alerted reviewers and commentators that this study is hardly to be taken too seriously. In fact, this reliance, whether naive or cynical, on the guidance of Thai authorities is typical of their research. In his preface, Baron reviews the diverse sources that all assured him that the communist conquerors of Cambodia had put virtually everybody to work tilling the soil under deathly conditions. These diverse sources are, in toto, specialists at the State and Defense Departments, the National Security Council, and 3 unnamed foreign embassies in Washington. 284 The acknowledgements supplement these remarkably diverse sources as follows: a representative of the Thai Ministry of the Interior, whose knowledge and advice additionally provided us with invaluable guidance, Cambodian specialists in the U.S. Department of State, the National Security Council, and the U.S. Army General Staff, who made available large quantities of their own data, guided us to other sources, answered innumerable questions and favored us with authoritative criticism, and Panchit, who put at our disposal his immense store of knowledge about Cambodia, generously shared with us the results of his own research. Saved us from errors through scholarly criticism. 285 And on several occasions assisted Ursula Nakashe as an interpreter in the conduct of important interviews. 286 Can one imagine a researcher limiting himself to comparable sources on the other side of the fence for a critical study of U.S. imperial violence, than to be lauded for his meticulous and exhaustive scholarship? The same concept of diverse sources also sets the limits of their impeccable documentation, to which we return. No less remarkable than their search for promising interviewees and their concept of diverse sources is the short shrift they give to pre-1975 Cambodia. They explain that they have referred to events prior to April 17, 1975 only to the extent we thought such references were necessary to an understanding of what has transpired since then. 287 reasonable enough until we see what they omit as unnecessary to such understanding. The U.S. role, for example, surely known to them if they read the journalistic sources they cite, and hardly a great secret to readers of the daily press, is off the agenda as irrelevant to subsequent events. 288 Also unnecessary to the understanding of post-war Cambodia in their view are such minor matters as the backgrounds of the revolutionary movement in peasant society and social conflict. That a study of post-war Cambodia resting on such a historical vacuum can be regarded as an outstanding work of scholarship or even a useful study of current Cambodia is remarkable indeed. The framework that they set reveals with crystal clarity that their story, where unverifiable, is to be taken about as seriously as an account of the U.S. war in Vietnam produced by the World Peace Council. Correspondingly, it is treated as seriously by the free press as WPC studies are on the other side of the Iron Curtain. There is, of course, method in the Baron Paul research methodology. It is not as stupid as it looks at first glance. If Cambodian history, internal social conflict, the nature of peasant society, French colonialism, and U.S. intervention are all excluded by fiat as unnecessary for the understanding of what has transpired since April 1975, then the stage is fully set to blame everything on the evil communist leaders, revenge killings, disease, starvation, overwork, unexploded ordnance, the B-52 craters that have churned up the entire countryside, Swain, everything. Given their framework, we hardly need inquire into the details to predict the conclusions that these scholars will reach. All deaths in Cambodia in the post-war period, all penury and suffering and strife, will necessarily be attributed to the sole factor that is not eliminated from consideration a priori, the Khmer Rouge leadership. And of course that is exactly what the authors conclude. The absurdity of this procedure apparently has not been perceived by the many commentators who take this transparent propaganda exercise seriously. The methodology for estimating post-war deaths, which has so impressed the editors of the London Economist and other ideologists, is hardly more than a joke. One does not have to be a dedicated skeptic to question their basis for concluding that at least 1 million people have died since the fall of Cambodia as a direct result of the excesses of the Angkalohu. Our emphasis, mere rationality suffices, since all other factors were eliminated as irrelevant. What of the numbers? These are determined on the basis of such notable sources as Q Samphan's alleged admission that roughly 1 million Cambodians died, 289, and beyond that, estimates offered with no stated basis by various named and unnamed Western observers, various guesses based on no cited evidence about the proportion of educated people massacred, other guesses about deaths from starvation and disease, and so on. 290. By such routes Baron and Paul concoct their estimate that at the very minimum, more than 1,200,000 men, women, and children died in Cambodia between April 17, 1975, and January 1, 1977, as a consequence of the actions of Angkalohu. 291. The breakdown of numbers includes 100,000 or more in massacres and by execution, and most of the rest, roughly 1 million, from disease and starvation. 292. The dedicated skeptic might, at this point, raise eyebrows over the fact that 1.2 million is the figure allegedly produced by the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, since repeated widely in the press. 293. And the figure of 1 million deaths from disease and starvation happens to correspond to the prediction by U.S. government sources of the numbers who would starve to death after the Khmer Rouge victory, as we have seen. 294. An estimate based on an assessment of the ravages of the war, specifically, the destruction of the economy by the United States. Very little in the Baron Paul book is subject to possible verification. Therefore an assessment of the credibility of their primary evidence, refugee reports, rests very largely on the accuracy of their brief historical remarks. Several reviewers have commented on the striking inadequacies of these remarks. Failing to draw the obvious conclusion, however, if what can be checked turns out to be false or misleading, what are we to conclude about claims that are subject to no verification? Turning to their version of history, we find the standard clichés about this once happy country now devastated by Khmer Rouge atrocities: the faithful, kindly believers in Theravada Buddhism who produced annual rice surpluses in the plentiful land without overly exerting themselves, the Phnom Penh residents, who had been known for their spontaneity and gaiety, their uninhibited curiosity and friendliness, etc. 295, compare the accounts of peasant life, the exploitative existence of the Phnom Penh elite, and the history of violence in Cambodia mentioned earlier, which pass here without notice. Baron and Paul, unlike every serious commentator, make no effort to find out what lies behind the Khmer smile, and they do not seem intrigued by the fact that the very reporters they cite speak of the surprise of urban residents when dark-skinned country boys in traditional garb looking like creatures from another planet entered Phnom Penh in April 1975. Turning to the Khmer Rouge, Baron and Paul claim that there is no evidence that the communists ever enjoyed the voluntary support of more than a small minority of Cambodians, in either the countryside or the cities, a standard propaganda cliché of the Vietnam War applied to the NLF, although known to be false by official experts. Point 296 Rather, the Khmer Rouge programs alienated the peasantry affected so that families fled to the cities in a mass migration not from the US bombing but rather from Khmer Rouge cruelty. Their mute and phlegmatic soldiers include children impressed into the Revolutionary Army at age 10 or 11 when the communists had overrun their villages. 297 On the assumption that these remarks accurately characterize the Khmer Rouge relation to the peasantry, the difficult question of how they now maintain control becomes an imponderable mystery, not to speak of their rise from a tiny movement to a substantial army under the most horrendous conditions and their success in defeating the Lon Nol army backed by massive US force. But no such problems trouble these thinkers. The Khmer Rouge succeeded by skillful propaganda, exploiting the US limited incursion and the B-52 raids directed against the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong sanctuaries. 298 The Khmer Rouge, they explain, had new opportunities. To escape the spreading fighting, people started swarming from the countryside into the cities, spawning economic and social problems for the Lon Nol government. The American intervention and B-52 raids, the latter continued until August 1973, enabled the communists somewhat more convincingly to depict the North Vietnamese as our teachers. 299 The United States as the imperialist aggressor and the Lon Nol government as a lackey of the imperialists. The Far Eastern Economic Review observed, from being widely regarded as the dogmatic disciples of a Marxist ideology alien to Khmer national traditions and culture, the Khmer Rouge became patriots. 300. After their conjecture that the awful fate visited upon post-war Cambodia results from the chronic impotence of Khieu Samphan, Baron and Paul add the following explanation of the success of the Khmer Rouge despite their terrorizing the countryside. But what is in doubt is not so important as what is certain. Khieu Samphan and a few kindred people, who neither by achievements nor by ideas had ever attracted any substantial following, absconded into the jungles, assumed leadership of an insignificant, ineffectual little guerrilla force, captured control of a political coalition and through it absolute control of an entire society. 301. Sheer magic. 302. The impeccable documentation in this major work omits the many published sources that explain how the Khmer Rouge were recruited by the US bombardment of the civilian society, a factor that the authors would have us believe is as irrelevant to an understanding of post-war Cambodian history as the actual situation in the countryside or the history of internal conflict. 303. Apart from their historical comments, there is a possibility of independent verification of Baron Paul's evidence only in the case of the occupation of Phnom Penh, when many reporters were present at first in the city itself and later confined in the French embassy. We will therefore consider perhaps the most striking claim that they put forth from this period. Baron and Paul claim that there was a major bloodbath. In Phnom Penh, they assert, some people saw summary executions and Virtually everybody saw the consequences of them in the form of corpses of men, women, and children rapidly bloating and rotting in the hot sun. The bodies, sometimes grotesquely contorted in agony, yielded a nauseating, pervasive stench, and they had a transfiguring effect on the hundreds of thousands of people being exiled, turning them into a silent, cowed herd. 304. Evidently, something so dramatic would be hard to miss, so one would indeed expect virtually everybody to have seen it. 305. Their supporting documentation falls into the two familiar categories: 1. A list of names of Cambodians; 2. Verifiable documentation, namely, Sunday Times, London, May 8, 1975, Mirror, London, May 9, 1975, AP Dispatch from Bangkok, May 8, 1975. 306. Turning to the verifiable documentation, consider first the Sunday Times, May 8. There is no such document. Presumably, they are referring to John Swain's report in the Sunday Times, May 11. Assuming so, we turn to Swain's account. There is no doubt of his fury over the enormity and horror of what he describes in gory detail, but he seems to have missed the consequences of summary executions described so eloquently by Baron and Paul as he was walking through Phnom Penh or observing from the embassy. He does not report having seen any signs of summary executions. He does transmit stories he heard about killings by soldiers, but that is all. One of these stories is cited by Baron Paul, with a little embellishment, as an example of a summary execution. Swain presents it as follows. A newly arrived French teacher says that at 8:30 this morning he was on his way to the embassy when a Khmer Rouge patrol ran out of an alley and cut a line of refugees in half, splitting a family. When the parents protested, the leader raised his rifle and shot them in the chest. This second-hand report, if correct, 307, would serve as a second-hand example of a summary execution under a broad interpretation of this concept, but provides no support for the far more dramatic claim that virtually everybody saw the consequences that Baron and Paul so vividly describe. Furthermore, this example does not support the major thrust of their argument, that the summary executions, here and elsewhere, were commanded from on high as part of a systematic policy of genocide, perhaps a consequence of Q Samphan's chronic impotence. Rather, it appears to be a case of a murderous act by soldiers of a conquering army, horrifying no doubt, but unfortunately all too common. For example, the robbery and murder committed by U.S. troops occupying Japan, or their participation in mass murder of members of the anti-Japanese resistance in the Philippines, to take a case where the armed forces in question and the society from which they were recruited had not suffered anything remotely like the savagery that the Khmer Rouge had endured. 308. Actually, Swain does discuss the matter of bloodbaths, though Baron and Paul do not refer to these remarks. Commenting on the assurance by U.S. diplomats that the revenge would be dreadful when the Khmer Rouge came, he writes, "I can only say that what I have heard and seen provides no proof of a bloodbath, and I would question the reliability of reports of mass executions that almost from the start have circulated outside Cambodia. What has taken place, though equally horrific, is something different in kind. My overriding impression, reinforced as we journeyed through the countryside en route to the Thai border, was that the Khmer Rouge military authorities had ordered this mass evacuation not to punish the people but to revolutionize their ways and thoughts. Many thousands will no doubt die. But whatever else, this does not constitute a deliberate campaign of terror, rather it points to poor organization, lack of vision, and the brutalization of a people by a long and savage war." In this connection, Swain has something to say about a bloodbath that escaped the attention of Baron and Paul completely. The United States has much to answer for here, not only in terms of human lives and massive material destruction. The rigidity and nastiness of the un-Cambodian-like fellows in black who run this country now, 309, or what is left of it, are as much a product of this wholesale American bombing which has hardened and honed their minds as they are a product of Marx and Mao. The war damage here, as everywhere else we saw, is total. Not a bridge is standing, hardly a house. I am told most villagers have spent the war years living semi-permanently underground in earth bunkers to escape the bombing. Little wonder that this peasant army is proud of its achievements. The entire countryside has been churned up by American B-52 bomb craters, whole towns and villages razed. So far I have not seen one intact pagoda. 310. His final thoughts are also perhaps worth quoting. In the last 5 years, Cambodia has lost upwards of 500,000 people, 10% of its population, in a war fueled and waged on its soil by outside powers for their own selfish reasons. The people who run, live in and try to reconstruct the heap of ruins they have inherited in Cambodia today deserve the world's compassion and understanding. It is their country and it was their sacrifices. They have earned themselves the right to organize their society their own way. In brief, Baron and Paul are careful not to cite Swain for what he does actually say, though it is highly relevant to their alleged concerns. 311. Furthermore, this source lends no support to their claim that virtually everybody saw the hideous consequences of summary executions, or that the summary executions were a matter of government policy. Perhaps we will do better with Baron and Paul's second source, Mirror, London, May 9, 1975, AP Dispatch from Bangkok, May 8, 1975. The Daily Mirror, May 9, contains no AP Dispatch. This journal contains little international news. There is, however, a report by an unidentified Mirror reporter, nestled amidst such items as My Secret Agony, by Girl's Mom, and Men's Lib at the Altar. This story is based on reports by evacuees from the French embassy and refugees. The reporter does not seem to have been in Cambodia, so he could not have witnessed the scene described by Baron Paul. Nor did the people he interviewed. But he does have this to say: the refugees heard reports of wholesale executions of Cambodians. But they never saw any themselves. So much for the second bit of impeccable documentation. Perhaps Baron and Paul, in the somewhat misleading citation quoted above, had in mind an AP dispatch from another source. There is, in fact, an AP dispatch from Bangkok, May 8, 1975, filed by Jean-Jacques Cazot and Claude Juvenal on their arrival after evacuation from Cambodia. 312. They say nothing about executions in Phnom Penh and report that not a single corpse was seen along our evacuation route, however. 313. Perhaps there are other May 8 Bangkok AP reports relevant to the Baron Paul claim quoted above. 314. But the sources they cite plainly are not. Rather, these sources either say nothing about a bloodbath that should have been hard to miss on their account, or express skepticism about bloodbath reports. There is no shred of evidence from this documentation in support of their claim about what virtually everybody saw, or even in support of their general claim that the government was responsible for summary executions. We are left with the unverifiable documentation, alleged interviews with Cambodians. Other sources that Baron Paul cite in a related context also do not bear out their claims about the signs of a bloodbath that virtually everybody saw. They cite Cazot, AFP, Hong Kong, May 8, 1975, under the related heading Transformation of Phnom Penh into a Wasteland. We have been unable to locate this report and doubt that it exists, but there is an AFP report filed by Cazot on May 8 from Bangkok, where he actually was. Here he says that there were rumors that 200 heads were lying in the marketplace and thousands of bodies rotting along Highway 5 leading north, but latecomers to the embassy said that nothing of the kind, i.e., massacres, had taken place. 315. Similarly, Sidney Schanberg, whom they cite under evacuation of Phnom Penh, notes unconfirmed reports of executions of senior military and civilian officials and the prospect that many will die on the march to the countryside, but none of this will apparently bear any resemblance to the mass executions that had been predicted by Westerners. He cites reports of executions, but none were eyewitness accounts. He saw bodies on the road from Phnom Penh but says it was difficult to tell if they were people who had succumbed to the hardships of the march or simply civilians and soldiers killed in the last battles. 316. Still another lengthy account, which Baron Paul do not cite, was given by Patrice de Beer of Le Monde. 317 De Beer urges caution with refugee or Secret Service reports. How badly mistaken they were is only too well known. He is skeptical about the reports of executions. One instance cited is that of Udong, which we went through on April 30, and where we saw nothing of the sort. He is also skeptical of monitored radio messages, when you recall that the day after Phnom Penh fell, a clandestine transmitter on the Thai border announced that a score of journalists had been killed by the Khmer Rouge, when in fact they were all alive. He describes an unknown world in the countryside, peaceful despite the devastation, turning to the task of reconstruction. We hardly find here an impeccably documented account of how virtually everybody saw the horrendous scenes that Baron Paul described. In fact, their documentation reduces to category 1 unverifiable reports of alleged interviews with refugees. 318 The fact appears to be that virtually nobody whose reports can be checked, including sources that they are clearly aware of since they cite them in related contexts, saw the scenes that they describe. The fact that their claim was undocumented was noted by Torben Rietbol in letters commenting on the reviews of the Baron Paul book in The Economist and the Far Eastern Economic Review. Baron and Paul have each responded. 319 Each produces the obligatory insults, one of the world's few remaining apologists for the Cambodian communists, etc., with a touch of hysteria that stands in marked contrast to Rietbol's letters, which quietly point out errors in the book and express skepticism about its claims. We will not review their huffing and puffing in an effort to evade the issue, but the upshot is that the claim to which Rietbol referred, which we have just discussed, is not supported by the verifiable documentation that they cite. It is, furthermore, a fairly sensational claim, and one of the few that is subject to possible verification. Furthermore, even the second-hand story of an atrocity that they cite more or less accurately lends no support to their thesis about the summary executions, as we have seen. Perhaps this is enough to indicate that Baron and Paul's impeccable documentation and exhaustive and meticulous scholarship, which has so impressed reviewers, will not withstand scrutiny. The historical comments are worthless, and their effort to document what might have been observed reduces to the testimony of refugees, that is, unverifiable testimony. They do offer what to the superficial reader may appear to be documentation, but we discover on analysis that it is irrelevant or contrary to their claims, where it exists. Recall that this is apparently the best that could be achieved with the ample resources of the Reader's Digest. In the case of reporters of demonstrated integrity, reports of what refugees are alleged to have said must surely be taken seriously. In the present case, the very framework of analysis makes it clear that this is not a serious piece of work. At any point where their contribution can be evaluated, it is found seriously wanting if not entirely absurd. People who are willing to place their trust in what Baron and Paul report where no supporting documentation is available, i.e., essentially all the crucial cases, merely reveal that their preconceived bias overwhelms any critical judgment. Nevertheless, their work, both in the Reader's Digest with its mass international circulation and in this widely reviewed and much praised book, remains the major source of evidence on which the Western media and the general public have relied, a remarkable bit of evidence in support of the theory of the free press that we have been elaborating here. Panchit's book, the second major source for Western audiences on post-war Indochina, is a more serious work and deserves more careful study and critical analysis. Before discussing it, a word about its reception and impact is in order. In fact, it is not quite accurate to say that Panchit's book itself has been a major source despite the numerous references to it. Rather, the impact of this book has been through the medium of reviews and derivative commentary, primarily, a very influential review by Jean Lacouture, who has compiled an outstanding record as a historian and analyst of contemporary affairs in Vietnam and the Middle East, apart from other important work. The English translation of Lacouture's French review appeared shortly after the Baron Paul Reader's Digest article, followed within a few months by their book and his corrections. 320 The already quite extensive press commentary on Cambodia, which had been denouncing the Cambodian horror chamber and gulag since the war's end, reached a crescendo of outrage and indignation at this time, always coupled with an agonized plea to break the silence that could barely be heard above the din of protest. The congressional hearings of May and July followed immediately. This escalation of the already high level of protest was caused, no doubt, by this one-two punch, Baron Paul for the masses in the Reader's Digest, and Lacouture for the intellectual elite in the New York Review of Books. To appreciate how unusual all this is, compare the reaction to benign and constructive bloodbaths, as in the case of Timor. As we have already mentioned, it is rare indeed, unprecedented for a French book on Indochina to receive such rapid and wide notice in the English-speaking world. Lacouture's book on post-war Vietnam was neither translated nor, to our knowledge, ever mentioned in the press, though it was an eyewitness account based on long demonstrated expertise. In contrast, his version of a report by a hitherto unknown French priest concerning a country with which Lacouture had considerably less familiarity became a major literary and political event. Similarly, earlier French studies that give much insight into the developments that have led to the present situation in Cambodia have never been translated and were only mentioned far from the mainstream. 321 And post-war French publications that give a more positive view of the Khmer Rouge are unnoticed and untranslated. 322. It would be difficult to argue that Panchit's book has been translated and so widely discussed because of its unique excellence as a work of scholarship or interpretation. Whatever its merits, one would hardly maintain that it is in a class by itself in this regard. Nor is the reason for its uncommon fame that it records horrible atrocities. The same was surely true of the work of Beaumont, Thion and Meyer, for example, who dealt with the U.S. war. Nor can the reason be humanitarian concern, since the latter books were far more relevant than Panchit's, all questions of merit aside, on any moral scale. For reasons that are simple and obvious, the information that they conveyed could lead to direct action that would impede or halt ongoing atrocities, while it is difficult to see what Westerners could do to improve the lot of those who were subjected to repression or worse in Cambodia, as specialists have commonly observed. 323 To speak out about Cambodian atrocities in the West, joining the chorus of protest, is easy enough, as easy as it would be for a Russian intellectual to condemn the atrocious acts of U.S. imperialism. 324 It cannot be that some moral imperative affords Panchit's book its unique fame. In fact, it is clear enough why the study has been singled out for special attention. Its message, accurate or not, happens to conform perfectly to the needs of current Western ideology. 325 These comments are no criticism of the book, of course. Rather, they relate to its remarkable reception, and thus are relevant to our primary concern, the workings of the Western propaganda system. Panchit's book appeared in France in January 1977. A review by Jean Lacouture in Nouvel Observateur was immediately translated and appeared in the March 31 issue of the New York Review of Books, probably a record for speed in reviewing a French book. Lacouture's review had a considerable impact. Panchit himself writes that it provoked considerable reaction in all circles concerned about Asia and the future of socialism. 326 Our own interpretation of the impact would be a bit different. Most of those who reacted to Lacouture's review in the media by lauding the contribution of the book that they had never seen had shown little concern for the future of socialism, or for Asia, except in the sense that a fox is concerned with a brood of chickens. Others have also commented on the influence of Lacouture's review, which has indeed been unprecedented. William Shawcross writes that it had enormous impact, particularly because it was written by a former supporter of the Khmer Rouge. He issued a mea culpa for a paper which had consistently opposed the war. It was taken up by dozens of papers. 327 In its review, the London Economist wrote that Panchit's book gained considerable notoriety because of an extraordinary review in the New York Times Sick Review of Books written by Jean Lacouture, a French journalist. 328 Lacouture's corrections, a bizarre episode. 329 added a bit illogically to the controversy that was already well advanced over whether the book itself was adequately researched and the refugees' evidence viewed with sufficient skepticism. These comments bring out several interesting themes which, as we have seen, crop up constantly in discussion about post-war Indochina. Consider the economist's reference to the controversy that was already well advanced over Panchid's book. There was no controversy. It was quite impossible for there to have been a controversy at the time when Lacouture's review appeared. The book itself had just appeared. For all we know, there was not a single person in the English-speaking countries who had read the book, let alone engaged in controversy over it, at that time, and precious few afterwards, when the unread book was having its enormous impact on the press, nor was there any controversy well advanced in France a few weeks after publication. Furthermore, there has been very little controversy over the book since. Reviews have been consistently favorable, our own review in The Nation included, as Panchid remarks in the author's note to the American translation 330, though we raised several questions about it. But it is, as we have seen, a staple of media coverage of post-war Cambodia to pretend that a major intellectual battle is in progress, comparable perhaps to the debate over Stalinist crimes years ago. Such pretense provides a useful backdrop to the incessant plea that the story is untold, everyone remains silent, etc., a performance that would have an air of low comedy were it not for the seriousness of the subject. Shawcross's observation that part of the impact of the review was due to Lacouture's former support for the Khmer Rouge and the fact that the New York Review had consistently opposed the war is very much to the point. But the matter deserves a closer look. In fact, much has also been made of Panchid's early sympathy for the Khmer Rouge as evidence that his criticism has unusual force. 331 Lacouture does describe himself as someone who supported the Khmer Rouge cause, 332, and advocated the cause of the Khmer Rouge in their struggle against the corrupt Lon Nol regime. 333 His previous writings indicate, however, that he was a supporter of Sihanouk, who was a bitter enemy of the Khmer Rouge until they joined forces against Lon Nol in 1970 and whose subsequent relations with the Khmer Rouge are not at all clear. 334 In fact, it is difficult to see how a Westerner could have supported the cause of the Khmer Rouge, since virtually nothing was known about it. One should beware of the God that failed technique. 335 It is a common error, as we have pointed out several times, to interpret opposition to U.S. intervention and aggression as support for the programs of its victims, a useful device for state propagandists but one that often has no basis in fact. As for the New York Review, it is true enough that it consistently opposed the war and was at one time open to writers connected with the peace movement and the U.S. left, along with a wide range of others, but it rejoined the liberal consensus in these respects years ago. It may be that the impact of Lacouture's review derived in part from the fact that it appeared in the issue immediately following the André Gélinas article on Vietnam that we discussed in Chapter 4. This too was influential, and its impact was enhanced, as we have seen, by the pretense that the journal in which it appeared had been an organ of celebration for the communists, a typical lie of the propaganda institutions. 336. Finally, as concerns Panchid, it is quite true that he writes that he listened to Khmer Rouge proposals with a sympathetic ear, since I come of peasant stock myself. 337 As far as we know, however, during the years Panchid lived in Cambodia he never publicly expressed this sympathy and also apparently felt that no purpose would be served by any public comment or protest over the war specifically, the foreign attack while it was in progress. We are aware of nothing that he wrote on the war, apart from several articles and his book All After the War's End. Furthermore, he describes nothing that he did that might have been to the benefit of the peasants of Cambodia. It apparently has not been noticed by the many commentators who have cited Panchid's alleged sympathy with the Khmer peasants and the revolutionary forces that if authentic, it is a remarkable self-condemnation. What are we to think of a person who is quite capable of reaching an international audience, at least with atrocity stories, and who could see with his own eyes what was happening to the Khmer peasants subjected to daily massacre as the war ground on, but kept totally silent at a time when a voice of protest might have helped to mitigate their torture? It would be more charitable to assume that Panchid is simply not telling the truth when he speaks of his sympathy for the Khmer peasants and for the revolution, having added these touches for the benefit of a gullible Western audience or for the benefit of apologists who can then write that the atrocity stories have impressed even those such as François Panchid, who was sympathetic to the communists when they first took over. 338. In short, Neither Lacouture, nor Panchit, nor the New York Review had ever, to our knowledge, identified with the Khmer Rouge or their cause. While it is true that the impact of Lacouture's review of Panchit's book in the New York Review derives in part from such loose associations as those just mentioned, that is more a commentary on the media than on the facts. Lacouture's review has indeed been extremely influential. The corrections, in significant contrast, have been little noted. 339 Two samples from the national press illustrate the media response. Basing themselves on a review of a book that they had never seen, by an unknown author, the editors of the Christian Science Monitor published an editorial stating that the loss of life had been reported to be as high as 2 million people out of 7.8 million total. They quote Lacouture's rhetorical question, "What Oriental despots or medieval inquisitors ever boasted of having eliminated, in a single year, 1/4 of their own population?" 340 Surely enough time had passed to enable the Monitor editors to do what several private individuals had done upon reading Lacouture's review, namely to check his source for this remark, and find that it did not exist. The Monitor also cites the faked photographs discussed above. The fakery had been publicly exposed a year earlier, noting merely that they have not been positively verified. They quote Lacouture's conclusion that Cambodia's leaders have been systematically massacring, isolating and starving city and village populations whose crime was to have been born when they were, never troubling here or elsewhere to inquire into the evidence for this allegation, or to ask what curious aberration might impel Cambodia's leaders to systematically starve and massacre the population of the country, or how a small group of leaders might be able to achieve this strange purpose. They conclude that for the outside world to countenance such barbarism and remain officially silent about it, in a sense diminishes respect for humanity and its rights everywhere. To fully appreciate their reaction, one would have to review the shabby editorial record of this journal. 341 In countenancing the barbarism of the United States over many years. 342. Lacouture, like Panchit, takes note of the brutality of the U.S. war, surely a major factor in what followed. These references disappear from the Monitor editorial, which like Baron Paul pretends that the current suffering in Cambodia takes place in a historical vacuum, a mere result of communist savagery. We have already quoted their earlier editorial based on Baron Paul, which avoids any reference to U.S. responsibility, though there is much moralizing about those who are allegedly indifferent to Khmer Rouge terrorism against the engaging people of Cambodia. 343. To mention a second example, the liberal columnist of the New York Times, Anthony Lewis, devoted a column to Lacouture's review. 344 Lewis was an outspoken and effective critic of the U.S. war from 1969 and has since explained that by 1969 it was clear to most of the world and most Americans that the intervention had been a disastrous mistake. 345 Not a crime. He commented on the painful honesty of Lacouture's article, which lends ghastly conviction to its terrible conclusions. He then quotes Lacouture's conclusions: "The new rulers have invented something original, autogenocide, a new and more horrible form of genocide. After Auschwitz and the Gulag, we might have thought the century had produced the ultimate horror, but we are now seeing the suicide of a people in the name of revolution, worse, in the name of socialism. Apparently a greater horror than Auschwitz or the Gulag, not to speak of the Indonesian massacre of 1965 to 1966 or the US massacres in Indochina, but then, as Lewis has explained, these were only a disastrous mistake." Lewis also quotes approvingly Lacouture's claim that the group of modern intellectuals, formed by Western thought, primarily Marxist thought, are systematically massacring and starving the population, and his further claim that these monsters boast of having eliminated some 2 million people, along with other citations that happen to be inaccurate. As distinct from the Monitor, Lewis cites Lacouture's reference to the U.S. role, and like his colleagues warns that to remain silent in the face of barbarism as enormous as Cambodia's would be to compromise our own humanity, as if there had been silence, as if it is our own humanity that is at stake, as if we do not compromise our own humanity by describing American decisions on Indochina as blundering efforts to do good. See note 345, after having remained silent about them apart from timid queries during the period of the worst barbarism. In today's world, he concludes, we ignore mass murder anywhere at our own peril. The allegations that Lewis quotes are severe indeed. As a legal scholar, he might have troubled to inquire into the source of the allegations that he is reporting from a book he had never seen by an author of whom he knows nothing, before broadcasting them in such a manner to a mass audience. Had he done so, he would have quickly discovered that his specific citations had no basis in the text of the book, as we shall see. And for all his expressed concern about compromising our own humanity, it is only our own peril that concerns this moralist, who concedes that there is not much hope of affecting the Cambodian government, not the consequences for third world peoples who are potential victims of the hysteria that he is helping to inflame with his unexamined charges based on misquotations and errors. The Monitor was unwilling to print corrections of the false statements in its editorial or the conclusions based on them, despite evidence provided to them that established the falsity beyond question. They did, however, publish, prominently, a letter correcting some of these errors. 346, retraction would have been the honorable step. After Lacouture's corrections had appeared, Lewis, who had also had in hand for several weeks the documentary evidence showing that his quotes were baseless, noted them at the end of a column. 347 His corrections were only partial, and he did not make clear that full corrections eliminate entirely the evidentiary basis for the conclusions he proclaimed. Nor did he indicate whether this fact bears on the ghastly conviction lent to Lacouture's terrible conclusions. 348. Since the media have relied heavily on the contents of Lacouture's review, regardless of the corrections. 349 It is important to see exactly what kind of information they are offering to the reading public. We are not concerned here with Lacouture's interpretation of what he read, but rather with the evidence that was available to the many journalists who made use of this evidence without troubling to investigate its character and accuracy. Such evidence, plainly, consists of Lacouture's more or less explicit references to the book. These references turn out to be false or highly misleading in every instance. Hence the journalists were writing on the basis of no serious evidence whatsoever. Furthermore, subsequent inquiry has revealed that some of the material in the book that was the basis for Lacouture's distorted account was quite dubious at best. Again, a pattern that we have noticed earlier. Evidence about Cambodia has a way of crumbling when one begins to look at it closely, a fact that should raise some questions about the examples that have not been investigated because of their lesser prominence in the international campaign. What reached the public was a series of reports by journalists of Lacouture's misreading of statements by Ponchi that are themselves questionable in some instances, even forgetting the additional link in the chain of transmission, namely, the refugee reports. It is therefore of some interest to review these cases one by one. The review contains the following references that can be related to something that appears in the book itself. 1. What Oriental despot or medieval inquisitors ever boasted of having eliminated, in a single year, 1/4 of their own population? 2. Ponchi quotes from texts distributed in Phnom Penh itself inciting local officials to cut down, to gash, to suppress the corrupt elites and carriers of germs, and not only the guilty but their offspring until the last one. The strategy of Herod. Lacouture's emphasis. 3. Ponchi cites telling articles from the government newspaper, the Prachachat, which denounced the re-education methods of the Vietnamese as too slow. The Khmer method has no need of numerous personnel. We've overturned the basket, and with it all the fruit it contained. From now on we will choose only the fruit that suit us perfectly. The Vietnamese have removed only the rotten fruit, and this causes them to lose time. Lacouture's emphasis. Perhaps Beria would not have dared to say this openly, Himmler might have done so. It is in such company that one must place this revolution, as it imposes a return to the land of the pre-Angkor period, by methods worthy of Nazi Gauleiters. 4. When men who talk of Marxism are able to say, as one quoted by Ponchi does, that only 1.5 or 2 million young Cambodians, out of 6 million, will be enough to rebuild a pure society, one can no longer speak of barbarism but only madness. These quotes exhaust the alleged evidence available to the journalists on whom this review had such a powerful impact, and provide the basis for their further commentary. Let us now review the status of this evidence. We have already discussed case 4, noting that the source, if any, is so unreliable that Chomsky deleted the reference from the American edition. Case 1 is simply false, as Lacouture points out in his corrections. 350 There was no Khmer Rouge boast reported, and no figure of 1/4 of the population eliminated or even an allegation of that number of post-war deaths. Turning to case 2, as Lacouture acknowledges in his corrections, the source is not texts distributed in Phnom Penh but something much more vague. This is true not only of the single case he discussed in the corrections, namely, the injunction to suppress their offspring until the last one, but also of the others cited. 351 The one case that Lacouture discusses in his corrections is presented, as he says, as a leitmotif de justification in the French text. The other examples we are unable to locate in Chomsky's French text, though similar quotes are offered as slogans used, both on the radio and at meetings. What their status may be is not made clear. The radio reports are not identified, others are elsewhere in the book, so they are perhaps refugee memories. Plainly this must be true of the slogans reported. Thus what we have is memories transmitted at second hand by Chomsky, modified by Lacouture, and presented as texts distributed in Phnom Penh. What of the one example that Lacouture corrects, which expresses the strategy of Herod? Does this judgment still hold if it is a leitmotif without explicit source rather than an official text? Without pursuing that question, we note that the American translation of Chomsky's book softens the reference still further. There is no quote given at all, rather, the text reads, "The theme that the family line must be annihilated down to the last survivor is recurrent in such reports." The relevant reports are identified only as several accounts, presumably, refugee memories. Chomsky's paraphrase of a theme that several refugees have allegedly reported does not seem to us to provide very powerful support for denunciation of a regime as employing the strategy of Herod. 352. We are left with one single bit of evidence, namely case 3. This case turns out to be rather interesting. In his corrections, Lacouture acknowledges that Prachachat is not a Cambodian government newspaper but rather a Thai newspaper, a considerable difference, which suffices to undermine the comment that he appends to this quote. In the corrections he writes that this Thai paper, in its issue of June 10, 1976, carried an interview with a Khmer Rouge official who said, as Chomsky writes, that he found the revolutionary method of the Vietnamese very slow, requiring a lot of time to separate the good people from the counter-revolutionaries. It was the Thai reporter, he adds, who drew the conclusion he quoted that the Khmers had overturned the basket. 353. This is a fair rendition of what Chomsky reports. 354 Chomsky writes, in an interview in the Thai newspaper Prachachat of June 10, 1976, a Khmer Rouge official said that the Vietnamese revolutionary method was very slow, and that it took a great deal of time to sort out the good from the counter-revolutionaries. 355 Chomsky then cites the conclusion of the reporter of Prachachat, and adds this final comment as a separate paragraph, closing the chapter: "This is the great leap forward of the Khmer Revolution." The American version is a bit different. The final ironic comment is deleted entirely. Furthermore, he says here that the interview with the Khmer Rouge official was cited in Prachachat, that is, there is still another link in the chain of transmission. Note that this interview and the Thai reporter's comment are considered rather significant. The chapter heading is, "The Overturned Basket." When we first read Chomsky's original, we assumed that the Thai journal Prachachat must be a right-wing journal giving a criticism of the Khmer Rouge. That is what Chomsky's account suggests, in particular his final ironic comment, now deleted in the American edition. We wrote in The Nation, June 25, 1977, that the chain of transmission was too long to be taken very seriously, and we raised the following question: how seriously would we regard a critical account of the United States in a book by a hostile European leftist based on a report in Pravda of a statement allegedly made by an unnamed American official? Correspondingly, How seriously should we regard a critical account of Cambodia in a book by Panchit based on a report in Prachachat of a statement allegedly made by an unnamed Khmer Rouge official? The answer is, not very seriously. Whatever one thinks of this, it is evident that the basis for the extreme criticisms that Lacouture appends to this quote disappears when it is properly attributed to a Thai reporter, not a Cambodian government newspaper. Several people, Header, Panchit, Vickery, have pointed out to us that we were mistaken in assuming that Prachachat was a right-wing newspaper critical of the Khmer Rouge. The fact is that it was a left-wing newspaper, and the actual text 356 is not a criticism of the Khmer Rouge, but a defense of the Khmer Rouge against foreign criticism, something that could hardly be guessed from Panchit's account and is certainly worth knowing, in this context. Furthermore, it turns out that there is indeed another link in the chain of transmission. Panchit's revision of his French text in the American, but not British, translation is correct. Prachachat did not interview a Khmer Rouge official. Rather, it cites a report by a person described as a neutral individual in Paris who says that a Khmer official of the new government, residing in Paris, said to me, "Here, then, is an improved version of our original analogy." How seriously would we regard a critical account of the United States in a book by a hostile European leftist based on a report in Encounter 357 of comments by a neutral person who reports statements of an unnamed American official? Again, not very seriously. Note that the unnamed Khmer Rouge official in Paris is quite possibly a member of the pro-revolutionary Cambodian community in Paris, whose information is itself second or third-hand, perhaps through peeking, as Header points out. 358. Furthermore, given the context, it is not so clear what interpretation to give to the comment about the Vietnamese methods being very slow. Lacouture's reference as well as Panchit's text suggest that what is intended is that the methods are too slow in eliminating people, at least, that is how we read them. The full context of the original article in Prachachat, however, suggests that what is in fact meant is that the Vietnamese method is too slow in returning former collaborators, including professionals and even former military men, to normal lives to help build the new society. Again, a vast difference. The gist of the article seems to be a call for rapid proletarianization of the urban bourgeoisie who, as every rational observer agrees, had to be moved to productive work in a country that had no economy. 359 and had no way of feeding millions of people who had been driven into the cities by U.S. forced draft urbanization. No one could guess from Panchit's citation that this may well be the intended sense of these remarks. Furthermore, the context and the proper wording suggest a rather different sense for the paragraph quoted from the Thai journal's conclusion. Recall that the article was intended as a defense of the Khmer Rouge against criticism. 360 as Lacouture gives the quote, following Panchit, the Thai journalist says that the Khmer method has no need of numerous personnel. The implication is rather similar to that conveyed by the widely quoted remark about needing only 1 to 2 million people to build the new society. Lacouture's case, for, already discussed, namely, not many people are needed, the others can be eliminated. Evidently, Lacouture understood it this way, we did as well, hence his comment about Beria, Himmler and Nazi Gauleiters. But the context omitted from Panchit's text makes it clear that this interpretation is entirely false. The immediately preceding paragraph and the one in question read as follows. If we may make a comparison, we see that the Vietnamese method requires numerous personnel to supervise the population. It may even turn out that it will not succeed everywhere, and the authorities will thus be charged with a very heavy burden. 361. In contrast, the Khmer method does not need numerous personnel, there are no burdens, because they have removed all the burdens out of the city. Then comes the comparison of overturning the basket. No two crucial points. Placed in context, it is obvious that the reference to the Khmer method not needing numerous personnel means that not many people are needed as supervisors, not that most of the population can be eliminated. Whatever one may think of this, it hardly justifies the remarks about Beria, Himmler, and the Nazi Gauleiters. Panchit's citation, eliminating the relevant context, radically changes and severely hardens the sense. Secondly, note that the phrase "they have removed all the burdens out of the city," which plainly means that the burdens of the authorities have been removed from the city, is translated by Panchit as follows: "There are no heavy charges to bear because everyone is simply thrown out of town." 362. Obviously, the connotations are quite different. When the proper context is introduced and Panchit's mistranslation is corrected, we find that the journalists of Prachachat are indeed giving what they take to be a defense of the Khmer Revolution. We will not go into the question of whether this defense is adequate. Rather, our point is that what they are saying is radically different from the impression conveyed by Panchit, which explains why Lacouture, and we too, were so seriously misled as to the character of the Prachachat article. Thus this final item in the list of Lacouture's references, number 3, goes the way of the others. It provides no basis whatsoever for his charges, but rather shows that Panchit has once again flagrantly misrepresented a quotation, the very one from which he took the chapter heading. Two conclusions emerge from this discussion. First, journalists who have been relying on Lacouture's review, with or without corrections, have built their case on sand. Furthermore, inquiry reveals that when we proceed beyond his published correction to a full list of corrections, and beyond that to correction of Panchit's original text to which he referred, the sand turns to jelly. The original French has been considerably modified in the American edition. Specifically, in the list just given, item 4 is dropped entirely, the central example of 2 is changed from a quote to a paraphrase, the final ironic comment based on the translation of Prachachat is deleted, and it is correctly stated that the article did not contain an interview with a Khmer Rouge official but rather that such an interview was cited. Item 1 was simply an error based on a misreading of a false statement by Panchit. Item 2 was also a misreading of Panchit. As for item 3, not only was Lacouture's reference to Panchit seriously in error, but Panchit's original translation from Prachachat is in part extremely misleading and in part flat wrong. All in all, not a very impressive performance, either at the source or in the review. 363. But it is this material that has had such a major impact on Western journalists, perhaps second only to the Baron Paul book that we have already discussed. Returning now to Lacouture's point that it is a matter of secondary importance to decide which person uttered an inhuman phrase, and whether the regime has murdered thousands or hundreds of thousands of wretched people, we believe that this review of the facts strengthens our earlier argument that it does matter indeed. It appears that the inhuman phrases in question may not have been uttered at all, or when uttered, were hardly so inhuman as Lacouture and Panchit suggest. It remains an open question whether the regime has murdered those who died from disease, starvation, or overwork, or whether we have murdered them, by our past acts. It is also unclear on Panchit's evidence whether the regime has murdered the victims of summary executions, by government design, or peasant revenge, or soldiers out of control. We have now reviewed the two major sources of information for US and indeed Western readers, Baron Paul and Lacouture's rendition of Panchit. We turn next to Panchit's book itself. Again, we face the usual problem of logic. The trust we place in unverifiable material, which includes the essential and the most serious charges, depends on the trustworthiness of material that can be verified, here or elsewhere. In this case, we are restricted to the book itself, as the few articles we know of add little. As we have seen, Panchit plays fast and loose with numbers and is highly unreliable with quotations. This discovery naturally raises questions about sources that cannot be checked. As in the case of Baron Paul, we can turn to his account of the history and background to assess the credibility of his reporting and conclusions. There is a vast difference between the two books in this regard. Panchit at least makes an effort to deal with these crucial matters. He offers virtually no documentation, which again reduces the possibility of assessment, but much that he recounts seems plausible both on grounds of inner consistency and what is known from other sources. We have mentioned a few cases where we find his historical account unsatisfying, namely, in reference to the colonial impact and the U.S. role, though these are at least mentioned. On his account of Khmer culture and the ideology of the post-revolutionary society, briefly mentioned above, we are not qualified to comment. In his historical comments, Ponchi tends to keep closely to the version of events offered by the US propaganda system. Consider, for example, his discussion of the US and Vietnamese involvement in Cambodia. Since he gives no sources, we do not know on what information he relies, plainly, not direct experience in these cases. The major studies 364 give a general picture of the following sort. Cambodia had been subjected to attempts at subversion and direct aggression by its U.S-backed neighbors, Thailand and South Vietnam, from the 1950s. Diem's troops had attacked border regions in 1957. A CIA-backed plot to dismember Cambodia in 1958 to 1960 was foiled. There were provocations from the Thai side of the border, but the Vietnamese frontier posed a much more serious threat. From 1957, but particularly from 1964, American South Vietnamese forces attacked posts and villages, bombed rice fields, machine-gunned trucks, napalmed or defoliated the Cambodian side of the frontier, causing hundreds of casualties each year, Pomonti Thion. Meyer reports that at the end of 1963, the Khmer Saray, equipped and trained by the CIA, made more frequent incursions into Cambodian territory from bases in South Vietnam and Thailand, and a few years later the American South Vietnamese attacks, ever more murderous, multiplied against the frontier villages of Cambodia. After the massive and destructive U.S. military operations in nearby areas of South Vietnam, particularly in January-February 1967, Vietnamese peasants and guerrillas took refuge in narrow border areas, leading to cynical charges from Washington about communist encroachment into neutral Cambodia. According to Meyer, by March 1970, when the coup that overthrew Sihanouk took place, they were scattered along border areas to a maximum depth of perhaps 25 kilometers in the extreme northeast provinces, which were to a considerable extent under the control of indigenous guerrillas. Other sources concur. Relations between the Cambodians and the Vietnamese in the sanctuaries were generally friendly at that time, and there were few military conflicts. The first evidence of Vietnamese encampments on the Cambodian side of the border was discovered in late 1967, a few kilometers beyond an unmarked border. While hypocrites in Washington and the press fumed in public about North Vietnamese aggression, the internal view was different. From the Pentagon Papers we learn that as late as May 1967, i.e., well after the major U.S. military operations cited above, high officials believed that Cambodia was becoming more and more important as a supply base now of food and medicines, perhaps ammunition later. John McNaughton. A year earlier a U.S. study team discovered the results of a U.S. helicopter attack on a Cambodian village, first denied, later conceded when eyewitnesses including a CBS television team reported the facts, one of several such cases discovered accidentally. In March 1969 the massive secret bombing began. It is intriguing to consider the reactions in the United States to the occasional revelations that Cambodia had been attacked by U.S. forces. Roger Hilsman, who was director of the Bureau of Intelligence and Research in the State Department and later Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs in the Kennedy administration, describes an attack by U.S. bombers on a Cambodian village on January 21, 1962, with an unknown number of civilian casualties. He describes this as a tragic error in map reading. The real intent was to bomb and strafe the cluster of huts near the Cambodian border where it had been reported that there were Viet Cong guerrillas. It would not have been a tragic error if a Vietnamese village had been bombed by U.S. planes in January 1962, with an unknown number of civilian casualties. Hilsman's sole criticism concerning this bombing attack against a defenseless village, apart from the tragic error in map reading, which led to the wrong peasants being killed, is that though the plan was well and efficiently executed, it was not well designed for guerrilla warfare. The greatest problem is that bombing huts and villages will kill civilians and push the population still further toward active support for the Viet Cong. 365 Hilsman is widely regarded as a dove. On March 25, 1964, the New York Times published a report by Max Frankel, now an editor, with the interesting title, "Stomping on U.S. Toes, Cambodia Typical of Many Small Nations Putting Strain on a Policy of Patience." What aroused Frankel's ire was that Cambodia had borrowed a leaf from Fidel Castro's book and demanded tractors and bulldozers as compensation for the killing of Cambodians by South Vietnamese in a frontier attack. He is referring to the Cambodian response to a Vietnamese ground and air attack on a Cambodian village in which they were accompanied by U.S. advisors. A U.S. Army pilot was dragged from the wreckage of an L-19 observer plane shot down in the action, and diplomats who rushed to the scene confirmed Cambodian reports that at least one troop-carrying helicopter had landed at Chan Tri with 3 Americans on board. The Cambodian village of Chan Tri was bombed and attacked by 12 armored cars. According to Cambodian sources, 17 persons were reported killed and 13 injured. 366 It was not the attack, but Cambodia's response that enraged Frankel, who explains as follows. It is open season again for the weaker nations to stomp on the toes of big ones. Leading the pack in big power baiting these days is one of the smallest of nations, the Southeast Asian Kingdom of Cambodia. What Cambodia is up to seems to turn on what Cambodia's young leader, Prince Norodom Sihanouk, is up to. Washington has always regarded the 41-year-old Premier Prince as a clever, headstrong, erratic leader who wishes to serve his people, defend their independence and develop their resources. It has also found him lacking some of the talent and temperament for the job. For the most part, the administration's instinct has been to try to save a wayward young nation's independence in spite of itself and, at times, despite its own leaders. Officials remark privately that Indonesia is more important than Sukarno, Ghana more important than Nkrumah, Cambodia more important than Sihanouk. But now Washington is not only alarmed and saddened, but confused. Of course, Cambodia's current effort to force the United States into a major conference that would embarrass its Thai and Vietnamese friends will be resisted. The reference is to a conference that would settle border questions and guarantee Cambodia's neutrality and integrity in a period when the United States was desperately seeking to undermine international efforts to neutralize South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia so as to avert the major war towards which the United States was clearly driving. 367 But what was most irritating was the Cambodian effort to stomp on U.S. toes by asking for reparations after a village was attacked by forces trained, supplied, and advised by the United States, and accompanied by U.S. military advisors and aircraft. It was this unmitigated gall that was trying the patience of the U.S. government while calling forth a reaction in the New York Times that is remarkable as much for the paternalism and racism of its style, so typical of the annals of colonialism, as for the response to the actual events discussed. In his rather sketchy historical review, Panchit passes over all of these events of the 1950s and 1960s in silence. His only comment is that the Vietnamese revolutionaries were becoming a real menace to Cambodia. 368 Hardly an adequate summary. He says that in his desire to stop the infiltration along Cambodia's borders, Sihanouk disclosed the location of Viet Cong bases, which were then bombed by the American Air Force. He called it a scandal and a crime over Radio Phnom Penh, but nobody was deceived. 369, the reference is to the 1969 bombings. Actually, Panchit is deceived. Keeping strictly to the position of U.S. propaganda, he fails to indicate that Sihanouk vigorously and publicly denounced the bombing of Khmer peasants. 370 Turning to the March 1970 coup, Panchit has little to say about the background. His few comments are, furthermore, inconsistent. The coup was presumably backed by the Americans and the United States was not sure what attitude to adopt in the Cambodian crisis. Sihanouk's downfall was bad news. 371 The first of these two contradictory claims seems to us the more likely correct, given what little evidence is available, but Panchit does not pursue the issue, a rather important one. He makes no mention of USARVN military intervention from 2 days after the coup of March 18. As for the incursion of April 30, he says only that the South Vietnamese took advantage of it to avenge the murder of Vietnamese by the Lon Nol government. Their savagery drove a number of Cambodian peasants over to the Khmer Rouge. 372. Not a word about the savagery of the U.S. attack, which was amply reported at the time. Panchit asserts that the North Vietnamese swept up young Khmers to be trained in revolutionary warfare. 373. Ignoring entirely the eyewitness reports by U.S. correspondents in captivity that the U.S. bombing was recruiting Khmers, both young and old, to the Khmer Rouge. Pomonti Thion remark appropriately that the mechanism by which American bombs create resistance is too well known for us to describe here. With regard to the war in Vietnam, Panchit also keeps closely to the U.S. government propaganda line in his scattered remarks. Discussing the North Vietnamese withdrawal from Cambodia by 1971, he says that they returned to their conquest of South Vietnam. 374. The sole reference to that struggle, astonishing in its misrepresentation of the background that is so well documented and familiar that we need not elaborate here. Referring to Sihanouk's attitude towards the struggle in Vietnam, he says that at the time of the Tet Offensive, when he saw how fiercely the population in the South defended itself, he wavered, and began to think the North might be defeated. 375. Again, an amazing distortion of well-known facts that are easily documented from U.S. government sources. There is overwhelming evidence from these sources and elsewhere that the Tet Offensive was primarily a struggle between the U.S. Army and South Vietnamese guerrillas. Indeed, the fact is not seriously disputed. In the Mekong Delta, for example, where some of the fiercest battles were waged, there were no North Vietnamese regular forces, and in fact the total number of North Vietnamese who had been drawn into the war by the U.S. bombardment of North Vietnam, exactly as planners anticipated, was at approximately the level of the South Korean and Thai mercenaries at that point, vastly outnumbered, and even more vastly outgunned, by the U.S. expeditionary force that had for years been attempting to conquer South Vietnam and to destroy the society in which the indigenous revolt was rooted. Furthermore, during the Tet Offensive, the U.S. military continually lamented their difficulties in encouraging ARVN to re-enter the countryside, particularly in the Delta. To describe the Tet Offensive in Panchit's terms is a gross falsification and a remarkable capitulation to the U.S. propaganda machine. Such examples as these do not increase one's faith in the veracity of material that is not subject to independent confirmation, to say the least, and should alert any serious reviewer. We have seen no mention of any of this in a single review or comment. Turning to material that is closer to the focus of Panchit's book, as in the case of Baron Paul, the only section subject to independent verification is the one dealing with the evacuation of Phnom Penh. Here two serious questions arise. We have already noted how severely Panchit's account was distorted by Donald Wise in a review. 376. Turning to his own account, there are many dubious elements. Thus Panchit reports the explanation given by the revolutionary government, that the evacuation was motivated in part by impending famine. He rejects this argument on the grounds that rice stocks in Phnom Penh would have sufficed for 2 months for a large part of the population with careful rationing. 377. The book cites none of the evidence from Lon Nol and U.S. government sources that gives radically smaller estimates, namely 6 to 8 days supply. 378. One of the many cases where the lack of documentation in the book conceals a rather casual attitude towards crucial facts. We questioned Panchit's 2-month estimate in our review already cited. In a letter in response, Panchit informed us that his estimate included food illegally stored and may be somewhat excessive. He also suggests that the 8-day estimate of the Lon Nol government may have been exaggerated in an effort to obtain more aid, which is possible, though their demand at the time was primarily for arms rather than humanitarian assistance, and in any event that still leaves the estimate of USAID officials that there was only a 6-day supply of rice. Even if Panchit's possibly excessive 2-month estimate were correct, it remains unclear how famine could have been averted after 2 months had the cities not been evacuated, though the methods were extremely brutal, judging by most of the eyewitness accounts. As we have already noted, sources in or close to the U.S. government concur. 379. On the question of whether the atrocities in Cambodia, which Panchit graphically records from the testimony of refugees, were the result of a centralized policy of massacre or were rather, as many close observers suspect, in significant measure the result of localized peasant revenge and the acts of undisciplined troops, Panjshir comes down squarely on the side of systematic and centralized policy. The liquidation of all town and former authorities was not improvised, nor was it a reprisal or expression of wanton cruelty on the part of local cadres. The scenario for every town and village in the country was the same and followed exact instructions issued by the highest authorities. 380. And elsewhere, after reporting a refugee account of the massacre of officers and sick or invalid soldiers, he writes, "So many accounts contain similar statements that it can safely be affirmed that the revolutionaries had simply decided to kill off the bulk of the former civilian and military establishment in the hours following the capture of Phnom Penh." 381. One may, perhaps, be skeptical that Panjshir has reviewed the scenario for every town and village in the country as is claimed in the cited remark. As for the exact instructions issued by the highest authorities, this is presumably his reconstruction from the alleged similarity of refugee accounts. He offers no direct evidence and is as trustworthy as these accounts, his report of them, his interpretations of what he reports, and his judgment about the similarity of accounts of which, naturally, he can offer only a sample. The cautious reader, bearing in mind the serious inaccuracies of his quotes and citations where they can be checked and his careless treatment of historical fact, may want to reserve judgment on the question at issue. Panjshir's own conclusions, it is by now clear, cannot be taken very seriously because he is simply too careless and untrustworthy. It is hardly in doubt that work of this caliber would be dismissed out of hand, if it were critical of the United States. It is also worth recalling in this connection that according to published refugee testimony that Panjshir does not cite, executions had been ordered halted by mid-1975, 382, though we do not know how reliable this testimony is, or, if reliable, whether such orders were observed or changed. As for the similarity of refugee accounts, we have already noted reasons for skepticism. Other Cambodia watchers and scholars who have visited refugee camps and interviewed refugees have expressed different judgments, and we have cited a few examples that have been generally ignored by the media that also raise questions. Panjshir himself naturally gives only a sample of the accounts he has assembled. 383 Even the examples he cites do not substantiate his firm conviction that central direction rather than localized cruelty or revenge has been clearly established. To mention a few examples, he cites a Khmer pharmacist who escaped in June 1975, that is, well after the revolutionaries had simply decided to kill off the bulk of the former civilian and military establishment in the hours following the capture of Phnom Penh, who reports, "The attitudes of the Khmer Rouge varied enormously from one to the next, and we got the impression that their orders were not very specific." Later he is quoted as saying, "You had to understand the villagers, they had suffered a lot from the government air force. Several people in every family had been killed in the bombardments." 384 Perhaps this observation, far from unique, accounts for some of the subsequent killing and oppression. The same pharmacist speaks of the unaccustomed hard work and lack of food, concluding, "The Khmer Rouge were decent enough, but if anyone resisted them or didn't obey at once, it meant death." In his Le Monde articles, Panjshir was less certain about the alleged central direction. Here he writes of the Khmer Rouge cadres that it is difficult to know whether they receive orders coming from the government or whether they act on their personal initiative. 385 In general, these articles give the same account as the book, though obviously in less detail. 386 What did Panjshir learn in the interim that caused him to change his mind on this crucial point? In other connections too, Panjshir refers to diversity of policy. On the matter of marriage customs, the subject of much denunciation in the Western press, Panjshir writes that refugees' accounts differ widely on this point, presumably because of variations in regional practice. 387 And on revenge as a possible factor for killings, he observes that during the Samlaut Jacquerie of the late 1960s the police and military were heavy-handed, killing many villagers and burning their homes. The population fled into the forest, with intensified loathing for the unjust administration that was leaving a trail of death wherever it went. When the Samlaut peasants took to the mountains in 1968, they were firmly resolved to pay back 100-fold the evil that had been done to them. 388. Recall again that this was one of the areas where the worst atrocities were later reported, and where Khmer Rouge control is said to have been very limited. Such examples as these, which can readily be supplemented from the literature, raise serious questions about Panjshir's certainty with regard to the central direction of the massacres. There seems ample evidence that other factors, peasant revenge, for one, were involved, and it seems to us far from clear, on the evidence that he and others put forward, that practices were as uniform as he claims. We note once again that not one single reviewer or other commentator in the mainstream press, to our knowledge, has expressed any skepticism about these conclusions, and some have elaborated them considerably. Example: Lacouture, who informs us that the group of intellectuals who proclaim their Marxist ideology as they lead the country to ruin are systematically massacring and starving the population, and that the auto-genocide of the new rulers shows us that we were wrong when we thought that Auschwitz and the Gulag were the ultimate in horror. Panjshir's reference to Lacouture's review expresses no reservations on these or other conclusions, so we may perhaps assume that he regards them as justified. They go far beyond any evidence that he presents, and as noted, are in part inconsistent with this evidence, and are subject to serious question in the light of other evidence to which he does not refer. In the author's note to the American translation, Panjshir writes, "I am an exegete by training and profession. I have long been accustomed to applying the methods of source criticism to a body of reported events in order to elicit the historical truth from them." 389. The self-characterization hardly seems appropriate to the work we have been discussing, with its carelessness with regard to quotes, numbers, and sources. We have ourselves been led to undertake some unexpected exegesis in comparing the various texts that Panjshir has produced, the Le Monde articles and the French book, the French original and the American and British translations, the Prachachat article and Panjshir's severely distorted version of its contents. The discrepancies between the British and American translations deserve a further look, as we try to assess the credibility of the unverifiable material that constitutes the bulk of Panjshir's case. We have noted several discrepancies between the British and the American translations. In each case, the British translation remains true to the French original, whereas the American translation introduces changes that are not trivial, in the light of the way in which the material deleted or modified has been exploited in the international condemnation of the Khmer Rouge. It is a little strange, to begin with, that there should be these discrepancies. None are indicated. There is a single translator, Nancy Ampau. The author's notes for the two translations are dated on the very same day, September 20, 1977, Paris. Presumably they were written at the same time. 390. Why then should the two translations differ? The differences are systematic. Where a question was raised about the French text in the course of the effort to trace Lacouture's references, the American translation has been modified while the British translation has been left as in the original. We note, finally, that the queries were raised in the United States, and that by an international trade agreement the British translation cannot be purchased in the United States and will not be found in U.S. libraries. The British version is the World Edition. Perhaps it is worthwhile to undertake a more systematic review of the discrepancies, in an effort to understand just what is going on. To review so far, we have noted the following examples. 1. The British translation includes, in the text, and as modified by Lacouture, on the cover, the alleged quote, 1 or 2 million young people are enough to make the new Kampuchea, Panjshir's revision of his Le Monde citation, and the appended statement that the Khmer Rouge are now grimly turning this blood-chilling boast into a reality. All of this is eliminated from the American translation. 2. The quote that is described as an official text by Lacouture, namely, that their line must be annihilated down to the last survivor, has been softened to a recurrent theme of refugee reports without quotes in the American translation, but left in quotes as a leitmotif of justification in the British version, as in the French. 391. 3. With reference to the Thai journal Prachachat, the American translation indicates correctly that there was no interview in the paper with a Khmer Rouge official, as both the French and British versions assert, but rather that such an interview was cited in the journal, which gave a second-hand report. Furthermore, the American translation deletes the final ironic comment about the Great Leap Forward, again softening the impact, while the British version keeps it. We emphasize again that these discrepancies are insignificant in comparison to the gross distortion of the Thai original and the crucial omission of relevant context that remains in the French original and both translations, and is further distorted in Lacouture's review, where it reached a general audience. 392. 4. There is a further striking case in which the American and British translations diverge, in perhaps a still more curious way. Recall that the author's notes for the English and American translations are dated on the same day and are translated by the same person. They are also largely identical, but not entirely. The American version begins as follows. On March 31, 1977, the New York Review of Books published an account of my book under the signature of Jean Lacouture, which provoked considerable reaction in all circles concerned about Asia and the future of socialism. With the responsible attitude and precision of thought that are so characteristic of him, Noam Chomsky then embarked on a polemical exchange with Robert Silvers, editor of the NYR, and with Jean Lacouture, leading to the publication by the latter of a rectification of his initial account. Mr. Chomsky was of the opinion that Jean Lacouture had substantially distorted the evidence I had offered, and, considering my book to be serious and worth reading, as distinct from much of the commentary it has elicited reference to the review cited in Note 100, he wrote me a personal letter on October 19, 1977 in which he drew my attention to the way it was being misused by anti-revolutionary propagandists. The British version, dated the same day, begins as follows. Even before this book was translated it was sharply criticized by Mr. Noam Chomsky. Reference to correspondence with Silvers and the review cited in Note 100 and Mr. Gareth Porter reference to May hearings. These two experts on Asia claim that I am mistakenly trying to convince people that Cambodia was drowned in a sea of blood after the departure of the last American diplomats. They say there have been no massacres, and they lay the blame for the tragedy of the Khmer people on the American bombings. They accuse me of being insufficiently critical in my approach to the refugees' accounts. For them, refugees are not a valid source. The British version then includes the following passage. After an investigation of this kind, it is surprising to see that experts who have spoken to few if any of the Khmer refugees should reject their very significant place in any study of modern Cambodia. These experts would rather base their arguments on reasoning. If something seems impossible to their personal logic, then it doesn't exist. Their only sources for evaluation are deliberately chosen official statements. Where is that critical approach which they accuse others of not having? None of this appears in the American version. The contrast between these two texts, both dated September 20, 1977, is quite striking. Our favorable reference to Panchit's book in the American version becomes a sharp attack in the British version. The responsible attitude and precision of thought that receive such fulsome praise in the American version become complete irrationality, refusal to consider evidence, blind dogmatism, lack of any critical approach, and faked expertise in the simultaneous British version. The accusations in the British version are false, and Panchit knows very well that they are false, as is sufficiently clear from the American version penned it appears on the same day. Far from saying that there have been no massacres, we wrote in the article to which he refers that there undoubtedly had been massacres though their scope and character were subject to debate, which we briefly reviewed, including Panchit's grisly account of what refugees have reported to him about the barbarity of their treatment at the hands of the Khmer Rouge in a book that we described as serious and worth reading. We concluded that we do not pretend to know where the truth lies amidst these sharply conflicting assessments, all of which, incidentally, assume substantial atrocities and thousands or more killed. As for Porter, in the reference that Panchit cites he begins by writing, there were undoubtedly large numbers of killings in the newly liberated areas immediately after the war by soldiers of the victorious army, and it may well be true that there were summary executions by local officials, though an adequate picture will be impossible to construct for many years. Panchit's statement that according to Chomsky and Porter refugees are not a valid source is also an outright falsehood, as he knows perfectly well. In the reference Panchit cites, we wrote, while refugee reports must be considered seriously, care and caution are necessary, exactly his own explicit conclusion in the book, as we have seen. Porter takes the same position, after giving examples to illustrate the care that must be taken with refugee reports. He writes, in the very reference that Panchit cites, this does not mean that refugee accounts are always false or even grossly exaggerated. But in judging the credibility of assertion based on a refugee report, one should take into account, then follow considerations that would be second nature to any serious journalist or scholar. Panchit's final remarks merit no comment, though they give some further insight into his reliability and precision. 393. This comparison, which strikes us as quite remarkable, explains why the editors of The Economist were misled into writing that Panchit forthrightly included some of the main attacks as a footnote to the English language preface, 394, referring to our review which described the book as serious and worth reading, and thus hardly qualifies as an attack. Recall Panchit's citation in the American edition. They were, of course, reviewing the British edition, and naively trusted the author, in this respect as in others. Further questions remain unexplained. Why the stream of falsehoods, surely known to the author to be false, in the British edition, replaced in the simultaneous American edition by a show of courtesy and praise? We note again that the British edition is not obtainable through commercial channels in the United States and is not to be found in American libraries, while conversely, readers of the British edition are unlikely to be familiar with the references to U.S. publications that Panchit cites in his series of false accusations. This kind of petty deceit is unworthy of discussion except insofar as it provides some indication of the credibility of a person who is building a case on largely unverifiable evidence. That issue is important, given the enormous impact of his work and its effect, as it has been amplified through the international propaganda system, in reconstructing attitudes and ideology in the West. We gain some further insight into Panchit's scholarly practice by looking at subsequent translations of his book. The Norwegian translation contains reference to events of May, 1978, and therefore evidently went to press long after the British and American translations were completed, indeed after they had appeared. 395 The material deleted or modified in the American translation appears in the Norwegian translation, as it did in the French original and the British translation. Evidently, it is only the reader in the United States who is to be spared the material that has been questioned in the United States, and that Panchit knows to be indefensible. In a review of Panchit's book that is fairer than most, William Shawcross writes that Chomsky has pointed out some inconsistencies and mistakes in Panchit's book, referring, presumably, to private correspondence and our published review, but they are of a minor nature and do not in any way affect that judgment. 396 The judgment to which he refers is Panchit's comment in the author's note to the American translation, which reads, I was compelled to conclude in the book, against my will, that the Khmer Revolution is irrefutably the bloodiest of our century. A year after the publication of my book I can unfortunately find no reason to alter my judgment. 397 The evil demon that bedevils quotations about Cambodia has been at work once again. We are, by now, perhaps not surprised to discover that Panchit has misrepresented himself. The conclusion stated in the book is not, as he alleges in the author's note, that the Khmer Revolution is irrefutably the bloodiest of our century but rather a distinctly different one. The Khmer Revolution is one of the bloodiest of the 20th century. 398 Actually, we concur with the judgment expressed in the book itself, one of the bloodiest, although we feel that the context requires immediate complementary mention lacking in Panchit's book of the no less bloody U.S. sponsored counter-revolution and direct assault that precipitated the bloody revolution. Shawcross seems to be implying that we do not concur with the judgment in the book. Why, we have no idea, certainly not on the basis of anything we have written. As for the inconsistencies and mistakes in Panchit's book, how seriously one takes them is, of course, a matter of judgment. While we find the conclusion in the book itself valid enough and are indeed unaware of any contrary view, we want to point out the fallacy of reasoning that leads Shawcross to accept Panchit's misrepresentation of the conclusion of his book. The fact is that Panchit's book is highly unreliable where an independent check is possible. It is also true that the errors are of a minor nature as compared with the bulk of the evidence he presents, unverifiable refugee reports. As we have further noted, even these reports, on which he relies, do not support his unqualified conclusions on the serious question of central direction and planning of atrocities 399, and the material that has proven unreliable plays a large role in his argument for central direction and intent. We stress again that it is the verifiable evidence, of however minor a nature it may be, that determines how much faith a rational person will place in material that is subject to no check. This point Shawcross seems to have missed. In his author's note for the American translation, Panchit writes that although we, the French and the Americans, bear part of the responsibility for the Cambodian drama, nevertheless we cannot make use of the deaths of millions of Khmers to defend our own theories or projects for society. Referring to unnamed accusing foreigners 400, Shawcross ends his review with the second of these statements and then adds, in fact, of course, it can be and is being done. Shawcross does not say who is of course making use of the deaths of millions of Khmers to defend their own theories or projects for society, nor does Panchit tell us who are those accusing foreigners to whom his injunction is directed. The lapse is not accidental. 401 It would be difficult indeed to find anyone defending the Khmer Rouge, as distinct from those who exploit and magnify Cambodian atrocities to demonstrate the evils of communism or liberation, whom this description fits. The logic should be carefully considered. Shawcross's statement is a plain falsehood, and Panchit's comment on which it is based is at best seriously misleading, with a presupposition that is plainly false. 402 There are, to be sure, people who are skeptical of the implicit claim that millions of Khmers have died as a result of the policies of the regime. Surely nothing that Panchit reports substantiates this estimate, which is in fact far higher even than his own assessment of casualties, as we have noted. 403 There are other people, though they are few indeed, who have defended the Khmer Revolution on the basis of their own theories or projects for society. We know of few people, in fact, who have offered more positive comments than Panchit himself does, in his discussion of the emphasis on self-reliance, the dignity of labor, the new mentality with its spirit of responsibility and inventiveness, etc. But to fall under Panchit's injunction or Shawcross's obviously false claim, a person would have to both agree that millions have died at the hands of the regime and justify this fact on the grounds of his social theories. We seriously doubt that any such person exists. All of this is simply another of the desperate efforts to create an opposition, which we have observed throughout this review. In fact, there is a different interpretation of Panchit's comment and Shawcross's elaboration which can be justified, though one at variance with their intention. There are indeed people, a great many of them, who claim that millions have died, or have been killed, in Cambodia, and who are making use of this alleged fact to defend their own theories and projects for society. It is, in fact, one of our main themes that the mass media of the West have discovered Cambodia's travail, previously ignored, understated, or suppressed when the direct responsibility was incontestably Western, precisely because of its ideological serviceability. The populace of the West can be mobilized to fear the consequences of radicalism, attention can be diverted from the proliferating terror within the US sphere, and the case can be reaffirmed that the West must be prepared to intervene to prevent such awful events as the removal of some gentle land from the free world. Returning to Panchit's book, despite flaws that seem to us quite significant, we still believe, as we wrote in the earlier review cited, that it is serious and worth reading, as distinct from much of the commentary it has elicited and as distinct from propaganda tracts such as Baron Paul, which have aroused general enthusiasm in the West, for reasons that are all too obvious. A fair review of informed opinion about post-war Cambodia would, in our opinion, include this book as a serious, though also seriously flawed and obviously unreliable contribution, in some, but not all, respects, to be placed at the more extreme critical end of the spectrum of specialist judgment and analysis. Such a review would not, however, single this book out, still less, Baron Paul, as the repository of unchallenged truth, as the media coverage generally suggests. In fact, as we have seen, insofar as its statements cannot be independently verified, they should be regarded with a degree of skepticism, given the fate of those examples that are subject to independent verification. It is noteworthy that not only the media but also governments appear to have relied uncritically on Panchit, despite his evident unreliability. A British government report, released by the Foreign Office, stated that many hundreds of thousands of people have perished in Cambodia directly or indirectly as a result of the policies of the communist government. According to the press summary. 404, the Foreign Office report cited reputable observers for this estimate. Only one such observer is cited in the Post account, Father François Panchit, a French authority on Cambodia. A careful look at Panchit's work, specifically his way with figures, his estimates are cited by the Foreign Office, shows that it must be regarded with considerable caution. It is at best suggestive, hardly authoritative. If the press account of the British government report is accurate, proper caution was not taken, though an analysis of Panchit's work should not have been beyond the resources of the British Foreign Office, had it been concerned with finding the truth. To complete the review of books about post-war Cambodia, we should mention briefly a third, actually the first to appear, namely the Hildebrand Porter study, to which we have referred several times. 405, this book differs from the later studies by Panchit and Baron Paul in a number of respects. 1. It is virtually unread. By mid-1977, when we discussed it in the cited review, it had sold about 1,000 copies. 2. It has been almost entirely ignored by reviewers and political commentators apart from occasional abuse. 3. It is carefully documented from Western and Cambodian sources. Factors 1 and 2 are explained by a fourth striking difference. This book gives a rather favorable account of Khmer Rouge programs and a detailed picture of the impact of the U.S. war, a continuing impact, as the authors show. The fourth factor alone suffices to eliminate it from the record, whatever its merits or deficiencies. Published in 1976, the book was well received by the Journal of the Asia Society. 406, in Choice 407, it is described, in a brief note, as a rare combination of humanitarianism and scholarly research. Apart from these notices, the book has to our knowledge been reviewed only in our 1977 Nation article, very briefly, and in the New York Review by Shawcross a year later. 408, where its use of evidence was challenged in the manner we described. It has not been used as the basis for editorial comment, with one exception. The Wall Street Journal acknowledged its existence in an editorial entitled Cambodian Good Guys, 409, which dismissed contemptuously the very idea that the Khmer Rouge could play a constructive role, as well as the notion that the United States had a major hand in the destruction, death, and turmoil of wartime and post-war Cambodia. In another editorial on the Cambodian horror, the journal editors speak of the attribution of post-war Cambodian difficulties to U.S. intervention as the record extension to date of the politics of guilt. 410, on the subject of unscrambling Chile, however, the abuses of the manfully rebuilding Chilean police state are explained away as an unfortunate consequence of Allende's wrecking of the economy. 411, in brief, Hildebrand and Porter attribute wrecking and rebuilding to the wrong parties in Cambodia. In his foreword to the book, Asian scholar George Kahane of Cornell University observes that, in their documented and comprehensive account, George Hildebrand and Gareth Porter provide what is undoubtedly the best informed and clearest picture yet to emerge of the desperate economic problems brought about in Cambodia largely as a consequence of American intervention, and of the ways in which that country's new leadership has undertaken to meet them. Anyone who is interested in understanding the situation obtaining in Phnom Penh before and after the Lon Nol government's collapse and the character and programs of the Cambodian government that has replaced it will, I am sure, be grateful to the authors of this valuable study. The Free Press, however, is not grateful for an account of the results of the U.S. intervention or the efforts to overcome them, and has shielded the general public from any perception of post-war Cambodia that focuses on these issues. Since this book does not form part of the media barrage concerning what must be believed about post-war Cambodia, we will not subject it to any further analysis, given our specific concerns here. It is difficult to convey properly the deep cynicism of the all-too-typical reporting that obscures or completely eliminates the U.S. role in turning Cambodia into a land of massacre, starvation, and disease. While journalists prate about morality, people are dying in Cambodia as a direct result of policies that many of them supported and concealed, and now eliminate from history. It is hardly in doubt that the malnutrition and disease caused by the U.S. war, not to speak of the legacy of hatred and revenge, will have lasting effects upon this lovely land with its engaging people. 412. It is difficult to conjure up in the imagination a statement from a Cambodian source that would not have served as proof of communist iniquity as it entered the U.S. propaganda system. On the anniversary of the Khmer Rouge victory, Q Sam Phan gave a talk over Phnom Penh radio in which he said that agricultural production had improved and people now get enough to eat to take care of their health and fatten them up. How was this received and interpreted in the United States? An AP dispatch from Bangkok cites this comment, adding that he made no reference to the starvation, disease, and widespread executions reported by many Cambodian refugees. But he admitted that the country had suffered untold difficulties since the communist victory. 413. The reader is presumably to conclude that this admission of untold difficulties such as starvation and disease supports the charges against the communist regime. And just this conclusion is drawn by the Christian Science Monitor in the editorial on Cambodia already cited. Reading between the lines is illuminating. The editors inform us, repeating the wording of the AP dispatch and commenting, all this calculated mistreatment of a people in order to make a nation self-sufficient ought not to go unnoticed. 414. Presumably, they prefer the situation in Laos where the United States withholds all but a trickle of aid in the face of overwhelming disaster. 415. Or Vietnam where the refusal is total and even initiatives to normalize relations have been rebuffed by the United States. Recall the widespread acknowledgement that the new regime had considerable, perhaps spectacular success in overcoming the food crisis caused by U.S. bombing, considerably more so than the other countries of Indochina. It was hardly irrational for the Cambodian regime to suppose that the United States would leave the country to starve after destroying its agricultural system. If the New York Times, the Christian Science Monitor, and the media in general were expressing any human concern, instead of simply grasping at any straw to find a way to denounce an official enemy, they would be in the forefront of the drive to bring the U.S. government to alter radically its inhuman policy of withholding sustenance from the countries it has destroyed, instead of gloating over the suffering of our victims in one of the most hypocritical displays in modern history. Bertrand Russell was one of the early critics of Bolshevism after a visit to Russia in 1920. But he also had this to say. Every failure of industry, every tyrannous regulation brought about by the desperate situation, is used by the Entente as a justification of its policy. If a man is deprived of food and drink, he will grow weak, lose his reason, and finally die. This is not usually considered a good reason for inflicting death by starvation. But where nations are concerned, the weakness and struggles are regarded as morally culpable and are held to justify further punishment. Is it surprising that professions of humanitarian feeling of the part of the English people are somewhat coldly received in Soviet Russia? 416. Similarly, when poor peasants are driven into the jungle from villages destroyed by bombing, they may seek revenge. How much more apt are Russell's words when applied to the United States, which bears direct responsibility for bitter suffering throughout Indochina and now refuses to aid the victims because they do not meet its finely discriminating standards of human rights. It would require at least the talents of a Jonathan Swift to do justice to this scene. To appreciate fully the cynicism of the press and editorial comments, it is necessary to recall the role of the U.S. mass media in supporting the secret war against Cambodia. Prior to the Nixon-Kissinger administration, Cambodia had been subjected to U.S. or U.S. supported armed attack and subversion, but not on a regular and systematic basis. The massive assault against Cambodia began with the B-52 operations, initiated, according to the official record, on March 18, 1969. On March 26 the Cambodian government, recognized by the United States, issued statements condemning the bombing and strafing of the Cambodian population living in the border regions, almost daily by U.S. aircraft, with increasing numbers of people killed and material destroyed, alleging that these attacks were directed against peaceful Cambodian farmers and demanding that these criminal attacks must immediately and definitively stop. 417 Prince Sihanouk called a press conference on March 28 in which he emphatically denied reports circulating in the United States that he would not oppose U.S. bombings of communist targets within my frontiers. He went on to say that communists are not the only victims, unarmed and innocent people have been victims of U.S. bombs, including the latest bombing, the victims of which were Khmer peasants, women, and children in particular. He then issued an appeal to the press. I appeal to you to publicize abroad this very clear stand of Cambodia, that is, I will in any case oppose all bombings on Cambodian territory under whatever pretext. 418. The secret bombings continued, along with defoliation attacks for which no agency of the U.S. government has as yet admitted responsibility. On January 3, 1970 the Cambodian government issued an official white paper giving specific details of U.S. and U.S. client attacks on Cambodia up to May 1969 by air, sea, and land, with dates, places, specific numbers of casualties, photographs, etc. Occasional cases of U.S. bombing of Cambodian villages, including destruction of well-marked hospitals, bombing of ambulances attempting to retrieve wounded, etc., became public knowledge when discovered by Americans who happened to be on the scene. The usual technique was for the government to deny these reports, then concede them if American eyewitnesses were found to be present. 419 Throughout this period, the press remained virtually silent. Neither Sihanouk's appeal nor the official white paper which documented murderous U.S. government attacks on a friendly country were considered worthy of comment by the press. We know of no reference to the white paper in the mainstream U.S. press, though it was hardly a secret. 420 The secret bombings continued, concealed by the U.S. press, which was later to claim that it was Richard Nixon who kept the bombings secret from the press and the U.S. public, thus undermining the foundations of our democracy. 421. There was one notable exception, namely, a New York Times report by William Beecher which reported B-52 raids on Viet Cong and North Vietnamese supply dumps and base camps in Cambodia, citing U.S. sources and stating falsely that Cambodia has not made any protest, disregarding Sihanouk's impassioned appeal and his protest against the murder of Khmer peasants, women, and children in particular. 422 Beecher's report also said that in the past, American and South Vietnamese forces had occasionally fired across the border and even called in fighters or helicopter gunships to counter fire they received from enemy units there. Not mentioned is the somewhat more important fact that U.S. aircraft attacked Cambodian villages and that according to the friendly government of Cambodia, there were such incidents as an attack by U.S., South Vietnamese, and Korean armed forces on a Cambodian village along with aircraft of the same armed forces, after which U.S. and South Vietnamese troops invaded and burnt the villages, among other examples. 423. Now the same media that helped conceal these and earlier U.S. attacks on Cambodia, as elsewhere in Indochina, are retrospectively eliminating the U.S. role from history and attributing the consequences of the U.S. attack to its surviving victims. The peasant army that captured Phnom Penh did not conform to the colonialist cliché. They were not gentle folk with a delightful Khmer smile. The troops that seized Phnom Penh were dark-skinned peasants. Their close-cropped hair was covered by the traditional checkered peasant headcloth, their uniforms the faded remnants of what had once been olive-green fatigues. They neither talked nor smiled. Some appear to be as old as 25 or 30, but a majority seemed to be between 12 and 15 years old. Many had probably never seen a city street or a lawn before. Their appearance was equally shocking to many of the residents of Phnom Penh. 424. They had suffered bitterly in a war that had been fought with no quarter. Their enemy was a foreign power that had come to destroy their villages and land, and an urban society, hardly less foreign in their eyes, a colonial implantation that they know only as a murderer and a remote oppressor. In the regions where there had been brutal suppression of peasant revolts, there were many scores to settle. In the dark recesses of peasant life and history, unstudied and unknown beyond, there no doubt lay the roots of many more. The latent conflict was churned to a tempest of violence by the armed might of the United States, striking its savage blows directly or by the hands of its local clients. In Vietnam and Laos, where the circumstances were different though comparable, there appears to have been little murderous vengeance, little, that is, by historical standards. In Cambodia, however, the dark-skinned peasants exacted a fearful toll. Of that, there is little doubt. Beyond that, evidence is slight and unreliable, and informed opinion ranges over quite a wide spectrum. At one extreme, we find Panchayat, or rather, several different Panchayats. One of them estimates peace deaths at over 1 million, including more than 100,000 killed, a second alleges that the Khmer Rouge were making good their formidable boast to eliminate 5 to 7 million people, and a third speaks of the deaths of millions of Khmers. He regards it as established that a centralized plan dictated a systematic program of terror, massacre, and oppression in every town and village, and apparently accepts Lacouture's interpretation that a small group of men who proclaim their Marxist ideology were systematically massacring and starving the people of Cambodia. Across the spectrum opinions vary. Many, including State Department experts, are quite skeptical of a toll of millions of Khmers. We wonder, frankly, whether Panchayat really believes such figures and offer estimates of killed ranging from thousands upwards, with many more deaths from starvation and disease, though perhaps not the million such deaths predicted by U.S. government sources before the war's end. Many specialists suspect that executions were heavily concentrated in regions of little Khmer Rouge control and unusual peasant discontent and hatred, intensified by war and the U.S. bombings, particularly those of 1973. There are also varying opinions on the character and effectiveness of Khmer Rouge social and economic programs and the roots of post-war Cambodian society in the traditional culture, Khmer nationalism, and the ideology of the leadership. We suspect that the main body of informed opinion would accept the tempered comments of such critics of the Khmer Rouge as Charles Meyer that one should be extremely careful in one's analysis of the politics of the Khmer Rouge, whose leaders incarnate really a part of the peasants, who recognized themselves in them, considering carefully such factors as the weight of the past, the ideology of the leaders, the menaces from outside, and, naturally, the psychological factors as well as the economical, religious, and other ones. 425 Informed opinion would also not dispute the judgment of Laura Summers that, the Khmer Revolution is the expression of deep cultural and social malaise unleashed by a sudden and violent foreign assault on the nation's social structure. 426. If a serious study of the impact of Western imperialism on Cambodian peasant life is someday undertaken, it may well be discovered that the violence lurking behind the Khmer smile, on which Meyer and others have commented, is not a reflection of obscure traits in peasant culture and psychology, but is the direct and understandable response to the violence of the imperial system, and that its current manifestations are a no less direct and understandable response to the still more concentrated and extreme savagery of a U.S. assault that may in part have been designed to evoke this very response, as we have noted. Such a study may also show that the Khmer Rouge programs elicited a positive response from sectors of the Cambodian peasantry because they dealt with fundamental problems rooted in the feudal past and exacerbated by the imperial system with its final outburst of uncontrolled barbarism. Such a study, however, has yet to be undertaken. The West is much more concerned to excise from history the imperial role and to pretend that the history of contemporary Cambodia begins in April 1975 in a manner that is disconnected from the imperial legacy and must be explained by the lunacy of 9 men at the center who were systematically massacring and starving the population in a form of auto-genocide that surpasses the horrors of Nazism. While many questions remain open about Cambodia during the 1975–78 period that we have reviewed, on another question, the one that primarily concerns us, we feel that the facts are clear and overwhelming. The theory of the free press that we have been discussing throughout these 2 volumes is once again dramatically confirmed. The media, in this case as in others reviewed earlier, are serving in effect as a propaganda agency for the state. It is a fair generalization that the more extreme the condemnation of Cambodia, the more confident the claim that communism lies at the roots of its present travail, the more diminished the U.S. share and responsibility, then the greater the exposure. The nature and quality of the evidence presented is of little moment. It is an astonishing fact that where evidence is subject to some independent check, it repeatedly and with remarkable consistency turns out to be fabricated, misleading, or dubious. Furthermore, exposure of falsehoods and fabrication is dismissed as insignificant and unimportant, or is even condemned as apologetics for terror. Known fabrications and material of a most dubious nature continue to be exploited long after exposure. The extreme condemnations that constitute the standard fare in the media rest almost entirely on reports that cannot be checked, transmitted by sources that are revealed to be of extremely low credibility where they are subject to some verification. Critics are not sent to concentration camps. Western societies are indeed free in this respect. Rather, they are permitted to speak to one another, within tiny circles. Meanwhile an image is concocted of a mighty force that must be vigorously combated by those courageous souls who try to stem the flood of apologetics, or it is claimed, with equal merit, that these lone voices must somehow find a way to penetrate the barriers of silence and unconcern. The propaganda system has been committed to eke what profit it could from the misery of Cambodia. Questions of truth are secondary. The serious moral issues that arise, the issues of the real locus of responsibility, the obligations to the victims, and the probable human consequences of the media barrage have been entirely beyond the comprehension or concern of those who preach in the most strident tones of moral obligations. What enters history in the United States, and, we believe, the West generally, though we have not examined the media systematically elsewhere, is a version of the facts that suits the ideological requirements of dominant social groups. Other interpretations, whatever their merits, are simply swept aside. The central theme that liberation from Western domination is a fate to be avoided at all costs is constantly and persistently drilled into popular consciousness. So effective is the awesome system of indoctrination and thought control that even many people who have been critics or skeptics are caught up in the well-orchestrated hysteria. When the facts are in, it may turn out that the more extreme condemnations were in fact correct. But even if that turns out to be the case, it will in no way alter the conclusions we have reached on the central question addressed here: how the available facts were selected, modified, or sometimes invented to create a certain image offered to the general population. The answer to this question seems clear, and it is unaffected by whatever may yet be discovered about Cambodia in the future. We urge once again that the reader concerned with the workings of Western propaganda compare the treatment of Cambodia and the other societies of Indochina, as well with the attention given to other cases where the evidence available, the scale and character of the atrocities alleged, and even the time frame is comparable. Timor, for example. We stress again that in the case of Cambodia, as all observers of even moderate seriousness agree, what happened in the 1975-78 period under review, whatever it may have been, lay beyond our control, whereas in the case of Timor and other ongoing benign and constructive bloodbaths, that is far from true. Perhaps evidence will be forthcoming to support the claim of the British Foreign Office that many hundreds of thousands of people have perished in Cambodia directly or indirectly as a result of the policies of the communist government, evidence more credible than the material on which they uncritically relied. There is no doubt that many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have perished in other third world countries in the same period as a direct or indirect result of the policies of Western powers, victims of aggression, starvation, disease, hideous conditions of work, death squads, etc. Furthermore, this will continue, with continuing Western responsibility but without government protest or media exposure. The conclusions from such a comparison seem obvious. Finally, perhaps we should stress some obvious points about what the future may reveal. We speculated in the preface that the Vietnamese invasion may prove disastrous for Cambodia. Any assessment of the resulting conditions should be carefully compared with what visitors observed just prior to the invasion, specifically, with their general assessment that food supplies appeared adequate and that there were certain constructive developments. Whatever one may think of the regime. 427 If there is a deterioration in the conditions of Cambodia, this is very likely a consequence of the invasion itself, and here again the Western contribution cannot be ignored, including the special role played by the propaganda hysteria and climate of opinion of 1975–78, discussed at length above. A no less obvious point is that for some time at least, the Vietnamese, like the Pol Pot regime, are likely to permit only a guided and selected view, so that interpretation of any evidence that may become available will necessarily have to be subjected to critical analysis. The media record hardly encourages optimism in this regard. 7. Final comments. We have explored some of the ways in which the propaganda systems of the West, primarily that of the United States, have faced the major tasks noted in Chapter 1 of this volume. Not surprisingly, inquiry reveals a highly selective culling of facts and much outright lying. Some areas of the world are almost entirely blacked out, where disclosure of major abuses would disturb both pliable clients and the U.S. economic, military, and political interests that find this pliability advantageous. As we have described throughout the 2 volumes, the first principle of the free press is the averting of the eyes from benign or constructive terror, along with a general avoidance of invidious language and a sympathetic understanding for the difficult problems faced by the terrorizing elites backed by the United States. In sharp contrast, countries that ordinarily evoke minimal Western interest are thrust into the limelight when enemy terror and the evils of communism can be revealed, and other useful lessons drawn. Thus the second principle of the free press is the intense and dedicated search for nefarious terror, which can be brought into focus without giving offense to any important groups and which contributes to domestic ideological mobilization. Further devices used in handling nefarious terror, as we have described, include the stripping away of historical context, fabrication, and myth creation. Useful myths, once successfully instituted, are virtually immune to correction. In focusing on refugees fleeing from Indochina and the prevailing harsh conditions there, the Western media employ a third principle of the free press, namely, agent transference. That is, the critical role of the United States in maintaining internecine conflict from 1954, and its more direct shattering of the Indo-Chinese societies and their economic foundations, is acknowledged only occasionally and as an afterthought. The only agents to whom responsibility is indignantly attributed for the suffering in Indochina are the new regimes that came into power in a presumably normal environment in 1975. Death and suffering from malnutrition and disease in societies brought to ruin by U.S. intervention are displayed as proof of the evil nature of communism. Meanwhile, in the U.S. sphere of influence, working conditions of extraordinary severity, massive dispossession of the peasantry, child labor, near slavery, starvation in the midst of rapid economic growth, and similar concomitants of development in accord with the free world model are, if noted at all, dismissed as an unfortunate element of the process of modernization. And the hundreds of thousands of refugees from Latin American subfascism, or the plight of the victims of Indonesian aggression in East Timor or other benign and constructive terror in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, and the causes of their plight, are studiously ignored, in recognition of the friendly client status of the official terrorists and the absence of any useful lessons to be drawn from their depredations. There are further and more general aims to be served by the extensive effort to dispel what the Wall Street Journal calls the simple-minded myth that Indochina's suffering is somehow related to U.S. actions over the past 30 years. For the groups that dominate economic, social, political, and intellectual life in the United States, it is a matter of urgency to ensure that no serious challenge is raised to their predominant role, either in ideology or in practice. While mild social reforms have been introduced in the United States, others now conventional in Western Europe, example national health insurance, minimal worker participation in industry, etc., have been effectively resisted here, and there has been remarkable success in designing policy so that state intervention in the economy and social life serves the needs of the wealthy and powerful. We have noted that the absence of an organized left opposition in the United States has facilitated the work of the system of thought control and indoctrination. U.S. ideologists have been unusually successful in conducting the engineering of consent, a technique of control that substitutes for the use of force in societies with democratic forms. Point 1. To serve this end, every effort must be made to discredit what is called socialism or communism. In its more vulgar forms, the argument is that socialism or Marxism, which in practice means unwelcome social reform, since radical institutional change is hardly an immediate issue, leads inevitably to Gulag. The process of agent transference has made more plausible the doctrine that socialism must inevitably become tyranny. A recent media favorite is the group of Paris New Philosophers, whose congenial message that Marxism equals Gulag has assured them a ready and uncritical audience in the United States and Western Europe. In fact, their critique of authoritarian elements in Marxism-Leninism is remarkably shallow as compared with the long tradition of left-wing libertarian thought that has been virtually ignored in the West, and their enormous success in France reflects in part conditions specific to French intellectual life too, but US media have little care or understanding for any of this. The access of this group to the media and the receptivity to their slogans is a perfect counterpart to the curtain of silence drawn over the proliferating gulags in the US sphere, as well as the agent transference in Indochina. There is, to be sure, an element of absurdity in the constant refrain that socialism equals Gulag, as revealed by events in the underdeveloped societies. A comparison of the problems facing such societies as Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba, Mozambique, etc., with the situation in the industrial West would simply be ridiculed in societies that were not subjected to such effective ideological control as ours. But despite the inherent absurdity of attributing, say, revenge killings by Cambodian peasants who were bombed out of their homes by Western force to Marxism or atheism, the practice is common and quite successful as a tactic in engineering consent to the priorities and structures of contemporary state capitalism. In the United States, this tactic has become a virtual reflex. Bolshevik and later Stalinist crimes have regularly been exploited as a weapon against movements seeking reform or revolutionary change. During the Red Scare after World War I, which was quite effective in controlling labor militancy and eliminating radical intellectual currents, the Wall Street Journal wailed, "We talk of parlor Bolshevists, but what of those other Bolshevists, in the cabinet, or at any rate near the throne?" Similar accusations, loosely associating Reform Democrats with Stalinist crimes despite the eager and frightened collaboration of many liberals, were common during the era mislabeled McCarthyism. Harry Truman even denounced the civil rights movement of the 1950s as a communist plot, conceding, in response to inquiry, that he had no proof, but explaining, "I know that usually when trouble hits the country the Kremlin is behind it." 3. The 1970s campaign against big government, understood to cover health and welfare activities but not the police and military establishment, is likewise facilitated by a propaganda barrage carrying the implicit message that socialism equals Gulag. In this context, too, it is an effective tactic to focus attention on real or invented atrocities committed in underdeveloped ex-colonies that use the phrase socialism in reference to their programs of mass mobilization under authoritarian state control to carry out industrialization and modernization. One final factor merits a few words of comment. So-called North-South conflicts do not necessarily take the form of imperial intervention. At various levels and in a multitude of interactions there is a continuing struggle over access to resources, terms of trade, opportunities for international capital and other problems. A general public mood of hostility to the Third World is useful to the managers of the industrial democracies as they attempt to manipulate these conflicts to their benefit. In contrast, the sympathy towards Third World independence movements that developed during the post-World War II struggles for national liberation, brutally repressed primarily by France and the United States, is an impediment to the imposition of measures that will meet the requirements of the world's wealthy industrial powers. In this context, it is useful to engender hatred, contempt, and moralistic outrage directed against the nationalist movements of the Third World, particularly those that have recently escaped from the domination of the United States. It should hardly come as a surprise, therefore, that a major effort should be directed towards reversing the worldwide currents of sympathy towards the people of Indochina that were aroused by the assault of the US war machine. That struggle came to be perceived as symbolic of the conflicts between the industrialized West and the former colonial domains, and it imposed barriers to the mobilization of public support for the traditional measures that may be required to preserve a favorable investment climate in the coming era. These remarks bear directly on the framework of Western propaganda. They do not touch another and very different question: how should one evaluate the programs and character of the countries that have been liberated from Western domination, or respond to developments there? Our primary concern here has been U.S. global policy and propaganda, and the filtering and distorting effect of Western ideology, not the problems of reconstruction and modernization in societies that have been victimized by Western imperialism. Correspondingly, we have not developed or expressed our views here on the nature of the Indochinese regimes. To assess the contemporary situation in Indochina and the programs of the current ruling groups is a worthwhile endeavor, but it has not been our objective. As for appropriate response, its central component in the current situation should be a committed and very substantial effort to help the victims, insofar as this is possible, those who are oppressed, those who have fled, those who are seeking to reconstruct some kind of viable existence from the wreckage. Such response is not to be discerned among the dominant classes and states of either East or West. There is no single cause for the misery and oppression that we find in every part of the world. But there are some major causes, and some of these are close at hand and subject to our influence and, ultimately, our control. These factors and the social matrix in which they are embedded will engage the concern and efforts of people who are honestly committed to alleviate human suffering and to contribute to freedom and justice. The success of the free press in reconstructing imperial ideology since the U.S. withdrawal from Indochina has been spectacular. The shift of the United States from causal agent to concerned bystander and even to leader in the world's struggle for human rights in the face of its empire of client fascism and long, vicious assault on the peasant societies of Indochina, is a remarkable achievement. The system of brainwashing under freedom, with mass media voluntary self-censorship in accord with the larger interests of the state, has worked brilliantly. The new propaganda line has been established by endless repetition of the big distortions and negligible grant of access to non-establishment points of view, all rendered more effective by the illusion of equal access and the free flow of ideas. U.S. dissenters can produce their same-stats freely, and stay out of jail, but they do not reach the general public or the free press except on an episodic basis. This reflects the power and interests that benefit from the uncontrolled arms race, the status quo of domestic economic arrangements, and the external system of multinational expansion and collaboration with the Shahs, Suhartos, Marcoses in the contemporary development and sacking of the Third World. Change will come only when material facts arouse sufficient numbers to force a reassessment of policy. At the present time, the machine expands, the mass media adapt to the political economy, and human rights are set aside except in rhetorical flourishes useful for ideological reconstruction. About the authors. Copyright Don Usner. Noam Chomsky is widely regarded as one of the foremost critics of U.S. foreign policy in the world. He has published numerous groundbreaking books, articles, and essays on global politics, history, and linguistics. Among his recent books are Masters of Mankind and Hopes and Prospects. This book and its companion volume, The Washington Connection and Third World Fascism, are part of a collection of 12 new editions from Haymarket Books of Chomsky's classic works. Edward S. Herman is Professor Emeritus of Finance at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, and has written extensively on economics, political economy, and the media. Among his books are Corporate Control, Corporate Power, The Real Terror Network, and Manufacturing Consent, with Noam Chomsky.